Lunchtime, please.
Just asking.
With most of the champagne, you'd be served on commercial flights. You can strike wood anyway.
Fair point, fair point.
Right, okay. So, can we go to Meta now? Is Dan John doing want to speak to me? Meta?
Okay. David, Wimbledon is starting, isn't it? So I'll just say...
Sorry, what's starting?
Wimbledon.
Yes, it is.
Wimbledon. And they have all these Russian players. And so normally, I would do my fruit pims and strawberries with cream. But this year, no way. I'm hating them. I'm going to bombard them with something. It's just
good. I've got some tweets lined up ready for that. And anyone here, you should not be watching Wimbledon.
No.
I'm just reminding everyone, it wasn't you. I mean, I knew you wouldn't, but I'm saying to everyone who is listening, you should not watch Wimbledon, right? Regardless if they say this is the best match ever, it won't be, because guess what? Wimbledon is taking genocide money.
Exactly.
And the best match ever was Jimmy Connors in the semis against John McEnroe.
Björn Borg. It was Jimmy Connors and Björn Borg. I've been watching since I was a kid, so I love Wimbledon.
But I really like the Connors against McEnroe match, but that's fine.
Yeah, sure. I won't debate.
I agree about the Borg though.
Who's the other guy you mentioned?
But anyway, I had a sort of a,
I like it when people from Sweden come up and try to justify the existence of Mikael Pärnfors.
Finland. I'm from Finland. We didn't have anyone. Sweden has Björn Borg and Mats Werner.
Yeah, please, darling, I love you to bits, but you said that you committed to it, that you spent many of your formative years with Swedes and in Sweden.
Yes, that's true.
See, therefore, how can you be saved ever?
I am half Swedish. I feel like it, and it's Björn Borg is my hero, and most of the Finns are like, Sweden is also been, sort of invading us in like 500 years ago or something. So it's not relevant for me because I love Swedes. I love Swedes. I really love Swedes. But in
all Finns love sweets.
No, not all.
You love Swedes.
Swede, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Meta, you're confusing us there completely.
Not my intention. But yeah, I just wanted to remind, because we had this Wimbledon. I've been to Wimbledon a few times, and I just hate what they do this year. But anyway, I wanted to say to all our American friends, happy 4th of July, and I love the democracy, and I love everything, and I want to be very careful. I just don't like the Jake Sullivan policy because it seems like everything is delayed. Both ATACMs and F-16s, everything seems to be delayed, and I don't know if we could, with Sweden and Finland maybe do, because they need aircraft, maybe Gripens, maybe some long distance, not ATACMS, but civil. Mikko said that we have that in Finland, so we could maybe do this collaboration, and maybe Italy could join us. I don't know. I just feel that America is not ready for it somehow. Let's hope they come roundabout, and let's do some Wimbledon in the whilst they are doing it. Remember, David, we said that we would protest, so let's protest.
I will certainly be protesting, and you're right. The America, if this is America of 2002, 2003, the response now would be very different.
You hear me now?
Anyway,
Do you hear me now? What? No?
I can, then, John. Yes. Oh, finally.
I have to be a little bit quiet here because it's I'm on this nut house. I'm locked in a nut house in Mölndal.
And that's the thing. I was just saying, I thought it was Dan John for a moment, but it's not. Keep talking.
Ah, okay. So I don't know what to do because I have to go to bed soon.
Okay, then what I can say for one moment, so I'll quickly explain it to you. At the bottom right, you will see a heart, right? And what you would normally do is if you click that heart, you will see a hand to the right and it's raised. So if you want to speak,
okay.
you, yeah, of course. But I saw you come up. So normally, if it was mockers, you might
I didn't know.
stern words with
I didn't know
you.
that.
Anyway.
Okay.
No, of course you didn't, right? So we're just explaining it to you. But anyway, yes, what's your question?
I don't know how I will get out of this nut house in Mölndal. Because they have locked me in this dårhus in Swedish. Nut house in English, maybe, or
of course,
insane house, or I don't know what you call it.
Insane asylum.
Aha, insane salam.
Asylum.
What is
it's called the asylum.
Asylum.
It's where they
Insane
put people
asylum.
they consider to be insane. Yeah.
Okay.
They don't say this anymore because they don't consider people who are what they would now say somehow medically or whatever kind of challenged, XYZ challenged. They wouldn't consider them insane anymore because they can't speak plain English anymore.
Okay.
Are you sure it's not just a bad hotel?
I'm absolutely sure.
No. Lunchtime. It's the wine.
At Mölndals sjukhus. Mullendals sjukhus.
Wollendals. Yeah, excellent.
Mullendal.
So what's your question?
Mölndal.
Anyway,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
What were you trying to say, Jens?
Yes. I don't know. I'm not like it here anymore. I want to.
Okay. Oh, you're trying to leave, are you? So
that's impossible because it's locked in. Say I can't.
It was Hotel California. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that should be okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well, then you can switch your mic off and then just listen for a while.
Yeah, I do.
So,
that. Okay. Yeah, I switch
okay,
off the
wonderful.
mic. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Peter.
Yeah, I've just come on and is just picking up the gist of everything because I've missed quite a bit out this afternoon. Are we saying now that the ATACMS are being delayed as well as the aircraft not arriving and all these other things, or what's...
Nope, we're not saying this.
Right. Well, we know the aircraft aren't coming, not for this offensive. And it'll just be interesting to see what happens with the NATO meeting. I think it's going to be I've just got my feeling they're going to do something and say, you know, kind of basically look after yourselves. Here's a few old F-16s and away you go, you know, sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I totally agree with everything that's been said. You know, it's been very, very frustrating all the way through. It's been, you know, we've allowed all these horrors to happen, and we could have jumped in and stopped it at any time, and we didn't. And we could do that now. And, you know, I just start to feel that maybe, you know, a bit of a rebellion might be necessary, with some countries saying, well, look, you know, we're not going to tolerate this. And that would cause a real rift in NATO, where they might actually start actually having to put their foot down, because the messages they're giving out to the rest of the world are terrible. You know, if you know, it's really like NATO is not being shown to be a force anymore. And the arguments used against Ukraine, what happens if they use those arguments against a NATO country? What's the difference? It's just a signature on a piece of paper saying, I am a NATO country and you've got to defend me. But would they? I don't know. The way things have gone.
There's a major difference. I'm sorry, Peter. This is where you're wrong. It's not a signature only. It's a different thing. It just is different, which is why it's so important to get Ukraine into NATO.
Yes, and you know, this is what, you know, I've heard reports where they're talking about Israel, and you know, maybe one solution would be the Israel solution, but they don't realize Israel is 8,500 square miles. It's tiny. It's very easy to put ground-to-air missiles all over the place and really cut that. And then the situation is totally different. The difference is with Russia is they are trying to genocide a country. They're trying to completely destroy this country. And they are targeting civilians. And it is, and the other problem is, obviously, I've flown into Tel Aviv twice. I was told, watch, they'll switch the GPS off on the approach, and sure enough, they do. But they have a fairly sterile approach area, because it comes in over the sea, and it's much easier to protect that from some idiot with a thing on his arm hiding in the woods or in an old building than it is on the approach into somewhere like Kyiv. But, you know, the airspace has to be open for Ukraine, and the only way that is going to be secure, and I just pray that they have this security, because those poor people need this security. They've been through hell, and none of us sitting here where we are, me included, can actually realize the hell those people have, and torture those people have gone through. I mean, I've got a 6-year-old, and I know that you know, if he goes into a supermarket and he goes out of our sight for 2 minutes, he panics. And then you think of all the tens of thousands of children that have been ripped away from their families.
More than 800,000, according to the Russian side itself, where it says,
well,
the Russians said more than 800,000 children have been transported to Russia. So tens of thousands is even too low. I know why you said it. Good heart, everything. It's okay. I'm just highlighting for the audience. On your 4th of July, please save your rockets, save everything. 800,000 children from Ukraine have been forcibly deported to Russia. Alan, whilst you're there, could you tally up quickly how many in this 11.5 million Moloch of New York City, which votes Democratic all the time. How many children are there in New York City?
What? Let's see. There must be in about 11 million. Let's say that there are 1.8 million children.
So, close to half of all the children of New York City have been deported by Russia into Russia, forcibly removed from their parents. Do you think that Andrew Cuomo, or whoever the guy was who was always so vocal there, or anyone from Tammany Hall for that matter, would care? Do you think they would care? No, that's fine, right? They've been abducted into a communist country right across the border. That's fair, isn't it, Alan? That's what you do. It's not so much, is it?
Well, of course, Axel, you would take action to retrieve every single child, and you would punish the kidnappers.
How would you do that if you were New York State? Just thinking about it. What would the good people of Albany do in such an instance?
They would probably send their militia across. I don't know, Axel. Why are we focused on New York City and Albany and what the New York State
Of course, because it is
government
so
would do?
comparable. If half of all your children are gone and deported, that's what matters. Because the occupied territories matter.
And you would take action, and you would call it exactly what it is, which is genocide. It's a part of the genocide that Russia is conducting. But
Calling it is not quite enough, is it?
Well, it never is. It's never quite enough.
Right. So I would like to, Alan. Very lovely to see you again. Have you had a haircut recently?
Haven't needed one, David.
Because you've got so much of it, right? There you are. It's finally groomed, etc. Right. Well, anyway, it's lovely to see you again. Have you been keeping up with news?
Yes, as there's both a lot of news and a lot of rumor, a lot of speculation, and a lot of fear mongering going on today. It's making my head spin. Too many fireworks, and it's not even time for fireworks.
No,
yet.
exactly right. It's yeah, that'll be good. That'll be a bit later for you, isn't it? So I do remember being in Boston for the 4th of July. That was interesting. Lots of Americans there clearly as by the bridge. It was very interesting, and ended up at a party at Martha's Vineyard. Weirdly, anyway, there you are. In fact, I believe Martha's Vineyard. It's the only place that's got an apostrophe, isn't it, in the United States?
No.
Was that a random? No, all right, okay.
So.
Tell me another town that's got an apostrophe in it.
Cook
Does it?
Corner,
Oh, right.
Maine.
Right. Well, there we are.
Can you tell me, David, why you were going away from the outrage about Putin's statement about the 800,000 children? I'm really interested because our friends in America are currently celebrating. Can we celebrate the fact that the children in the United States are currently not at risk? Because there's no nuclear threat to the United States. There's nobody in the United States who's being drafted to fight. But at the same time, the United States has a lot of people who understand that their children should not be abducted and moved. And everybody who has said that there's only 10,000 children, only, don't forget, only, should be ashamed of themselves. We've said it here before, that more than 1.5 million children are almost likely have been abducted. The Russians say it's more than 800,000. Let's just say there's a high likelihood that they're still lying, therefore there's more. But if it's already confirmed by them more than 800,000, on this wonderful 4th of July, Could our American friends please all, whilst they shoot their rockets, drink their beer, and do whatever else they do on such days, think about who they pay taxes to? Local, state-wise, and federal. And maybe, just maybe, send a friendly message to the White House to get their bloody act together. I rest
There's
my
no
case.
better way to celebrate your freedom on the 4th of July, America's Independence Day, than writing to your member of Congress and writing to your president or anyone else in the administration you might know, because action can be taken. And you know, Axel, I don't think Russia has kept count of the number of children kidnapped
Oh,
into Russia.
they love bookkeeping. They love book. You wouldn't believe. You've never lived in Russia. You've never worked in Russia. They are super formalistic. They love to lose stuff later, but they're super formalistic.
But they don't always report their figures accurately. I'm sure it's more than 800,000 children.
You're absolutely right. There will be a lot more.
And, you know, Ukrainian children are being kidnapped every single day. This is what people have to understand. This deportation didn't take place when, 496 days ago, when Russia launched this invasion. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Ukrainian children have been deported every single day. They continue to be, and they continue to be treated like plunder by Russian soldiers. And then this is how Russian soldiers treat Ukrainian children, as plunder, kidnapping them and sending them home to their homes to be denied a Ukrainian future and given a Russian future as a substitute. Well, that's a hell of a poor substitute. In any event, I see no hands now.
We had about 4. They've all gone. So, Ruse, you had your hand up, and then you put it down. Do you have anything to say?
Not really anymore. It's just sad.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, Peter, over to you.
Yeah, I think I've kind of brought up in the past Madeleine McCann, that little girl who was 20 years ago. The amount of
No, can we change subjects, right? I tried desperately to change the subject just now, but it didn't work. But what I'm saying is, let's change the subject, please. We've had a very maudlin time. I don't want it to get any more maudlin than what it is. Otherwise, we'll have 3 people listening.
All right. Okay. So let's get. All I can say is let's, give them the ATACMS and the aircraft whenever we can, and we cannot allow Russia to win this. Otherwise, the whole of the West will bitterly regret it. They will regret it in the future, and it's it is, they cannot be allowed to win it, and that's it. Okay, I'll drop down for now.
No, thank you very much for Peter. I think every one of us here can get behind that, right? They shouldn't be allowed. I'm really trying to let's say anything. Anyway, Peter, have you seen the video of even more T-54s, T-55s on the way towards the Ukrainian border?
No, I haven't seen that. I think didn't Nick put a song up on Twitter, which I don't know if you heard that one. Did you, Nick Brown?
Well, I'm all confused now. So
I see the tanks coming.
Sorry, I
Oh.
thought I'd said Alan. I do apologise, Alan. I thought I'd said Alan. Have you seen the video?
No,
As
you're-
opposed to Peter, have you seen the video?
I'll drop down again. Go with it.
Well, David, we do have a lot of requesters, and I was just looking at that, so I didn't even hear you say what video have I seen or
Well,
not
here,
seen?
well, that's very good. Let me remind you. There is another video of T-54, T-55s on the way towards Ukraine.
I did see that video. They look like toy tanks.
Yeah, and they've clearly left the champagne for last.
Well, these are the tanks they fill with explosives and turn into kamikaze tanks, right, David?
Well, they have done it once. I don't know if they've done it again recently, or is this all they're going to use them for?
I think they've done it. I think they've done it twice, which seems a little crazy to me.
I mean, it does, right? I mean, but a lot of what they do doesn't really make sense, does it at all? Oh, 1 second, I'm going to sneeze, Alan. Sorry.
Gesundheit, David. I mean, who would fill a tank with explosives, put a brick on the gas pedal, and send it in the general direction of the Ukrainian lines? I mean, and then the Ukrainians blow it up when it's rather short of the lines, but the explosion and the shockwave are pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, they are. It is quite a large explosion, right? But to what end? I mean, anyway, it does confuse the hell out of me quite a bit. But we do have two hands, don't we? Was it Shatsy first, then lunchtime, Alan?
I think it was actually lunchtime, and then
Oh,
Shatsy.
I can go with that.
Oh gosh, thanks. That was quicker than I thought. Axel's just sent me an amazing photo to prove exactly what he was talking about on that plane. And Axel, I tip my hat to you. That's quite an incredible piece of memorabilia. So, as I say, chapeau.
Wonderful, wonderful. Shatsy.
Hi, thank you. What do you think the chances are that there's already been a discussion between the NATO allies of if this, then that? That's first question. And wouldn't they talk to Zelensky first and get permission to become a part of this in whatever way, whether it was just air, if they pulled a stunt, red line stunt? But what if Zelensky says, no, just send us planes and ATACMs and this, that, and the other thing, but we don't want your boots on the ground?
Sorry, your last bit, you went a little bit muffled for me.
Oh, okay. Would they, if let's say they blow up the power plant or whatever it may be, use chemical weapons, would they first request Zelensky permission to become a part of the festivities, let's say?
Okay, right. So then I can. Sorry, Alan. I can answer this. So Ukraine has said they don't want NATO boots on the ground. They don't want them. Right. They've been very clear about it. And I go so they've been unambiguous about it. What they want is just the equipment. The NATO needs to do nothing more. We don't need to put NATO troops in harm's way or anything like that. They just need the kit. I mean, it's a really simple equation. And it's a win-win for NATO. They're not involved. There aren't any NATO troops. It's just equipment that they should have had ages ago. So any suggestion that putting NATO troops on there there's no point. They don't need them. They don't want them.
But NATO has already, in essence, said CBRN we're going to respond.
Yeah, but a response could be they've given all the kit to Ukraine to deal with the situation themselves. We're going to respond doesn't have to mean NATO troops.
Okay, thank you.
But and here's the thing: this is the there's other things that NATO can do to help, right? As I said, those planes, right? They would be really helpful. More tanks, they would be really helpful. ATACMS would be really helpful. All of those things would make a big difference. And there's other things that they could do. They could be running up more planes and rest of it, giving more intel along the Black Sea. But there is no need for any NATO troops to be on Ukrainian soil fighting for Ukraine. They've said they don't want it. They don't need it. He was quite specific about that, and I agree with him. And it removed, right, many of the arguments that some of the people said, "Oh, we don't want more Americans to die." Well, you say, "Well, you don't have to die. We're dying for you, so don't do it. We just need to do the decent thing, which is to give the kit." And I would guess that if anything, the making the suggestion that we might provide troops just muddies the water, right? Their troops are highly professional, and what they're really lacking is just the kit. There's nothing worse than doing a job and just going, all the kit that we need is over there and we can't use it. Does that help, Shatsy?
I bet it did, David. Let's go to lunchtime. And David, I am going to quickly recycle because I cannot seem to add anyone. So give me 10 seconds and I'll be right back.
Well, if you, I mean, have 60 seconds, Alan. That's how generous I am. Lunchtime. And Bearded, yes, if you send that link to me, pretty please, that would be wonderful. So if you could put your hand up. Yeah, no, I do see you. Put your hand up. If you could send me that link, it would make my life so much easier in trying to get that into the nest.
Yeah, it's already in our chat.
Oh, is it? Not when I see it. Sorry, lunchtime. You go ahead and speak.
Oh, great. Okay. Yes. Your cup indeed. What's the expression? Floweth over. Yes. Just to answer the previous, just to carry on from what you were saying, David. Yes, exactly. All of those things would help, but additionally, what would help is some ramping up of the sanctions. Lowering of the oil price cap, significant penalties for corporations that continue to trade with Russia and supply revenue to Russia, and perhaps secondary sanctions on countries that insist on finding ways to flout the embargoes that have been placed on various Russian sort of goods and services. And I think that would rather help. I'm sure there's other things, but
No, I'm 100% with you there. Lunchtime, secondary sanctions, and following through with this stuff with the countries that are helping them to break them, supplying the kit, all of that stuff to remind the world that we are serious about what we're saying and doing, as opposed to, because there are some. And they are wealthy people who are flaunting, these rules, right? It's the very wealthy who are basically going, get stuffed. We're going to carry on doing what we're doing. We're going to carry on the Greek shipping magnates who have been taking the Russian oil elsewhere. Now, I appreciate that some people go, oh, but that has a use for the world, right? Which is just a way of saying, oh, it's okay to break the rules if you're super rich. Because guarantee you, if you were a tiny little fisherman and you put a whole load of Russian oil and took it somewhere, someone paid you and you were caught, they would not be going, that's okay, right?
And put it
So-
this way, like, no matter how rich you are, if your submarine goes missing, you want people to look for it, don't you? So, yeah, you got to play by the rules. Otherwise, there might come a time where, Anyway, never mind. Perhaps that was in poor taste. Oops.
Well, anyway, yes. But anyway, so listen, for everyone here, I've put into the nest a tweet. The tweet is from Thomas Tyner. It's a thread, right? Let me read out the first bit, and the wonderful bearded Brit is going to talk us through it in a moment. Let me read it out. In Germany, Der Spiegel Welt NTVD, and in Austria, Der Standard write that the Ukrainian offensive has failed. That is wild. This is Thomas's language. I would be using very different language. That is wild nonsense. This nonsense happens because all of them interviewed the same expert who doesn't understand Ukraine's offensive phases of 1 to 25. Over to you, Bearded.
Hello again, everybody. I thought I'd chime in for 5 minutes. I was waiting for paint to dry. Last week we had a conversation about perception, perspective, and patience. And the perception being that because we're not seeing shock and awe on a scale that we have been used to, that it's failing in some way. So what Thomas has done, he's created a really good view from a different perspective, and that is the one of understanding the operational art. And I recommend everybody to have a read of this, especially prior to us going into bullet points with Chuck et al., where we'll drill down into some of the specific activities that have been going on at the line of contact, and just have Thomas's thread in the back of the mind about the perspective is all important. And what Thomas has summated has been, I think it's fair, and it does echo this 3P approach, which leads us into patience. It's coming. Whatever Russia is doing in response, headquarter planning staff will have a potential course of action to counter it. They might need a bit of an adjustment, but wet towels around heads will have generated a response to whatever's currently ongoing, subject to confirmation. Anyway, that's my first couple of points. Back to coffee.
Oh, is that it? I thought you were going to go through the whole tweet for the whole thread there, Bearded.
No, I think it's worthy of listeners to take just 5-10 minutes to scroll through it and form their own views. Me needlessly repeating it as a parrot is it's not necessary, surely, David.
Well, no, it's. I mean, sometimes, is it necessary? It'd be nice to do. That's okay. Listen, but I agree.
Happy to take questions. Happy to take questions from people having a read.
Well, that would be wonderful. What I will do is I will go through it for everyone, because there'll be some people who might be driving, etc., who go, oh, they'll be very frustrated because they can't read it when they're driving, and they should not be trying to read it when they're driving. As I said to someone yesterday who was trying to read a message when they were driving, right? No, please don't kill us. Give me the phone. I will read it to you. So it was very simple, right? So I will read the first couple of tweets so everyone get the flavour of this. So this is 2 of 25. So Thomas is saying, right. So it will come back to. Let me read the last part. This nonsense happens because all of those all of them interviewed the same expert who doesn't understand Ukraine's offensive phases, of which there are at least 5, and we're barely in the middle of phase 1, attrition and interdiction. I wouldn't have to do this thread if i.e. the standard wouldn't confuse the Ukrainians' army assault brigades with the National Guard's offensive guard brigades. But the reason people don't consider Ukraine's phase 1 is that success comes from people being used to US NATO wars in which phase 1 is purely air power. Phase 1 is meant to attrit enemy forces and disrupt their lines of communications. The West uses fighters and bombers. There's a picture of some B-52s in it, right? And cruise missiles for that. During the 1991 Gulf War, 1,700 plus coalition combat aircraft needed 37 days and 100,000 sorties to attrit the Iraqi forces enough to trigger the ground campaign, and 288 Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired at the Iraqi targets. So to remind everyone, that's 100,000 sorties. That's an incredible number of sorties over 37 days. During the 2003 invasion of Iraq, coalition combat aircraft flew 41,000 sorties and fired 802 Tomahawks at Iraqi targets. This time, the coalition skipped the attrition phase and went directly to phase 2. Close air support equals bombing a road to Baghdad for the 1st Marine, and Ukraine doesn't have any of this air power. And so Ukraine is forced to replace fighters and bombers with GMLRS, Excalibur, Storm Shadow, and drones. Whereas in US and NATO operations, the sky is continuously swarming with fighters and bombers looking for enemy positions and vehicles to annihilate. All Ukraine has in the air are drones, which look for Russian equipment, ammo points, command centers, logistic points, etc. But the drones can't bomb these objects. Give me 1 second, I'm going to cough. Once a drone spots a target, the drone operator has to request mensuration, the results of which are then transmitted to either a M142 HIMARS or M270 MLRS launcher, which will enter the target's coordinates into a GMLRS rocket or transmitted to an M777 or any one of the many other howitzers which they have, which will enter the target's coordinates into an Excalibur projectile, or the data is transmitted to the Ukrainian Air Force 7th Tactical Aviation Brigade, which will enter the target's coordinates into a Storm Shadow. Did you notice that all of these take time? Ukraine can only hit Russian equipment that is static. Unlike Western fighters, which can hit the passenger seat of a driving car, Ukraine can only hit Russian vehicles and objects that are static, a massive drawback. Even worse, a US fighter jet can fly deep into enemy territory and hit a dozen targets, 500 kilometers behind the front. While Ukraine's range is limited to Excalibur range 40 kilometers, GMLRS 84 kilometers, Storm Shadow 500 plus kilometers, but only in limited numbers. Ukraine is massively handicapped by the time it takes to hit a Russian target and by the range of its systems. GLSDB will improve HIMARS. That's the glide bomb. Will improve HIMARS range, but the production line is not yet running. Now, if you're Russia, all you have to do is park your heavy equipment outside of GMLRS range, and Ukraine can't hit it. It makes no sense to use an expensive Storm Shadow missile to hit a Russian T-90 tank. Still, Ukraine must attrit Russia's heavy equipment before it can begin phase 2. This is a very important point. And the only way to do it is to bait Russian forces into GMLRS and Excalibur range. And Ukraine is doing this right now by attacking the Russian lines with 4 of the 10 brigades that have been readied for this phase.
And David, just a quick one on that. So to break that down a little bit further, Ukraine is using what it's got to a trick, simple as. And by attacking along the line of contact, it's using bait and hold, which forces Russia to respond, which is then enabling attrition to take place in depth beyond the line of contact.
Sorry, bait and what?
Bait and switch.
Bite and hold.
Bite and hold. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Can I carry on?
Apologies, yes.
No, that's okay. Yeah, butt in whenever you want. Because I'm trying not to lose my place on the page, so I'm not looking at the space. Wonderful. I will keep talking. He names the brigades. There's 23rd Mechanized Brigade, 31st Mechanized, 37th Marine Brigade, and the 47th Mechanized Brigade. All other brigades are merely supporting these 4 brigades. A further 6 brigades can be deployed for this phase. Now, the Russians are in a dilemma: either bring their heavy equipment forward and risk losing it to GMLRS and Excalibur, or leave their heavy equipment out of range and allow Ukraine an unexpected early breakthrough. Though the Russian breakthrough through the Russian lines. Well, the Russians decided to bring their equipment forward, and Ukraine is hitting it relentlessly. Still, it is a far, far slower process than air power, and unlike in an air campaign, Ukraine is losing troops and vehicles, and this has led to some analysts declaring the Ukrainian offensive a failure. It is not. These analysts and experts just fail to understand the Ukrainian plan, and they fail to understand that that Ukraine gets stronger every day. Ukraine readied 35 brigades for the offensive by raising new units, splitting existing units, pulling units out of the front and refreshing them, and just 4 of 35 are in the fight now. All the others are at the training grounds, training every day to improve their skills and incorporating the lessons learned before. Now, I'm going to digress a little bit from here, and I'll go with it a little bit. So with this regards, Ukraine has many new troops who've gone on to NATO. They've done a whole load of training. I see this at the time that they now have and they're now utilizing to train those troops further is being hugely beneficial to them. Every day, every extra week they get of extra training means that they will further enhance those skills, and what they will be doing is committing to memory those immediate actions they need to do when they get on contact, and that's incredibly important. Most soldiers spend years getting this, and these poor guys, they have not had years, they had weeks and months. This is a real benefit in some ways to the Ukrainian troops. I'll just add that. Right, I'll carry on. And all the others are at the training grounds training every day to improve their skills. And every day troops return from training in NATO countries and Sweden, and new equipment arrives. The offensive guard brigades started out as light infantry and are now getting tanks from Germany and Denmark, turning them into mechanized formations. So many troops returned from training in Europe that Ukraine recently formed 3 new brigades. And as the Russians have stopped attacks in the south and along the Donetsk front, Ukraine recently pulled 2 elite brigades out of the front to freshen them up for the offensive. How can an offensive have failed if more than 90% of forces are still training for the offensive? I do not know when the next phase of the Ukrainian offensive will begin, but I am sure it is not tied to a date or certain geographic location. I think everyone here who's served is also of the opinion they're waiting for a certain set of criteria to happen. It's not date or anything else that's around. Thomas goes on to say, I assume the next phase will be triggered when Ukraine is confident it has destroyed a certain percentage of the remaining Russian howitzers, rocket launchers, electronic warfare systems, air defense systems, and degraded Russian logistics by striking Russian supply lines, and destroyed most of the Russian ammo dumps and command posts. You know, the exact same parameters that triggered the ground campaign of a Operation Desert Storm in 1991. Ukraine's offensive has barely begun, and due to the lack of air power, phase one will take far longer than people are used to. But journalists need to come up every day with a fresh new drama. But the real story is how many more forces Ukraine is readying, how many more forces Ukraine and NATO are training, and how much more equipment the West needs to donate for these. In phase three, Ukrainian forces will slice through Russian lines and liberate Mariupol, will cross the Dnipro and liberate northern Crimea, and will destroy Russia's army in the south. Ukraine's victory is inevitable. We just need a bit of patience. And there his thread ends. It's a very good thread, isn't it? Bearded.
Bearded, did you get through the
Sorry.
entire thread?
Yes, I did. Oh, sorry, you were stuck in your pocket, and I had painting gloves on. Yeah, like I said, go back to perception of how it's going, look at it from a different perspective, and just have the patience. This has been wargamed and planned and picked to bits. Whatever's about to happen has been baked in, so to speak. But I think it's a great, bigger thread from which we can delve into some detail with Alan and Chuck in a bit. Alan, your thoughts?
Yes, I think it's the perfect thread to cover when Chuck is here in about 45 minutes. And pretty soon I have to prepare to get his maps up in the nest. There is so much to talk about tonight. I don't even. We'll be here for a good long time with Chuck, and it's a great way to celebrate Independence Day, if you ask me.
Well, yes, it could be. Unfortunately for me, it means I've had a couple of very long days. So tonight I won't be listening. I'm going to go straight to bed. But yeah, there's a couple of things in there that stick out to me, Bearded. I'll try not to ruin it all for you. The obvious things is that any analyst who's saying it's failed, then what sort of analyst are they, right? And the journalists are doing. You have to ask why are they even saying that, right? At the start of the race, it's a little bit like saying, the person at the back in the 1500 meters where he's lost, hasn't he? And how often do they win? A lot, because it's about your strategy and tactics and what happens on the way to the finishing line.
And also, David, Alan et al., a journalist, what's his measures of effectiveness? What are the critical things that have to be achieved? Has he got that insight into theatre headquarters? Measures of effectiveness about every action you do has to be understood down to almost the molecular level by keep asking the so what question. Very easy to report on something with a narrow viewpoint, but unless you understand, as Thomas alluded to, what are the percentage attrition levels that will launch the next phase. This is something myself, Yehuda, and others have discussed nigh on 2 months about this offensive. And just hang in there. The answer will come. And look at the surprises we've already had. I'm sure there's a lot more baked in somewhere.
I think there are surprises every single day. Actually, Bearded, some of these journalists remind me of a want-to-be sports writer who I met a long time ago, at her first track and field meet, and in a staggered start event, maybe it was 1,500 meters or something like that, she turns to me and says, "Why are those runners starting so far behind?" I mean, David, you know what a staggered start is and a long
Yes, I do. A handicap race.
Well, no, that's at the racetrack, David.
What race are you talking about?
No, I staggered to a few starts in the time.
I was saying, so you mean on the track?
Yes, yes.
Well, finally. Right, okay. Now I'm with you. Sorry, I was in the world of handicap 1 mile races. So anyway, back to you.
Back to me and on to lunchtime, Kerry and Harambe. Lunchtime, go ahead.
Oh, it's me. Oh, thanks, Alan. Yeah, well, that was an interesting discussion. Well, what's great about Thomas Tyner's threads is, as anyone who's listened to one of his epics knows, is this is a guy who really knows what he's talking about. But to answer your presumably rhetorical question, I think it was Bearded that asked, what's the measure of success for a journalist? Well, measure of success for a journalist is clicks, right? It's how many people click on his crappy article that's predicting some sort of whatever, something fantastical or something. I don't know. What's the word? Lurid, right? So some sort of headline that screams at you, and you go, "Oh gosh, maybe I'll click that and read it." So that's their measure of success. The actual the measure of success for someone like Thomas Tyner. Like if you've listened to him speak, I mean, the guy has like an encyclopedic knowledge. It's astonishing. I mean, the other night he was reeling off like details from some obscure battle in World War II, like it had happened, like he'd read about it yesterday, like it was fresh in his mind. And so that's the opinion that I really take heart from that extract. So thank you very much for that, David and Bearded.
I just wanted to say that it's a curse for military geeks. We retain the most useless bits of information and can regurgitate it almost with instant recall. Yes, hats off to the man.
Well, I think you've got a bit of that yourself from the sounds of it. So yes, hats off to both of you.
So let's see. The order is Kerry, Harambe, and then it is Linda. Kerry, go ahead, please.
Thanks, guys. Evening, everybody. Thank you, Bearded, for bringing that up. Twitter has been going a bit mental for me all evening, so I wanted to bring that up. And so I'm really pleased that the space has had the chance to talk about it. I was just going to make you aware, you may know already, but a voice that we haven't heard for a while that I've missed, Aria. So he was unceremoniously and for no reason blocked. His account was just closed down on Twitter. He's back up and running now. So hopefully we'll hear him again on the space soon because I really value his input. And then the other thing was just a quick thing. So I always keep an eye on, as I know that most of us do, on what Alexandra Commission is up to. And we all know that wherever he goes, he's always going to be kicking ass. So he has just put a message out, which makes me feel positive about things coming in the future. So he said, however, so I must admit, our defence industry was still not that helpful to our army in air defence. We still don't have Ukrainian air defence systems in the army, but I push hard few projects in this field, and we had 2 test flights last month, both successful. So that's a bit of a watch this space because the guy doesn't let any grass grow under his feet. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, Alexander Commission is a star. He was a star when he ran the.
I'm really sorry, Alan.
Ukrainian-
I can't hear you. I'm going to have to switch back down to listener to hear what you're saying. This has been a problem all evening.
Okay, David, can you hear me?
Well, I was hot micing, so yes, I can hear you, Alan.
Okay, good. There have been a lot of Twitter glitches for the last several days. So to Harambe, to Linda, to Lily. Harambe.
Hi, everyone. Thanks. First of all, I can hear you perfectly and have had no problems. Thanks for letting me speak. I wanted to touch base with you guys on the F-16 training. A few weeks ago, I saw some reports that there was possibly some secret training had already begun. And then, like a day or two ago, I saw a report that implied the opposite. I saw some report that said that Ukraine was disappointed because training was supposed to begin in June for F-16, and it did not. So, does anybody here have any insight into that?
So it was my understanding that F-16 training would begin in June as well. Who made the statement? What Ukrainian officials said it hadn't started? Do you remember? Because I haven't seen that article.
I know it's disappointing, but I don't recall any of these sources. Just stuff that I read on Twitter.
I'll take a look for it and see if I can find a statement, from the Ministry of Defense itself would be best of all. But maybe we don't need to know whether or not F-16 training has already begun. Bearded, did you have a thought about that?
Yeah, just think about the information war. Okay, you've heard it somewhere, you've read it somewhere. Okay, why are we reading it? Why are they throwing us chum into the water? Sometimes having an opaque view of what is or isn't happening is no bad thing. But I just encourage people just to pause when they read something like that and just go, so what are they trying to do? Are they trying to undermine the Western Allied effort to support training? Is it a genuine voice of concern within the Ukraine government? Or is it something else? And over time, we have learned time and again that things are either bait or it's a drip feed of information to keep the news cycle going or to refute claims. I think if there's any dirty linen that needs to be aired, it's going to be done internally, and the likes of us on Twitter are going to be very much the last to know.
Thanks, Harambe. Thanks for that follow-up, Bearded. To Linda and Lily.
Hi, thanks. I actually have a request. In addition to U.S. citizens calling the White House and our individual reps and maybe the State Department, pushing them to do the kinds of things that we here know needs to be done, with regard to F-16s, ATACMS, et cetera, et cetera. What if other people around the world who are here also called their own ambassadors to the U.S. and U.S. embassies in their own countries and called and or emailed and pushed for the same? Because I'm wondering, to what extent there might be some nudging that could happen if all of a sudden, thousands of messages were sent to various and sundry people from various and sundry people, blah blah blah. And I would say, in addition, part of the message might be, for example, the fact that there's a strong likelihood that the U.S. would not be an autonomous nation had France not stepped in and sent ships, thus allowing us to break the binds of our colonial subjugation. You know, had it not been for France, arguably we would not be an independent nation, you know, yet today. I mean, you know, who knows how history would have played out. So that's my suggestion. Thanks.
And I think it's a good suggestion. Absolutely. The more officials with leads into the halls of power, the more officials we can talk to, the more the message can be put across. To Lily and lunchtime.
Oh, good evening, Alan and David. Thank you so much for hosting MriyaReport.org and the space. And it's wonderful. Happy 4th of July, everyone who would like to celebrate that day. Don't cook your bear burgers, though, on the grill. We heard in Russia this morning that is very dangerous. All those poor Russians who got trichinosis. I don't know if Alan or David were privy to that information, but we had a whole bear hamburger story this morning where about 10 to 13 people got very ill. Okay, I want to talk about this journalism, journalists. We have a lot of journalists, but I like to say Thomas Tyner is actually doing what a typical historical reporter would do, and that is take surveillance of the information they have and put it into a context, even if they do cursory investigation, they would write a shorter piece that's packed with more facts that we all can take away to view what's happening. If you remember Helen Thompson, Alan, do you remember her in the White House press room?
I do remember Helen Thompson.
A relentless reporter.
Thomas.
So relenting. I'm sorry.
It's Helen Thomas.
You corrected me. Thank you so much.
You're
Yehuda.
welcome.
Yes, thank you.
It's also because I diametrically am opposed to many things she said. I'm sure she was great in many cases, and she was quite interesting in others. Let's leave it at that. Sorry.
Not at all. I also did not care for some of her views or stance, but what I am saying is she, in whatever she wanted to grind down to the nidus of a problem or a question, never was she hurt. In fact, she did not sit down, but she didn't then go write fluff, I believe. So you may not agree with what she wrote, but she was very persistent in her trying to get facts. So that's unfortunate that we lose many reporters. And I had family members in the Middle East between Turkey, Israel, Egypt, Lebanon in the late 40s through the 50s living there. Now, you remember, anyone who knows history, it was quite tumultuous. An AP reporter with them at one point at a cocktail party. They see out the window on the balcony, there was an explosion. So in a few minutes, he goes and wires the message through the AP, right? So this is actual reporting the facts and then take that action and put it into something else and release it to the public. This other stuff is almost like what you do here on Maria Report is you take away all of that superfluous and often erroneous thoughts that journalists put out. You all here who guide this site have become really dynamic reporters, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Lily. We all have great examples here to follow. Yehuda being one, Chuck Farrer being another, Axel and David Doman, who honestly is irreplaceable. But I do want to welcome up Yehuda right now. What do you have for us?
it's tough when you put me on a spot like that. And thanks for the compliments. The whole team is amazing, I'd say, and the speakers were very lucky. Often we get some really amazing questions, and helps move the conversation along. It helps also makes our job easier to advocate for Ukraine when there are so many intelligent people that come up to speak. Often, many of the guests that come on afterwards, they'll say, "Wow, that was amazing. It was more insightful than a Oxford debates." Like they felt that they got that the listeners are very sophisticated, and that's a compliment to all of you. So thanks so much for that. And I was going to say, obviously there are new updates. The Russians are being watched by every satellite that is anywhere in the area. Place explosives on top of reactors. Probably not the smartest place, I think, Alan, to put an explosive on top of a reactor. Maybe let's ask an engineer. David, why on earth would you do that? Probably to cause problems, I suspect. And that should scare the world, because it's saber rattling, it's threatening. But the good news is the Ukrainians are being told and have some of their own ISTAR capabilities, intelligence and surveillance capabilities, where they know. But more importantly, big old NATO and American satellites and all sorts of signal communications are being intercepted, showing exactly what the Russians are doing, and the whole world is watching. Someone posted, and it's something that we have to be cognizant of and keep talking about. This is not a time to shy away. They're pushing the world to the brink, and if they want to invite a nuclear disaster and trigger Article 5, I would argue that they do so at their own peril. So there's that, Alan.
Yeah, there is that. I guess supposedly the Russians say it's already July 5th in Ukraine. It's still the 4th of July here in the United States and in Canada.
Yes.
3 days after Canada Day. Canada is always trying to beat the United States to the punch somehow.
It's amazing. I forgot to say happy Traders Day to you all. No, I'm just kidding. Happy Independence Day to our American friends. But I won't get into it. You've done well, not going to lie. And obviously, you're helping to lead the charge to fight for freedom and democracy and value, and really the choice to believe in what you want to believe and be a good person. And so, I guess Americans have a lot to be proud of on this American Independence Day, July 4th, 2023, and hopefully by August 24th, 2023, which is Ukraine's Independence Day. Hopefully, we'll see a lot more changes on the ground and more of Ukraine liberated, and the end, if we're lucky, to Russian imperialism. Hopefully, by that time, if at all possible. So, with your continued support and patronage and your listenership, and when you retweet the space, let people know you're here, because we've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 16 months. I don't even know how many months anymore. I hope it doesn't go on forever. I hope this this bloodshed and genocide that the Russians have caused on Ukraine ends quickly. Military update wise, it's more of the same. Ukrainians are pushing through on many fronts. They're gaining territory. The Russians are losing incredible amounts. I did mention a person who is quite odd in his assessments of, well, he's gotten everything wrong, but still keeps saying he's getting everything right. Douglas McGregor. That fellow actually just made a Twitter. I was talking about him a couple days ago, and sure, then out of nowhere, he has a Twitter. The Ukrainian army is completely destroyed. There's no one left, apparently. The Russians are winning. A bunch of strange Twitter accounts, I assume, are disinfo accounts, are just having huge threads about how this is, NATO's fallen into Russia's trap. The war of attrition, well, they'll lose it's falling apart. The Russians and all these strange statistics. The West can only make 1/3 or one quarter of these type of shells, whereas the Russians can make this or that. The Russians can't make anything. There's a big emphasis for some reason on Russian disinformation sites that for some reason they think the Russians are ramping up production. They can't produce armaments anymore. Very, very limited capacity. They can't get the technical parts to go and to do things. And if they can, it's piecemeal. They can't sustain large-scale production. That Russian disinfo seems like it's from a script this time, because they're very long. I think I put a post in the Signal chat there, Alan and David, and it was I think it was Patricia Marsh. I don't know if it's a real account, and this very long post of just all of the things that Russia can do and how the West is slowing down. The West can only produce 20 tanks a year. Apparently, they think that just bizarre, strange comments. All of it untrue. It was so funny that I was shocked that there's about 20 points in there, and a lot of these points are being cherry picked by Russian disinfo sites and Twitter accounts to say that this is just exactly the Russians have the Ukrainians right where they want them, right? With only 400, or I think they said 200 tanks, which is not true, and only 400 infantry fighting vehicles, which is also not true. And the Russians are in it for the long haul. They have a war of attrition planned. The one thing the Russians can't be accused of is planning, right? There's no one that's accused them of actually planning this genocide properly, or the war part of it. They plan the genocide part, and thankfully they've been stopped in many regards, but they still control large swathes of Ukrainian land. So if you are reading this, fear not. It isn't true. Ukraine is getting stronger by the day. They're getting more and more equipment. You don't have to hear about it. It doesn't have to be trumpeted. Ukrainians are already decked out with all sorts of assault brigades, rapid response brigades that have some very interesting weapons in them, and only about 20 to 25% at any given time of Ukrainian forces prepared for the counteroffensive have actually been deployed and are fighting. Correction, they have been deployed, but they're not engaged right now. The ones that are just pushing that Russian line closer and closer to their more heavily defended battle positions, where you can expect at some point the Ukrainians will pick certain parts which are particularly weaker than others, and they'll conduct all sorts of artillery fire missions on those positions, and then you'll see the break-in, subsequent exploitation and penetration of Russian lines. Just gonna have to wait for it. They're not working on your time. General Zaluzhny doesn't sit down and wonder what Dave342 at Twitter thinks about their progress. It'll come, and it's on its way. So it's pretty much all the same in the area of Bakhmut. Ukrainian forces are pushing to the southeast of it, and they are definitely seizing key terrain, vital ground around Bakhmut, ostensibly for a push inwards. So Ukrainians have a lot to prepare for there. And the Russians are, some numbers are as high as 700, 800, 1,000 killed in action a day. There isn't as much armor because they don't have as much, but they are being ground down, and it is unusual considering the Ukrainians are not suffering those casualties even while they're on the offense. It means that the Russians are supremely under-equipped. They're fighting as dismounted infantry. They're under constant mortar and suppressing fire. And Ukrainians are advancing inch by inch. So that's kind of a wrap up of what's going on all the way from Kremina down to Bakhmut in the center and around Zaporizhia. And also, as you know, there are Ukrainian forces who have established at least one publicly suspected 3 or 4 bridgeheads across the Dnipro. And the Russians have tried several times to dislodge them through unguided dumb bombs, I guess, flying at them. Didn't work. A couple of failed assaults. In fact, one failed remnant of a BTG attack from the northeast of on the eastern bank of the Dnipro towards where the Ukrainians were on the other side. And Tanovsky Bridge, they were all destroyed actually, and they weren't able to be exfiltrated due to Ukrainian artillery. The Russian Iskander attacks on that position actually damaged part of the bridge, more of the bridge, and they missed their mark. So this is, bodes well. Certain people for some reason are saying how many Ukrainians they suspect are on the East Bank. I don't know if any of it's true. So that's about it for military update I wanted to give. And if there are any questions, I'll try to answer. I don't have much time, but I thought I'd jump in and say that. Over to you, Alan, Dave.
Thank you very much, Yehuda, for that.
Yeah, thank you, Yehuda. I hope you can come back a little later tonight, Yehuda, when Chuck is with us. And Chuck Farrow will be here in about 20 minutes' time for Tuesday night's edition of Bullet Points. It's the Independence Day edition of Bullet Points with Chuck Farrow coming up in 20 minutes. Lunchtime, go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Alan. I just wanted to say, Yehuda, it's been a long time. I hope you're well. And I read a very similar thread to the one you described by whoever she's called. I'm not sure it's the same person, mind you. And what I found encouraging actually was at the bottom of it, there were a number of comments saying, "Well, you're just buying into Russian propaganda. This is clearly old footage." I think the author was claiming that Russia was ramping up its production capabilities significantly, etc., and supported this thesis by including a couple of grainy videos of some government apparatchik or other visiting like some sort of factory, and there were a number of comments just saying this is ludicrous, and you're just buying into propaganda and spreading it. So I think the sort of the awareness levels have gone up. I mean, from a year ago, say, when a lot of this stuff was just accepted quite point blank. So I find that a very encouraging sign. And Yehuda, I know you have limited time, but I was wondering if you'd come up with any decent dad jokes recently, because that's what I'm here for, really.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I didn't read the comments because I still am being limited by our great leader on Twitter. And I'm very happy. He's great. I don't complain. Spending time outside. Well, don't want to upset you if your friends are listening or you're definitely non-spies. But yeah, I heard there was some replies. Obviously, very bizarre. I mean, and it's strange. It's certainly not organic. There's no way anyone thought of like 55 really stupid ideas, really like incorrect things to put together into one thread. Like that takes effort.
I mean, it was just like really, it was like a parallel universe, like, oh yeah, so it's like a throwback, oh yeah, the Great Russian War Machine is cranking into gear. Sorry, but we've just seen footage of the Great Russian War Machine being splattered all over the battlefield in a million ways, in a million videos, so that doesn't really hold much water anymore.
No, and then the other thing is the weird timing of that strange fella I told you about, Douglas. It's a dumpster fire Twitter line. Very convinced that. I mean, gosh, I'm following him. He's got he just joined in May. He's got 115,000 followers. He really got on in June, and he wants you to know that this is his only account. He thinks Trump and Robert Kennedy Jr. should become one ticket, and one of the interesting things he writes is, he doesn't like the globalists. Calls my people rootless cosmopolitans. I'm not sure if that's an insult anymore. I'm personally not rootless or cosmopolitan at all. I've never been accused of being cosmopolitan. I'm far too unsophisticated, David Brookfield would say. And they want you to know that here's what the media will not tell you. Ukrainian forces on the verge of collapse. They are totally demoralized. We can see by all the videos the Ukrainian army puts out that they're so demoralized. They've all been killed. It's over in capital letters, writes Douglas McGregor, a once well-respected armored officer from the Gulf War who had some good ideas about armored fighting, apparently, according to some people in that field. But he was passed over for promotion several times and eventually left the military. He seemed a little pissed off about that. He wasn't given command of a combat brigade in the late 90s, and he ironically authored much of a lot of the operations planning in about the U.S. and Serbia. And it's interesting because now his best friends are that group, and they don't mention his involvement there, but he ended up leaving kind of sheepishly, I think in the early 2000s, 2003 or something, maybe 2004. And he's made a career out of slagging the U.S. Army and the United States ever since. But what's interesting about his post from a few days ago about they've all been killed. It's over. He got a community notes posting on top. He goes, Ukrainian forces aren't on the verge of collapse or have all been killed. Ukraine still has at least 750,000 military personnel. And they've also, it just, also Colonel McGregor has been making the same claim for over a year. And then they link 5 or 6 or 7 comments that he's been making where he's wrong. So, and he's supported, by the way, very much approved by a man named Kim.com. I don't know much about him. I thought he looked like, I don't know, Kim Jong-un in the picture. But he's a German, apparently, living in New Zealand, fighting extradition to the United States for all sorts of financial crimes, I think I recall. And Kim.com highly recommends that you follow Douglas McGregor if you want to know the truth about the U.S. proxy war in Ukraine and the upcoming conflict between the U.S. and China. He just joined Twitter, and his interviews are always worth watching. It almost seems like this is set up. It almost seems like there's a coordinated effort to get strange views onto Twitter. But hey, expose them with sunlight. Another gem I wanted to share with you, if this is okay, David and Alan. Do you think this is interesting? Should I continue? A gem?
Go for it.
All right, a gem from the Dougster. Russian intelligence has always known where everything is. You cannot hide from this overhead surveillance. They've got the equivalent of the National Security Agency and the equivalent of the CIA. I think that's just the beginning. Wow. This guy was a colonel. He thinks that the Russian intelligence service is better than the Americans, I assume. You cannot hide from this overhead surveillance. I wonder if they've been able to detect where 750,000 Ukrainian soldiers are, because I have a feeling they don't know. And yes, they have an equivalent to the National Security Agency, and no, I don't think the equivalent in name, perhaps, and purpose, but not in efficacy, I would argue. And he also says, contrary to what many want you to believe, because we're here to trick you, Russian air defenses are not capitalized, not weak. Okay. So definitely, and then another gem, President Putin is in contrast to us. He's not impulsive and he's not emotive. He's moved very deliberately and very consciously. He has resisted the temptation to smash everything in sight. He wants to negotiate. That's abundantly clear. Now, I don't know if you're listening to me wondering, like, what am I reading? This is someone who's appeared on Tucker Carlson, before, and he was one of their. He was Tucker's specialist. This is the man who tells the truth. This is not even delusion. It's not even. I almost can't even call it lying. It's just so bizarre. And here's a little wink. He's talking about my people here, the Red Sea pedestrians. He says, "No, I think you're seeing this war has become financial as well as military. And the globalists, wink, wink, understand that they're going to lose this war." Oh boy. Bizarre, but I love it because when they show their hand, the anti-Semitism, he also is actually outright made anti-Jewish, anti-Mexican remarks. He thinks that the way to deal with the migrants from Mexico is to shoot them at the border. So this is not what I would call a sophisticated man. And he's not a big fan of the Jews. And he thinks Ukraine is all the soldiers are dead. Maybe there's only 4 Ukrainians fighting the entire Russian army, which would make sense because that's how bad the Russians are doing. Weird stuff all around. Why do I point it out? Is it because I like picking on this fella? Because I'm a mean person? I don't think so. Does it feel good? Probably. I'm not going to lie. But I think it's important because we have to point out this kind of disinformation because it's so prevalent. And it's coming at us hard. And the more and more that Russia loses, for some reason, the louder these weird voices get. I want to say they're fringe, but unfortunately, they're picked up by a lot of people. If you go to this guy's YouTube channel, or I don't know if he has his own channel, or other people plug him, like they have him on their programs, it's almost bizarro world, right? You've got, I think there's even a clips with him, and because I checked him out after remembering him again. Clips on YouTube with him and a fella named Judge Napolitano. Now I don't know if that was one of those daytime judge shows in the States where they had the guy.
Yehuda, he was from Fox. He's from Fox in the evening. Yeah, Napolitano, slick. Yeah, another nutter.
What a strange fella. And the things they were saying, it was just really, really weird. It was almost like they weren't watching the same war. Like right before Kherson was liberated, he was like, Ukrainians are all about to die. They're on the verge of it. The Russians will smash through. Then he lose Kherson. The next week, he's given an interview about how the Ukrainians are losing. It's the strangest thing. I'm like, I wish we could have him on the show. I'll say, sir, hey, you said Ukrainians are on the verge of collapse on this date, and 4 days later they liberated all of Kherson. What happened? What happened there? And but I don't know. Anyways, Russian disinformation gets significantly greater as they incur more losses. It is a lot easier to lie on the internet and on the media than it is to fight. So I think what the Russians are doing is they're kind of regrouping their efforts. They're redoubling them when it comes to the internet, because their only hope is to create panic amongst people like us, people in normal countries where the rule of law exists and we vote. So they're trying to affect our country's ability to act in support of Ukraine by affecting the constituents therein. That's why we do this. It's not because we love saying this every day. It's because if we stop, if not just us, but if the thousands of groups around the world stop speaking the truth and sharing the truth, the fear is that this will eventually become an issue of war fatigue and people being scared. I mean, this is a man who says, they introduce him as the finest American officer ever in the history of America, period. Even Rome and anything, Genghis Khan would be jealous. Here's Colonel Douglas McGregor. Okay, he was well known in the Gulf War. He fought the Iraqis, though. I mean, okay, right? He fought the Iraqis. It kind of had everything going for him. It's like a Mercedes car salesman. How hard is it to sell a Mercedes? It's Mercedes. People come in, they want to buy it. And you're talking about the U.S. Army, the best army in the world, fighting one of the worst. I mean, big, but I mean, still, they had the Soviet doctrine. They were surrendering en masse. So he paints himself to be this real, like, Napoleon. And he comes in, he says, and he's right off the bat, well, Ukraine is losing. They're going to lose, and they're trying to bring America into this war with the globalists. And this is ridiculous. I mean, look, the Ukrainians, 800,000 of them died yesterday. And he just says it with a straight face. If you want to watch it, you can maybe watch it and you can see the dangers of Russian propaganda, because they say it with a straight face. And that's it. So anyways, if anyone has any questions about him, I'd be happy to hear it.
Can I just very quickly nip in and say thank you for reading this stuff so we don't have to? And also just to say, I think a rootless cosmopolitan is a cocktail. I think I'm pretty sure someone served me one in Shoreditch the other week.
It could be, but it was a Soviet reference to us Red Sea pedestrians. And that's fine. We'll take it. Even though the majority of Jewish people at the time they made it were peasant farmers in the Congress, Poland, and the Pale Settlement, Galatia, it's just a little bizarre accusation. If you want to hear a proper American colonel, there was one in this audience who's actually the real deal. He's the real McCoy, the great John Spencer. He writes books that make sense. And people respect him as a person because he's an honest person with integrity. I would argue that Mr. McGregor there is missing out on something. Maybe he needs a hug. All right.
He needs a few brain cells, but he also, his other cheerleader is Mike Flynn. So there you go. That's your eclectic, brilliant group of people pro Putin. So wouldn't you just say, like, anytime we see any threads like this, a way to respond or just not bring it into the space except to knock it down, maybe because we know they're nutters, don't know.
I hear you. All right. Oh gosh, some bad news from Nuclear. Leonid Krasno from Dnipro, from our community, fell. He's one of the recce soldiers of the K2 battalion, and he was killed in action. Anyways.
Harem Slava.
David and Yehuda and Alan, should you maybe take a moment? It's up to you.
Are we?
Recognize us.
Well, I've posted it. I think that's a moment there.
Thank
And
you.
there will be, unfortunately, hundreds more brave heroes, men and women of the Ukrainian armed forces who will fall protecting Ukraine. But it just puts it into perspective, close to home. Anyway, yeah. All of this will. Ukrainians and her supporters will never forget the calamity, the genocide, the evil that the Russians have brought. And every day the Russians continue this genocidal war is another year backwards for them. There is no walking this back. And I think it's important to recognize that there are consequences for your actions. And the Ukrainian people will never allow the Russians to ever conduct themselves in such a way as to affect the Ukrainian people anymore. That's just the result of this. Every drop of blood spilt on Ukrainian soil, defending it is an insurance policy for the future to deny primarily, Russian aggression, imperialism, to ever come to Ukraine's borders again. Because no one will. If we won't forget it, what do you think every Ukrainian thinks? Every single Ukrainian, every single funeral. The time is nigh. It's getting there. So, all right. I'm gonna have to pop off for a bit. Any questions at all by any means? Please do let us know. And
Thanks very much, Yehuda, for your time tonight. I do hope to see you over the next few hours if you have a moment.
I don't want to. I don't
when
want to steal
Chuck is
Chuck's thunder. I get that a lot. People are like, "Oh, the Navy SEAL. Forget about him. What about Yehuda?" No, I'm just kidding. I'll definitely pop in. He's always a blast to listen to. Chuck is a great guy.
David, I noticed you put a tweet up in the nest as I was putting Chuck's maps up in the nest. Is this was this a specific topic you wanted to
no,
go to?
I was going to mention it, and then I was going to take it down, all right, or suggest we take it down. So let me explain. There's let me find the tweet. That would be so much easier. We would. Oh dear. Oh right. How far away is that in this tweet? Yes.
It's number 6 in the nest now.
Come on, phone.
Now I know it. It's you guys. Every time I try to look at the nest and there's like 94 tweets in there. Now I know who it is.
Yes. Now I've yes. It's Alan. He's out of control, Yehuda. You need to have a word with him. Anyway, yes. So I'll read it out. So this is from UK for UA, and it's a tweet there. If any of our German friends are listening, it'd be really useful if you might be able to tweet it out to anyone there. And he's talking about there's an uptick we have seen in complaints by international volunteers and some groups of harassment in East Germany, and now by ZOLL. And apparently there have quite a few vehicles have been impounded for people who are trying to get aid through to Ukraine. So if you can, retweet it, and then we'll delete it in the next couple of minutes or something like that. So that was it, Alan. Yes, it is a bit of a concern though when so many vehicles are being stopped, etc. So we shall find out a little bit more, hopefully.
Yeah, it is a concern for sure, and we will find out more about that. Let's go to Peter, and then
before we do that, I'm going to say Scott is here. So never fear, Scott is here. I'm gonna drop down, Alan. It's been a brilliant time listening to you, Yehuda. Thank you very much for coming up and giving us an update. I'm going to hit my pit, as we call it. Yeah, I know, right? One day. But thank you very much. And Alan, I will see you tomorrow. Yehuda, hopefully, I will see you tomorrow. And everyone else, you have a fabulous 4th of July. Just have a cup of tea for me.
Thank you, David. We threw all that
I was
tea
gonna say
into Boston Harbor.
it's floating in the water. They don't drink tea.
Yeah, Alan, hi. I've had a message from Meng, who hosts earlier in the day, and he's sent me 2 things. One is to ask Axel about the Lewisite gas attack, and also he's posted a link.
So a couple of things there, Peter. It's Lewisite is not a gas; it is a liquid. And secondly, the use of Lewisite in and around Bakhmut has not actually been confirmed, regardless of the pretty reliable journalist who has reported it. We really are waiting for confirmation of its use.
Is the journalist somebody's called Sarah Ashton?
Cirillo.
Yeah.
Sarah Ashton Cirillo posted an interview with a Ukrainian colonel, but as I say, it actually has not been verified.
Right. It's okay. I'm just passing that message on. It's it's not.
You can always DM Axel, Peter.
Yeah.
I think sometimes that is the best.
I can't for some reason. There's no option to direct me.
Well, you can. I'll tell you what. DM me, and then I'll pass it on to Axel.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think that's the best way to get such messages to specific people.
Yeah. Okay. I'll send it through to you now.
It wouldn't surprise Alan. There's no low the Russians would sink to, is there, Alan? No low.
No, there is no low, and they reach a new low every single day. So I wouldn't be surprised. I just want to see it 100% confirmed.
Oh yeah, no, I was just referring just to the mannerisms, right? Like of the Russian military and the propensity to conduct war crimes willy-nilly. But anyway, I think not everyone has had the experience of being in that milieu to understand the behavior of those, the oligarchs and the military that support and do these things. So.
Exactly. Welcome, Scott. It's you and me, Yehuda, for a moment, and Chuck Farrer.
The amazing and the great Chuck Farrer. Check him out. Former SEAL Team 6 squadron leader, New York Times best-selling author, all-around nice guy, Basil and leak thief, Chuck Farrer. Chuck Farrer.
That's my low point. I go into Yehuda's garden, folks, and I have taken tomatoes and blue basil. I didn't even know that existed till I stole some.
That's it. You brought it back to the Smurfs.
I did.
That was a brave act, Chuck. I don't know how you got the courage up to do such a thing.
Well, you know what? When you're dealing with the garden of a rootless cosmopolitan.
Go figure. A bit of an oxymoron, isn't it?
And every time I hear that, folks, that is the dog whistle for people who have drank the Stalinist Kool-Aid, because that's when Rootless Cosmopolitan came out during the Stalinistic purges. One of them was the Jewish doctor purge, so that was drilling down a little bit.
I thought Yehuda was pretty rooted, though. I mean, he's kind of a Torontonian to the core. I know he's rootless in going around the world and doing fancy stuff, but
he's he's rooted and he's grounded, and he's my swim buddy. So you want to come at him, you come through me. And if you're coming for us, send expendable people. Okay.
Well, I can tell you, I'm definitely. I wouldn't. You can call me a Toronto boy. It's not an insult, but I'm not really. But definitely rooted. I have. I do grow. As Axel was very disappointed when I showed him my garden. He said, "That's not a garden. That's a farm." And that is what a garden should be. All right. I have over 100 tomatoes.
I said you were farming.
No, that's not farming. It's a 100. I have 100 tomato
That's
plants.
good.
100 tomato plants, 4 varieties of tomatoes.
Did I
Basil.
derogate any
Well, I
of this?
felt you did.
Don't imply this.
You showed me your garden.
No,
It looked
you
like
cannot have
your
thought
garden.
that.
Your garden.
You and I were laughing.
Your garden looks like a little mini Versailles, and my garden looks like a just a wonderful Garden of Eden. Anyways, every white, red, and black currant, gooseberry, raspberry, blackberry. It's yummy. Come on over, steal my stuff. No, I mean I've got the.
Chuck, please go there and take the basil. He will never end otherwise.
You know what? And I didn't really
I'm so
steal
in
it, folks.
favor of this garden. He knows
He
this.
started giving it to me, so I just kept taking it. That's kind of what happened.
Anyways, it's making people hungry. So, Chuck, over to you. Just wanted to say hello, and I know you have a lot to talk about. Happy American Independence Day, or as we say up here in Canada, Treason Day. You guys deserve it. You earned it. You too, Scott. I know you're in the same boat, and we've been through a lot
Thanks, Yehuda.
as neighbors. You guys went off and did that. You sent us your best. United Empire loyalists came to Canada and settled up here, and you tried messing around. A few years later, we took Michigan. Once we realized what we did, we gave it right back. You did take parts of Maine, I'm not going to lie. And a personal pet peeve of mine is San Juan Island. The British betrayed us. We agreed to make them the arbiters of that dispute, and you got that. And after a bit of shenanigans, we had to, renovate your White House. But I see you've rebuilt it, and it looks quite nice. So ever since then, we've been best of friends.
Well, we decided to be friends with you after you defeated us twice in war. The only country in the world to do that was Canada. So I said, let's just get along with them, folks.
Probably a better idea.
You forgot 54-40 or fight, and some of American history buffs might know that, and we didn't do that, so we called it even.
Fair enough.
Was that in a previous life, Chuck, when you agreed to not fight anymore with Canada?
Well, I am married to a Canadian, so I have a truce in place, and it's for my own good.
You never know when the Aroostook War might flare up again.
You're right, and I have to be careful on whose side she is, and I think she is a determined Canadian patriot. So I gotta mind my P's and Q's.
We've sorted them out. Anyway, well, happy Independence Day nonetheless, and thank you for taking Michigan back. All right, over to you, Chuck. I love Michigan. I don't know. It was a beautiful state. I shouldn't say that. I'm just kidding. Right, over to you, Chuck.
Hey, well, thanks, Alan. Thanks, Dr. Scott. Good to see you, everybody. Thank you for joining us on I think this is the first 4th of July bullet points, and we have we've got the nest loaded up. Apparently, lots happening in Ukraine today. Lots of a bit of foreboding in the news as well. And Alan, I am ready to go, my brother.
Okay, this is our celebration of American freedom, Chuck. And what better way to celebrate American freedom than by walking the front lines of Ukrainian freedom? That's what we're going to do tonight, all the way from Kreminna to Kherson. And we'll take a few detours. We'll probably take a look at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, for example. But the nest is loaded in the order of east to west. And so that means we'd be beginning in Kremna. But it's actually the second tweet in the nest, and it's a day old. There are all these reports of Russia amassing 180,000 troops or something like that in Kremna. Some people refer to these troops as Russian reserves, but Chuck, you've pointed out that the highest concentration of Russian forces on the front line has almost always been in Kremna. I don't think these are reserves, are they?
No, I think these are mixed among these forces. There are guards units, which are premier organizations within the Russian army. There are a lot of line units, regular Russian forces. I think some of the perhaps less capable units are militia units from the LNR and the DNR. But they will do what they are told when they are told. Even it is Ukrainian intelligence sources that also report that these concentrations are occurring. Again, as Alan said, there have always been maybe the largest concentration of Russian forces anywhere on the battlefield is around Kremenna. And although these concentrations absolutely cannot be ignored, they are significant. If these numbers are at 180,000, and those are numbers that are kicked around by Ukrainian sources, I didn't pull that out of my hat. This may be one reason why the Ukrainian offensive heretofore has been, let's say, a bit judicious in where it is pressing. You never want to underestimate your enemy, ever. You never want to convince yourself that you understand what the enemy is going to do, even when it's a rational enemy, even when that enemy is a masterful tactician and has motivated troops. None of those cases apply to this particular war. You never want to convince yourself you know what the enemy will do, should do, or is going to do. But here's something I will throw out here. Putin gets up every morning and he has a little sticky note on his mirror, and it says, "Stay in power today." That's what he wants. That's the only thing he wants. That is what he works for. Everything he does every day is to cement himself in power for a couple of reasons. He's not going to leave that job any other way but feet first, and he knows it. Okay, although these forces are being amassed, and I'm willing to take this as a finding of fact and confirmed by Ukrainian intelligence, the one thing that guy with the sticky note on his mirror, Putin, the one thing he does not need right now is a catastrophic military defeat. He doesn't need it. And if I were him, I wouldn't risk it. So, although these forces are gathered here and they are approaching the appropriate number that could perhaps converge on Kramatorsk, for example, advancing from Kremenna to the southwest and out of Bakhmut from the northwest and converge on Kramatorsk. I don't think that's going to happen. We'll get into the nuts and bolts around Kremenna. The biggest reason why I don't think it's going to happen is if it doesn't work, this would be the worst possible moment for Putin politically and militarily. And second of all, the Russians are getting their butts kicked around Bakhmut right now. And I don't see that as presaging any great combined arms maneuver warfare coming out of Bakhmut. So we'll get into it, but something that bears watching.
Could the Russians have their sights on Liman? They've always regarded Liman, which is just to the west of Kremenna, as a pretty important Ukrainian city.
You know, I just don't know that they will. You know, they they ostensibly they've been trying to do that for months, and by that I mean 6 months. They were finally driven out of Liman, and this has become standard. This is SOP now for Russian forces. They are ordered on virtually on pain of death to relinquish not an inch of territory. And therefore, they stay there too long. And they did that in Liman. And they just stayed there and stayed there and stayed there until they were literally surrounded on three sides. When they finally did withdraw, it was not in time to preserve the integrity of their units. It wasn't in time to, preserve their artillery, their materiel, their vehicles. They cut and run down the 0528 highway when it was surrounded, and they were essentially annihilated before they got to Zarachene. Ukraine has not allowed that avenue of approach to go, let's say, unmined, unfortified defensively. That is the road that connects Kremenna essentially to Liman. Actually, it's the 0130 501, and then you take a left at Zarachene and get on the 0528. I encourage the Russians to try that. I tell them it's a great idea. I'd start tomorrow morning if I were you, because you're going to get a bloody nose if you do it. So I think they want to, Alan. They'd love to, but I don't see them making it across the Zarabets River.
Would you say Kremenna will shape up as the next most important defensive operation Ukraine is running? A way to pin, my God, if you can pin 187,000 or 180,000 plus or minus Russian troops this far north of Bakhmut and north of where these troops might be needed down in Donetsk and Zaporizhia, you are accomplishing something, I would think.
Yeah, and I don't know we talk about this. It's funny. Kremenna is their problem area. They have had the requisite 5-1 superiority here for months, and for months they have been launching small scale, piecemeal, platoon and company size attacks. And at the top of the map, if you are in the Kremenna map now, folks, there's a little town called Novodiane. The Russians lunged at it again. And the way I don't even want to call them battles, the way these contacts have unfolded in the last month is Ukraine will let the Russians get to their obvious primary objective. So, for example, if you're coming down the 0130 505 highway, you're heading west. There's basically one place you're going to go to, right? Novodiane. The Ukrainians know that. The Russians attack along the axis of the highway, as they've done in the case of this little town at least 20 or 30 times that I've mapped. They attack over the same ground on the same axis with roughly the same force posture. If you do predictable things on the battlefield, folks, you're not going to succeed. Every successful operation has one thing in common: it surprises the enemy, right? It does something the enemy is not prepared to meet. Ukrainians are ready for attack on the road down to Novodiane. They've shown that they've done it for the last 8 months. What the Ukrainians do is they give ground. They let the Russians get to their principal or their first objective, and the Russians are no good about reinforcing, resupplying, or remanning that force. And the Ukrainians let them get there. They beat them up until they dislodge them. The Russian force pulls back for the lines, which now basically are the P-66. And those guys don't make it home. It's a yard sale all the way back the way they came: burning vehicles, dead bodies, and another stupid attack. And if you go down the Zarabets River, if you go south from Novodevane, that's the Zarabets River, Zarabets watershed. It is a low point, naturally, as every water course is, going into the Zarabets Reservoir. And the Russians, although they have reached the O Series highway, the 0528, they have never maintained a lodgment there. And this is with 5, 6, and in some places, I'm guessing 10-to-1 superiority. And they can't make it happen. And I don't know why, really. I think it's morale, but I don't know why. And why are all these people there? And here's an interesting thing about 180,000 people, guys. They eat a lot, right? That's a lot of people. And it costs money to keep soldiers where they are every day. And they're not really delivering for Putin.
If you're eating 3 square meals a day, that's 500,000 meals a day, Chuck. And it's a hell of a lot of water. It's
for me.
Yeah, just for you. But so say they do get to the Zarabets Reservoir. I don't see how that puts them in a very good position, because the high ground is on the west bank of the Zarabets, not on the east bank.
It seems an odd place to have, coagulated everybody. It would probably make more sense, but we'll talk why it didn't happen, if those people were up more towards Svatove. The reason they are around Kremenna, they are in the vicinity of Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, Rubizhane. There are a lot of roads here. This is where the railroad connections are. So it's easier to supply these Russian forces if they are arrayed around Kremenna. But as you say, Alan, it's going to be hard for them to get to the Zarabets, and they should do that at some point. And I mean should in air quotes. They have tried for 6 months. They haven't been able to do it. Although in the last 3 or 4 weeks, they have advanced across the P66. They have gained ground. There's a road that parallels the P66, the 131-306. They're across that. That is a gain, but they haven't reached the Zarabets. They attacked out of Kremenna to the southwest today for the 9 millionth time against the little village of Dubrova. And I'm sure you recognize that name. Dubrova and Kuzmene are the 2 hamlets that are south of the urban area of Kremenna. The Russians were pushed back to there today. This assault on Dubrova today was accompanied by multiple airstrikes. It still didn't take. The Russians were pushed back. But it's interesting. A logical way out of Kremenna, well, it isn't logical, but Russian battle planners would like to break out of Kremenna and push to the southwest. If you're looking at the map of Kremenna there, you will see that vast area of forest, the Zarabetskiny forestry area. This is a densely wooded plantation forest, but it's densely wooded, mature timber country. And the Russians are going to face a river crossing of the Zarabets and also of the Severodonetsk. And you might recognize the name of the Severodonetsk River. That's where a brigade task group of the Russians was annihilated in a botched river crossing. It was one of the biggest defeats that we know of. Over the course of about a 13-hour battle, the Russian forces were annihilated, with scores of armored vehicles destroyed in an armor crossing that was so botched that U.S. Army TRADOC, Training and Doctrine Command, I was in contact with them. They asked for all my battle maps and the daily coverage of that. And I was talking to those people, and they said they don't want this ever to happen to the United States Army. They want to find out everything the Russians did wrong and make sure that the U.S. Army doesn't do that. So if you're looking for bad leadership, bad tactics, bad decisions, and bad results, get yourself to Kremenna, because the Russians are putting on a clinic.
But with 180,000 plus forces, and these are not all fighting forces, you know, some are obviously support forces of one kind or another, truck drivers, etc. Is there anything that a Russian offensive in this area, and I think I'll put the word offensive in air quotes, is there anything the Russians could do in Kremenna to distract Ukraine from its counteroffensive plan?
Wow. Yeah, if you know, if lightning should strike and really uneventful or you know, sort of surprise situations should eventuate, if the Russians were able to break out of Kremenna with a huge force, you know, and I mean multiple brigade task groups acting in unison, well motivated troops. If things are done by the book, if localized air defense is established, localized air superiority, combined arms support, artillery, missile forces, rocket forces, airstrikes delivered, you know, as close air support. You know, all close air support is an aviation strike mission, but not all aviation strike missions are close air support. And what that means is, you know, in my book, close air support is, as a tactical commander, I get on the radio, I talk to the pilot, and I tell him where I want the heat, and he puts it down there. You know, an aviation strike mission, which is more of what the Russians are flying, is they get over the battlefield and they squirt some unguided rockets, or they, you know, pilot determines a target on the ground that he wants to hit. If the Russians start doing everything right that they've been doing wrong for the last 8 months, I mean, it is conceivable that they could thunder out of Kremenna, use their engineering forces, and somehow cross the Zarabets River and try to push, you know, southwest for Kramatorsk. But, and that's the biggest word in the English language, they haven't shown me that local commanders are capable of doing that. And I'm not sure that what's going on in Bakhmut is a precursor to Russian advance. Rather, quite the opposite. And then I would resort to the big country, little gain theory. That, let's say tomorrow afternoon, 2 giant Russian pincers converged on the city of Kramatorsk. It doesn't avail them anything, because the Russians will show that if they close in on a city, they immediately go into full knucklehead mode, and they want to engage in a 3-dimensional urban fight, you know, in an urban area. That isn't the way you gain territory, folks. You bypass cities and you cut them off. You don't get right in there and then start fighting house to house, which is what the Russians do. So I don't know, Alan. I can't. You don't turn your back on the enemy. You don't underestimate the enemy, and you don't think you know what he's going to do. But I'm just not sure that anything's coming out of Kremenna.
Scott,
Chuck.
you're on the Kremenna map with us. What questions do you have?
I want to ask Chuck if he knows the story of how the Russians gained that 7 kilometers from the P-66 to the west side of the 131-306. Do you know that? And can you speculate as to why the Ukrainians allowed them that kind of gain?
Yeah, I would essentially say it was ceded to the Russians. And if you're, you know, and if you're looking at the map, which you are, I mean, you can see from the, if you go anywhere on there, but let's just, you know, take it. Let's say we go west from Pischane. You can see some broken terrain. And it isn't the best topographic map, but it's, you know, you can at least see the contour lines here. You can see the river valleys, etc. And then as you get to the 131-306, which again is a north-south route, if you're don't have a map and you're listening in your car, it parallels the P66 north and south. And you see the terrain flatten out. So we've got it plotted red with indicating an area of Russian control, but we might want to just sort of parse those words and say an area of Russian tactical, I don't even want to say dominance, a place where the Russians prevail. Because the farther you get from the P66 and the 131-306, the flatter and more open the terrain. And Ukraine has shown itself in the last 8 months, it will allow the Russians to, you know, to break cover and come out into the open, but they pay a woeful price every time they do that. So north of Kremenna, the Russians are being engaged on this open fields and essentially flat terrain. There are a few places here where the terrain can afford them some cover, but within those areas, and you can see those water courses and the little bits of terrain, you know, a couple of things about cover. There's a difference between concealment and cover, right? If I get in a bush, I'm concealed. If that bush is in front of a 4-foot concrete wall, I have concealment and cover. So there are some places here where the terrain affords the Russians some concealment and cover. But in those places, they're channelized, right? That means these are narrow places where they can hide. And that's good. You know, you can pile in there and the bullets go right over your head. And it's a really good feeling when the bullets are flying over your head and not hitting you. But the Russians have discovered that every single place that they can seek cover and concealment, those places are the firing solutions for those places are all known to the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians don't waste time, right? They have firing solutions for every single one of those places. And when the Russians get in there, they get smoked by Ukrainian artillery. Okay, so that's north of Kremenna. Now, south of Kremenna, the situation is different, but again, beneficial to the Ukrainians. You can see in the Serebensky forestry area, densely wooded terrain. And we've always said that. You get into that sort of dense forest. I'm a small unit guy, so my view is skewed a little bit. But it doesn't matter if you've got a battalion of guys. The rubber's going to hit the road. It's going to be rifle squad on rifle squad. Simply because I'm a colonel and I've got 4,000 guys working for me. And I step into the forest and I look to the right and I can only see 60 feet. And I look to the left, I can only see 60 feet. Congratulations, Colonel, you're now a corporal, right? Now you can only see 60 feet and it's rifle squad on rifle squad. And in that sort of fighting, south of Kremenna, around Dibrova, the Ukrainians dominate.
Thanks for that explanation. That makes sense. So it was a tactical retreat to do more of what we've been talking about, to attrit the Russians and to get them to engage. So and come out in the open, as you say.
You know, that's what I think. And look, a lot of people say Chuck's in the tank for Ukraine, and I say, you know, you're right. I am. I'm on the side of the angels here, and I'll hand it to the Russians. They have pushed the line. They've pushed the zero line west of the P66. But I can't call this a tactical success for them, because that ground between the 131-306 and the Zarabets watershed, you're a Russian, you don't want to stick your head up over the bushes because you're going to get it blown off. And Ukraine has used this give a little, get a lot technique, and it's kept the Russians away from the Zarabets, and it's obviously working.
Axel and then Peter. Questions for Chuck.
Yeah, very briefly, Chuck. Northwest of Crimea, where Russians have been probing for quite some time, always trying to project force, and all the way up to Kupiansk. How do you see that front line, west of Svatove, where they're currently still projecting force?
Wow, you know, to me, I would, you know, there's a couple things restraining the Russians. It would make more sense all things being equal, and they're not, for the Russians to concentrate around Svatove and push west from Svatove. But what prevents them from doing that is it's simply much easier to supply that many forces around Kremenna. The roads are more direct, the rail supply is more direct, and you know we've talked about this a lot, but we haven't talked about it lately. You know, Kremenna is in this tactical triad of cities. Kremenna is in the lowest portion of this triangle. Going north from Kremenna, you go to the city of Svatove, and then the other point in the triangle is the city of Starbolinsk. And those three cities are connected in a triangle, but it's not an equilateral triangle. The road from Starbolinsk to Kremenna, it meanders back and forth and follows the terrain. So it's harder to get the forces from Starbolinsk to Kremenna. That's the only thing I can think why the Russians are coagulated around Kremenna. It would probably be better for them to exploit a breakout out of Svatove in the north, because, at least in my little Navy officer brain, a success there would force the Ukrainians, to divert their own forces farther north. So why don't the Russians do it? I think they're logistically constrained. Axel, you are a student of history and warfare. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the logistical constraint is key, but I'm surprised that they can't currently supply from the north, Troitske down the line, passing by Kupiansk. They seem to be, inhibited in some shape or form to provide more support down to Svatove. From the Starobilsk is a fantastic node, and for some odd reason they have not managed to use it sufficiently, and that for quite some time. And that indeed is surprising. I have no explanation for this, because that was one of the main line of attacks which we had seen before, prior to the Kharkiv counteroffensive by the Ukrainians. This is where they moved forward. They had large depots in Starobilsk, some of which were taken out most recently, and the replenished source of that. But for me, Kremenna is quite the wrong place for them to amass. It makes no sense. If you really want to take back part of the north, if you want to take back the Oskar River, you have to find a way to go slightly, 10, 15 kilometers north of Svatove, move over and across, and then try to move down from Troitske, attack Kupiansk from the north, try to go along the lines of contact. And they haven't done any of this. And that is astonishing. Don't know whether this has to do with the efforts of our friendly Free Russia forces in the area, where they were, impairing the Russian logistics. Albeit, I can't imagine that this has been so tremendously successful. It's just surprising to me. I would have expected them to be significantly more forceful in this area.
Well, and believe me, folks, we never give the Russians good ideas on this show, because we might as well tell them to open a McDonald's on the moon, because they can't do it. But I would think that a lunge at Kupiansk would be an important distraction for the Ukrainian forces, and it seems like an achievable goal. It would require some, some positioning of Russian forces, but it might be doable. But there's but, and Russia is incapable of moving and concentrating forces without Ukraine knowing it. And if you can't concentrate your forces and you never can achieve the element of surprise, you're kind of doomed, right? So that may be another reason, Axel, why they're concentrated around Kremenna, and that's because that's where they are. And there's this great inertia. And
so fixed and frozen in defense. That's what you're saying.
Fixed and frozen. And I also think that right now, those Russian generals who hope to be marshals one day and hope not to have the knock on their door in the middle of the night and get arrested, and that's coming for many of you Russian generals. I hope you're listening. I want you to know your candle is burning, dude. All you have to do is be denounced once and you'll be sucked up by the FSB. But nobody wants to be the person to deliver a major defeat to Putin right now, because it'll be over. So that's why maybe this is why we're seeing the inertia and the ineptitude.
Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Chuck, hi. I'm not military, so I'm probably talking through my backside, but I always try to look at this as what is really important to Putin. And to me, what is important to Putin, because it was the base of his whole plans, was to hold the big fat finger of land that he'd taken from Russia down to Crimea, covering 80% of the coast of Ukraine. And I always felt that places like Bakhmut, where we all said, what the hell are they doing up there, and this, that, and the other, it's all diversion to keep Ukrainian attention away from cutting through that sausage of land, if you like. So is it that they're putting the great mass up there to say, come up here, don't go down there, sort of thing? What do you think? I'm talking rubbish?
Not at all. You're not talking rubbish. And we've got a lot of really smart listeners, and there's just a lot of common sense in sort of parsing out military tactics. And there are positional battles, meaning there are battles that are fought not only to maintain, or not only to take positions or protect positions, but just to position forces so you require a reciprocal response from your enemy. And then there are attritional battles, and we've been following the one in Bakhmut. The Russian enemy has been compelled to take Bakhmut and hold on to it. And this is an opportunity for Ukraine to fight them there, because that's where they are. But I think I think there's really something to consider in what you've said, because there are a couple of blue chips on the table in this war. One of them certainly is Crimea, and the other one you have astutely pointed out is the Ukrainian coastline. And that is an existential problem for the nation of Ukraine. It cannot just give up its coastline. It's an agricultural nation. The vast majority of its exported agriculture is exported by ship. Ukrainian grain is shipped all over the world. Ukraine cannot be beholden and dependent on the good graces and the whim of Putin to allow it commerce in the Black Sea. And there's no reason for Ukraine to accept the fact that Russia has taken at least half of its coastline. So, there's a couple of goals in this war. One of them, and this isn't the principal goal, but one of them is to return the nation of Ukraine whole and intact to the status quo ante bellum. Want Ukraine looking the way it did in 2014 before the Russian surreptitious invasion of Luhansk and Donetsk. That's one. That's one war aim. Right now, the principal war aim is the destruction of the Russian ability to wage land war. And there are subtasks in that. Of course, you've got to engage the Russian forces in major battles, and you have to defeat them and attrite them and drive them from the battlefield. But we've got a bunch of things going on right now. We're talking about the ineptitude of Russian forces in the east, but we're also talking about their considerable number. And and again, I poop talk the Russians every time I'm on here, but don't underestimate them. Don't underestimate their numbers. Don't underestimate their capacity for suffering. Don't underestimate the callousness of their commanding officers who do not care how many men they kill every day. That's the least thing to enter a Russian commander's mind is how many of his guys he killed. So at least one thing these Russian forces in the east are doing is they are giving pause to Ukrainian commanders who have goals and an agenda. And for right now, that's elsewhere. But with this force assembled in the east, I mean, Ukraine has got to keep an eye on it. And I think that's, so in one sense, just getting all those Russians around Crimea and around Bakhmut, it's diverting Ukrainian attention. So that may be a success for the Russians.
I don't think the Russians ever had that number of forces around Bakhmut. Did it, Chuck? 180,000? It never approached that number. Or maybe it did. I have to think back. Chuck, are you speaking into a muted mic?
Of course I was. And I was being brilliant too. No, I don't think they ever had that many people around Bakhmut. And, the other thing is that the Ukrainians have been extremely crafty in the way they fought, right? They knew the Russian commander's intent and their orders. Take the city of Bakhmut. So Ukraine was willing to give battle on those city streets. That in itself distracted the Russians, who, had any one of their officers not slept and drank their way and showed up hungover, through their year at the War College, would have known that, look, don't fight these guys, rifle squad on rifle squad in the city. Let's converge to the west of Chasiv Yar. But the Russians just didn't do it. And, frankly, I think the Ukrainian commanders must have been breathing a sigh of relief, right? They didn't have to fight the combined arms juggernaut of Russian mechanized infantry, pincer moving behind Chasiv Yar, which is what they should have done instead of fighting it block by block by block in the urban area of Bakhmut, which is what the Russians did. And, most analysts are putting that at, that little victory cost the Russians 40,000 dead. That is incredible, and a completely moot victory because the Russians control the city, what's left of it, but they don't contain, they don't control Chasiv Yar. And furthermore, when we get to Bakhmut, the Russians are losing everything around Bakhmut, a piece at a time, 100 meters at a time. And that also is fixing the Russians there in Bakhmut. And the thing that would worry me more than anything is if the Russians pulled out of Bakhmut, shorten their lines of defense, and set up a firm defense around Popsna. That would scare me because it means that the grown-ups finally took over and are doing a rational thing.
Brian, do you have a question about Kremina?
I have a couple of other questions, so my questions can wait, Alan.
Okay. And Beefeater, if you have a question about Kremina, we can take that and then move on to the Bakhmut map, which is third in the nest. Beefeater.
Alan, it's not about Kremina, but it is relevant to Chuck. I'll stand down and wait for an open floor. Thanks.
Oh, you don't have to stand down. Stay with us. Keep on with the conversation as we move along. Stay right with us as speaker. But we will, I think, at this point, Scott and Chuck move to the Bakhmut map, which is third up in the nest. And some pretty important things are happening in Bakhmut. Or Scott, did you have an additional comment about Kremina?
No, I was just going to say, sounds like a good plan, Alan. Let's go to Bakhmut. Let's get some good news.
Okay, let's go to Bakhmut. Chuck, I still cannot believe that our friend John Spencer fully intends to get to Bakhmut sometime on his next trip to Ukraine. Do you think he'll make it?
I am certain that he'll make it. I'd bet the farm on that one, folks. And that's an unfortunate turn of phrase, but there's no doubt that John will get there. I think in many ways, Bakhmut is going to be remembered as one of the principal battles in the war. Even though it happened early, even though it's essentially a moot battle, it will be remembered for the masterful way in which the Ukrainians kept the Russian attention focused on this place that is of no value. But again, look, we know what happened. Vladimir Putin is a graduate of the Joseph Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Saddam Hussein military dictator. I am a military genius, even though I wasn't in the military, and I know what I'm doing. He wanted Bakhmut, and he got it. All of the resources, all of the men, all the fuel, all the ammunition, all the dead, all the wounded, all of the blood and sweat and treasure and tears are all for nothing, folks. They're all for nothing. Run your finger over dead west from Bakhmut, you see Chasiv Yar. That's the key. And they haven't come close to taking it. And what happened today and yesterday? Interestingly, on 3 July, the Ukrainian General Staff had a very busy day. And there were no military updates. And looking at the Bakhmut map, this is one of the reasons. The Russians came out of the box yesterday. They lunged north of the city. They lunged at Hydrovika. Combined arms attack, air support, close air support, rockets and artillery. And once again, they reached the primary objective and they were beaten up and sent back. Next village down, Bodenfinka, exact same thing. Got to the primary objective. That platoon leader looked over his shoulder and said, "Follow me." And all of a sudden, nobody was there. He noticed all the vehicles were burning and he pulled out too. Okay, Yahidny, same thing. Russians came out of the box, attacked down the, what is that, the 0506? Yeah, 0506 highway. They didn't get there. And the perennial Lucy and Charlie Brown, Lucy holding the football at Ivanensky, probably the 100th attack on Ivanensky that was turned back. Going south down the railroad line from Bakhmut, the city of Klishvinka. Over the weekend, Ukrainian sources reported that an entire company of Russian paratroopers had been surrounded and compelled to surrender. That's frontline reporting. The Ukrainian General Staff has never, in my knowledge, commented on a number of prisoners taken. In any engagement or at any time during the war, have they summed up the amount of Russian prisoners they've taken. But it was a bad day if you were a Russian. You had a bad weekend this weekend at Klishvika if you were a Russian paratrooper. Ukrainian forces are now attacking from the southwest to the northeast around Klishvika. They are likely across the C050303 highway. Isn't really a highway, it's a country road, those C-series roads. And they are likely between Klishvika and Avdiivka. You can see there the Mykiev Pond. This area right here is being pressed upon hard by the Ukrainians. All of this means, and then the last thing I added to this map, just as I was finishing it this morning, Ukrainian sources, again, I've got some wonderful sources. I can't thank them personally. I've got some great early reporting frontline sources that, it's all on them. They have rarely missed the mark in their early reporting. Those big 3 arrows were added this morning by a source that I absolutely trust, and said that Ukrainian forces were counterattacking at each one of these points and pushing the Russians back. And interestingly enough, I had posted all of the Russian attack vectors before I received this report. And those counterattacks, as you can see, they correspond at every place that the Russians failed in their attacks. So tactically, what this says is the Russians came out of the box swinging, they got punched in the nose, they staggered back, and the Ukrainians kept in contact with the retreating enemy and kept pushing them. And that's how you make progress in a war. This sounds a little bit brutal, but I'm going to say it anyway. The enemy comes at you, you hit him. When he staggers back, you stay right on him. You press yourself so close to him that his own artillery can't support him. This is a tactic that the Viet Cong used masterfully. They clung to the enemy, so they can't call in artillery, and especially when you've got the enemy pushing back quickly. They're disorganized. They're disorganized, and a retrograde maneuver can turn into a retreat, which can turn into a rout, right? The 3 R's: retrograde, retreat, and rout. And it's very hard for military commanders, meaning Russians, to make sure that they don't get routed. And especially true, no Russian wants to be the first guy to leave the tree line. And every single one of these Russian attacks that happened up around the M03 highway, so at Hyrovika, at Bodemvika, and at Karamove and Yahidny, if you look really closely at the maps, and you can see the terrain lines, the Russians had to attack on channelized axes. And what I mean by that is, you don't want to attack, on a low ground, right? So you think of a canyon. You don't want to attack down the canyon, because people can shoot down at you. They can block the canyon, and you're just in a shooting gallery. So we may presume that the Russians attacked on the ridge lines or on the higher ground and down towards each one of their objectives. But that meant their attack axes were exposed, right? They came out of the tree line, they broke cover, and they could be clearly seen by the Ukrainians during their entire approach. When they got to their initial objectives, they were engaged, and then woe unto them, after they got their butts kicked and they try to pull back, it's over that same exposed terrain. And Ukrainian artillery was used to magnificent effect. We also know that Ukrainian counter battery fire over the weekend was extremely accurate. and I don't have the number right on my fingertips, but it was up where 30 or 50, somewhere around there, Russian artillery pieces taken out in the course of July the 3rd. It's 26 during July, 26 artillery systems taken out in their firing positions. And that is Ukrainian speak for counter battery fire, meaning I shoot at you, I'm a Russian gunner, counter battery radar picks up my shell, it tells Ukrainian where that shell is going to where that shell is going to land, but much more importantly, it tells the exact location of the Russian gun that fired it. And this was a good day for Ukraine around Bakhmut.
You know, if we compare today's map of Bakhmut with maps from, let's just say, a month ago, when the Russians supposedly won the Battle of Bakhmut, you don't see Ukraine fighting down Patrice Lumumba, which is the main street, Patrice Lumumba Avenue, through the center of Bakhmut. The Russians fought straight through the center of Bakhmut, which I guess is exactly what the Ukrainians wanted them to do. But here are the Ukrainians enveloping Bakhmut, a completely different strategy.
Yeah, and you know, the Wagner forces, as we all know, and we all remember, were operating to the north of Bakhmut. And the Wagner forces had pushed, you know, their conquest as high up the M03 as Privia and also Minkivka. That was all Russian terrain. There's a little town called Zelinansky. That was all Russian terrain. Ukraine has pushed Russian forces out of there and all the way back against the TO513 highway. And Alan, we talked about this back in the day when pre-coup, when Wagner forces were turning over their positions to the Russian military, Ministry of Defense troops. And I don't want to pat us on the back, but we called it at that moment that the way the MOD forces were going to be able to fight was not the way Wagner was going to be. Wagner fought. The MOD did not have 1,000 prisoners to push forward every morning and make the Ukrainians deal with them. They didn't have it. And it isn't surprisingly that the MOD forces have lost all this terrain. But all of this stuff, folks, this is just to keep Russia fixed here. Ukraine doesn't want Bakhmut. It doesn't need it. Bakhmut is not a key city. If you read a wire service, report, they talk about fighting around the key city of Bakhmut. It's not a key city. It isn't a transportation nexus. This is where Putin put his greasy thumb down on a map, and he wanted this city. Ukrainian commanders are fighting to make sure that Russian resources, troops, men, and material, they stay concentrated here in Bakhmut, where they can do the least amount of damage. And remember what the Russians have captured in Bakhmut. It was once a beautiful, thriving city, and now it's nothing. It is nothing. It is dust, rebar, broken concrete, burned out buildings. It's nothing. But the Russians are holding on to it as hard as they can. And Ukraine is simply going to keep pushing here, because every moment they advance, and in every place they advance, Russia and Russian commanders will send more resources up here where they do the least amount of good. And every Russian soldier that gets ground up in Bakhmut, he can't fight on the Zaporizhzhia front. He can't fight at Vuhledar. He cannot fight at Orikhiv. And he can't prevent Ukrainian forces from crossing the Dnipro. That's why Bakhmut is important.
When Zelensky and Zaluzhny together, and so this is a political military decision, when Zelensky and Zaluzhny together decided that Bakhmut was important in terms of an attritional battle, they came in for a lot of criticism. A lot of people looked at it as a tremendous gamble, and maybe it was a gamble, but it's a gamble that appears to have paid off.
It really has. And you know, you look at this, you look at the red zone now of the map, folks. And if you don't have a map, you don't need to this example. There used to be this giant red mitten, right, reaching around Bakhmut, big fingers on top and a big thumb on the bottom. And that's not what the map looks like anymore. It's becoming more and more, and in fact, it is already, with one exception. The line is conforming almost completely to the TO513 highway. The Russians still have a presence across the M03 highway, this little proboscis that is hanging down around Novo-Vasilivka. Salient, right, is a thing that sticks out. And a thing that sticks out in a war is going to get bitten off. And the Russians are losing ground here. But again, I also say watch this. Don't look for the Ukrainians to make any really big city moves around here, because I think the goal is to just keep Russia interested in Bakhmut. That being said, Ukrainian forces are highly opportunistic. They delegate tactical responsibility down to junior officers and senior NCOs. And if there is an opportunity that presents itself to a platoon or a company or even a rifle squad of Ukrainian soldiers, they're going to take it. And they're not going to ask for permission, they're going to ask for forgiveness. They will push it forward. And there's already been a lot of interesting stuff going on. We know that Ukrainian forces were inside Soledar within the last 5 days. You know, I'm not plotting them as in there now, but how do we know they were there? Well, the Russians had to call in airstrikes on Soledar. And why are they going to bomb their own territory, right? So there were Ukrainian, I think at this point you got to qualify it as a raid, but that tells me a bunch. You know, if you've got a raid going in and you cross 5 kilometers of Russian territory, you know, essentially 3 miles in, you've got Russian soldiers that aren't doing their job. I look for Ukraine to keep pressing here in Bakhmut. I don't see them committing a huge number of forces here to do this when little pinpricks will probably, you know, keep Russia focused on this area. But what keeps Russian commanders up at night is when Ukraine senses a place of weakness, a point of weakness, it's going to take advantage of it. And should one of those opportunities present itself, Ukraine will drive. When that happens, look for places like Bakhmutsky. That is a key location. Yakovlivka, and where's another one? Kurdymevinka in the south, and Klashvika. Those are places that will present opportunities.
So, understanding the Battle of Bakhmut, which continues, also helps us understand Ukrainian strategy, the strategy of trading Russian forces, eroding Russian forces, not only on the front line, but behind the lines, taking out ammo dumps and supply depots, taking out command posts, and of course, taking out Russian artillery emplacements. You know, you and Yehuda especially talked about attrition in Bakhmut. It was such a brutal battle. I think it was difficult for non-military people like myself to completely understand, but now I think I have a grasp on it. This attritional battle is one of many attritional battles that are taking place right now, all along the line of engagement, and that it has resulted in a pretty significant weakening of Russian forces.
Yeah, there was some analysts came out today. This is a UK defense intelligence analyst, and this is surprising. It said that thus far, since what are we into? 1 year and some months in the initial, the big invasion, that Russia has lost half of its army. Half. Now that was measured in terms of combat effectiveness. Folks, that's all there really is, right? That is, it doesn't matter if you've got 400,000 people in the North Korean army. What is its combat effectiveness, right? If you've got T-34 tanks, doesn't matter if you got 200,000 guys. If you don't have the gear. Okay, so this is an incredible UK assessment, military assessment. Russia's lost half of its military effectiveness. And last year they fired 10 million artillery shells. Okay, that's an incredible number. But I look at the fire missions every day, and it's a lot every day. There's obviously like a quota. Okay, so they fired 10 million artillery shells last year, but they can only make 1 million shells a year. They can only make 1 million shells a year. They've also lost 250,000 tanks. Actually, it's more than that. And they can only make 200 a year. So you can see this is the burn rate, right? And this is not sustainable. And John Spencer and I had talked previously. There's another highly negative vortex that's happening here. If Russia should mobilize another 100,000 men, 200,000 men, I predict that they're going to have to do that. Now is not the political moment for Putin to announce that. But let's just say Putin is going to have to require greater sacrifices on the part of the Russian people. We've already seen he mobilized 300,000 people and it didn't move the needle in Ukraine. In fact, they lost almost 3,000 tanks with that, right? It just isn't working. We've seen their materiel, degradation, and they can't make it up. But they don't have the training cycle, right? They can't take these 100,000 civilians and turn them into 3 divisions of soldiers. They don't have the trainers. They don't have the facilities. They don't take the time to train these people. It would take a minimum of 6 months to get a soldier to the minimum requirements of functionality on the battlefield. And I say that 6 months, that would presume you had really good trainers, a very intensive curriculum, and you actually taught them something. And that's just 6 months to train a guy to pull a trigger on an AK. That's it. In 6 months, you can't make an air defense officer. You can't make a battery commander for artillery. You can't train a combat engineer. You can't do any of those things. And that's what Russia needs. So they are already in the side pocket in terms of materiel, in terms of rearmament, and in terms of reinforcement of their men. And look, we are still in the throes of this. And there's a lot to go, folks. But the Russian army, the way it is now, the way it's constituted, the way it's equipped, the way it's led, it can't win this war. But it doesn't mean they're going to quit. But they can't win, folks. So, interesting summer.
Scott, go ahead.
Chuck, we've been through Kremina and Bakhmut now, and we talked about the 180,000 troops on that front. The question is, this is another opportunity for a little Russian bashing, I think, but we've all speculated that it would be wise for Ukraine to get to to Crimea as fast as possible, whether it's from the Kherson direction or from the Zaporizhia direction. So Russia certainly knows that. I mean, we've heard scores of people, Western generals and other military analysts for months now talking about that kind of thing. So why would they concentrate their forces so heavily up north? I mean, they don't care that much about Luhansk from the people I've talked to. So it doesn't make sense. I mean, I know it's easier logistics, but other than that, and pride for Putin, that because they got Bakhmut temporarily, is there any other reason? Is there any other strategic reason that they deploy so many troops up north instead of on the southern front?
That is the $1 million question. And I think as Axel was mentioning before, it's easier and easiest for Russia to supply those forces on the Eastern Front. And folks, you don't need a map. I mean, there's two sort of lines of contact here. There's the front that goes north and south, and that basically goes from Kupiansk to Vuhledar, basically, and then it makes that 90-degree turn, and then the front goes east and west. It is easier for Russia to supply and therefore to concentrate forces on the Eastern Front. But you're absolutely, you're absolutely right. Why there? The war-winning blow is going to come when Ukraine reaches the Sea of Azov. That's going to be the beginning of the end. And Ukraine is a big country. So Putin's got 200,000 people, and they are basically, they are deployed essentially between Kremenna and Bakhmut. Let's say that they get their ducks in a row. All of these are impossibilities. They get their ducks in a row. They get these guys concentrated, equipped, briefed, fueled up with adequate ammunition supplies and adequate transportation rolling stock to support massive Russian advances and keep a breakthrough going. Ukraine could give a tremendous amount of ground, and it would avail the Russians nothing. I don't think the Russians could make it to the Dnipro watershed. I just don't see that they could do it. And furthermore, let's say they did. I mean, let's say that the Russians came out of the box and they took Kramatorsk and they just kept driving till they got to Lazova or Pavlorad. These are cities 50, 60, 70 miles from where the front is now. Then what? And I honestly mean this. Then what? Russian supply lines would be vast. They'd be hanging out. And the Russian forces who made it there, let's reel it way back into let's go back to planet real here. Let's say they were able to get to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. I mean, let's just say that they did that. Ukraine has shown, when it was on the ropes at the beginning of this war, they showed that they did not go division on division, brigade on brigade against the Russians. They didn't fight the war that the Russians wanted them to fight. And remember the dark early days of this war. Ukraine was slicing at Russian lines of command and communication, right? Lines of communication and supply. They were cutting the Russian forces off from their supply bases. And that worked. By the grace of God, they defeated the lunge at Kyiv by exactly doing that and fighting smart. That was Russia's knockout blow, 72-hour war, and they were going to march into Kyiv. That didn't happen, right? And I'll remind our Russian listening guests, they got their butts handed to them. That was the greatest Russian defeat since World War II. They got driven all the way back into Belarus. You saw the streets of Hostomel. You saw the streets of Bucha, bumper to bumper with burned out Russian armor. So even if they did get to Kramatorsk, I think that would be the net result. They'd get cut off. And I would even say this, 2 weeks ago, I would never have said this. But if Putin were to have another defeat like that lunge at Kyiv, or another defeat like the Ukraine coming out on the Kharkiv offensive, I don't know how long he's going to stick around. It's one thing for him to squander the wealth of his nation in this quagmire of a war that he's gotten himself into. That's one thing, right? And you look, everyone around him, everyone in positions of command and in control around him, military officers, it is no meritocracy for it, folks. These aren't the greatest graduates of the Russian military academy system. They're not. They're not the best officers. They're not the best leaders, but they are the biggest goddamn crooks. They're the biggest thieves. They're the most corrupt. They're the most sycophantic, right? They're the ones with the Louisiana lip lock on Putin's behind. That's why they're there. But Putin is probably unlikely to survive a couple of big military defeats. Okay, it's one thing to squander half of the effect of the Russian army on his pet project, which is what this is. But it'll be quite another thing if there are 30 or 40,000 Russian prisoners captured because of a failed lunge at Sloviansk or Kramatorsk. And that's why I think we're in this delicate part of the war right now. Even though Russia's amassing these forces and it looks like they're going to throw a Sunday punch, I think they realize they can't afford to miss, right? They can't have anything but absolute success, and I don't think they can do it. They didn't do it at Vuhledar, and they had everything in their favor, and they still got clocked.
Yeah, it is a delicate part of the war so far. I'm going to ask Brian, Beefeater, and George if this is the time when they want to ask questions. So, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, Chuck, I'm still recovering from the Louisiana lip lock on Putin's behind. I think I'm still recovering from that reference. So, trying to think about the therapy that will be required for me to erase that, to unsee that imagery from my mind. I wanted to talk specifically about, and I'll confess that I kind of underappreciated how close the Ukrainian counteroffensive is to Donetsk city. And it was pointed out to me earlier today in a different space by David, this guy who comes into this space periodically as well. And the sort of spectacular explosions that were out, you may have seen this video that was out there that just unbelievable. It must have been an animal dump. I'm not a military expert. I just stayed at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Actually, I didn't. But the fact that you saw that sort of massive explosion makes you sort of think that it was an ammo dump that went up in flames. And to your point that you just made about embarrassing, untenable losses and just sort of egg on the face of Putin, the loss of the seat of the Donetsk Oblast, which is, you could argue, whatever you want to argue about Crimea, the loss of one of the we would call it the county seat here in the U.S., but the sort of oblast seat of the Donetsk Oblast obviously, one explosion does not translate to the loss of the city, but the fact that the Ukrainians have that much of a fire control, and they're within potentially mortar range, as has been explained to me, of Donetsk. Not that they necessarily want to get into a street by street fighting, taking of the city, but the Ukrainians are smart enough to kind of, potentially cut that city off and then potentially cause it to lose, Russia to lose that as an occupied city. Where does that fit in the pantheon of game-changing events where, okay, we've got a real problem. Not only do we have a military problem, we have a problem with egg on our face. And help me understand the implications of what's going on in that Donetsk city vicinity.
Yeah, it was. We put a bunch of maps up today and didn't update the Avdiivka fight. And Avdiivka is the sort of industrial rail suburb of Donetsk City, where Ukraine has managed to hold on to this portion. Russia has been in Donetsk since basically 2014, and they haven't been able to advance the ball. And this ammunition dump going up, and the fact that it was in mortar range is sort of astounding. So to explain to the non-military kind of listeners here, a mortar is an indirect fire weapon. It's one of those weapons where it's a tube in the ground and there's a base plate holding it, and you see the soldiers dropping shells into the muzzle. They go down where they hit a firing pin, and it blows the round up, and it flies in a big parabola and hits the ground. But they don't have the range of an artillery system, right? There are some pretty big mortars in use in the Ukrainian battlefield. 100 millimeters is about the biggest mortar. There are actually bigger ones than that, believe it or not, but a 100 millimeter mortar, it isn't a weapon with a particularly deep reach. So you see an explosion that big, probably set off by a mortar round. If the Russians have got that large an ammunition dump, that close to the front lines, I mean, it's astounding. It's the astounding incompetence of their logisticians, right? You don't want to have a gigantic assembly of munitions all piled up in one place close to the zero line and get knocked off by a 100 millimeter mortar, obviously a bit too close to the zero line. And obviously what you want to do is you want to scatter the munitions around, right? It's much better to have a dozen or 24 or even 20 separate munitions dumps and diversify, their locations for precisely that reason. So one mortar round can't set off 4 hours worth of explosions. Why do the Russians do stupid stuff like that? Well, if you've got 20 or 30 different sub ammo dumps, you've got to do a lot more work logistically, right? You need a better command of the distribution network. And you think about the local Walmart, right? It has just-in-time stocking of its shelves and produce and everything else. That's something that the Western armies, they're very good at that too, just in time. And you've got military occupation specialists that, look, they deal in logistics. They deal in this stuff. But I see an ammo dump go up like that close to the line, and it tells me people don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. They're not doing their jobs. And so Every time we see an ammunition dump go up like that, folks, I want you to think human intelligence, right? I want you to think human intelligence. Chances are that target was identified by a Ukrainian partisan. And we're going to see more and more of that. By hitting that ammunition dump, and one that large, you disarm hundreds, if not thousands, of Russian soldiers. I don't know, at least 100 Russian field artillery pieces are not going to have ammunition tomorrow, right? Their air defense systems are not going to have missiles. Their multiple launch rocket forces aren't going to have rockets to shoot at the enemy. So striking those kind of logistical targets, it's genius. And we've said this a lot of times. If you're a soldier and you don't have ammunition, you're a homeless person. You're not a combatant. And we may be seeing here some advances around Donetsk, but I agree with you. I really don't see Ukraine getting sucked into any city fights. They're just not going to do it. They're going to do it the right way. They're going to maneuver around these cities and these strong points. They're going to do it the right way, which is cut the cities off from their lines of communication and supply. So it doesn't matter if Russia pours in 25,000 troops into Donetsk, 100,000. If they can't eat, they can't get fuel, and they can't get ammunition, it's over for them. And that's why Ukraine, that's the way they're fighting, and that's the way they roll, and that's the way to win a war.
Think of how demoralizing it would be if you're a Russian soldier watching that massive explosion that Brian was just talking about in Donetsk. I mean, that Russian soldier knows what's going up in flames. It's his food, it's his ammo, it's, as Chuck said, any missile that the Russians can shoot, any shell the artillery can shoot at Ukraine. But I wonder, Chuck, if these concentrations of supplies and we've seen this before, the Russians seem to create these huge supply depots of ammo and everything else that an army needs. I wonder if it's because they don't have enough trucks. They don't have enough truck drivers. They don't have enough stevedores, for lack of a better word, because none of this stuff is palletized. It has to be loaded and unloaded by hand, and that's why they have to put all this stuff in such a massive amount in one place.
Alan, you hit it like right on the head. The Russian commanders from the company up to the battalion and the brigade, they squander their infantrymen every day, right? They're losing 1,000 guys a day, 1,500 guys a day, 600 guys a day. So you can't expect Moscow to send you in new soldiers. So what happens? The infantry says, give us some of those truck drivers. They're soldiers. Here, take a rifle. Now you're in a rifle company. You hit it right on the head, Alan. That guy's MOS, his military occupational specialty, it was truck driver, right? It was logistician. It wasn't, his MOS was not infantryman. So it's the double whammy. That guy with no dirt soldiering skills goes to the front and gets smoked, right? Now there's no one to drive the truck. And you hit it right on the head, Alan. And so there is this ever worsening cycle of bigger and bigger supply depots that are more and more lucrative targets. They have to do this because they don't have the manpower to run a logistical system the way you're supposed to run it in war. And we see this. It's not just these big ammunition depots, which almost go up every night, but I watch the drone footage very carefully from the lines of, from the front lines, and daily, very close to the zero line, I see Russian logisticians. They got trucks full of ammo. They pull up to a conspicuous intersection, often a place where 5 roads come together, and they unload their stuff right there at a really conspicuous spot. Why do they do that? Because the drivers, most of them can't read a map. They go to the most conspicuous place possible so it can't be missed, and they unload their ammo there. And guess what? It's a conspicuous place on the map. The Ukrainians are looking at it. It's what in the SEALs we used to call a self-registering target, meaning you look at it and there's only one place on the map. I can describe that on the radio. North, south, east, west junction with an extra road coming in from the northeast. Now I scan this great big map and wow, there it is right there. Bang. That's how quickly the Ukrainians can call in a fire mission on that place. I just watched a video the other day. Took about as long as I just said to do it. The trucks pull up, they start throwing the artillery shells out of the back. It's laziness, it's ineptitude, but they have to do it because their own forces are being drawn out of the logistical branches and into the infantry, and they're getting ground up.
Beefeater, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Chuck. We last spoke a little over 90 days ago. 3 months ago, we had a conversation, and I raised the warnings that have been offered by Machiavelli. Do you remember that?
I do, absolutely.
So Chuck, I just want to just quickly expand on that and offer a view that I don't think that even though Putin has been humiliated and he should have learned a lesson about the use of mercenaries with Wagner and others, I don't think he's actually learned his lesson, and I'll explain why. Before I do that, let me just give you a quick explanation. I want to give you a disambiguation of the word auxiliary in the context of a military force. An auxiliary force is an organized group supplementing but not directly incorporated in a regular military structure. Does that kind of resonate with your understanding as well?
Absolutely. Spot on. That's exactly what I'd call it.
Okay, so just in terms of the evolution of Wagner and private military contractors post the recent turmoil with Prigozhin doing his little walk up to Moscow, there's a fundamental flaw or failure to observe this Machiavelli warning on mercenaries, because I think he's probably, if he has learned a lesson, the accent has been on mercenaries. But just to refresh you, Machiavelli didn't just talk about mercenaries. In fact, he was quite distinct when he broke down the problem of relying on other forces. Just going back to his original quotation, he talked about if a prince defends his state with arms that are from mercenaries, auxiliaries, or mixed. His view was that mercenaries and auxiliaries are useless, they are dangerous, and if a prince holds his state based on his arms, he will stand neither firm nor safe, for they are disunited, ambitious, and without discipline, unfaithful, valiant before friends, cowardly before enemies, and they have neither the fear of God nor fidelity to men. And finally, destruction is deferred only as long as the attack is. So my view, Chuck, is this, and I just wondered if you would give me your thoughts on this. Wagner may have been disbanded in terms of it being recognized as a mercenary force, but recently Putin has come to recognize and admit that he's actually funding this organization, and they may or may not have split off into Belarus as an entity, which I would view as an auxiliary force. And on that basis, I don't think he's learned his lesson. And the same old problems are going to raise their heads for him as that entity, that auxiliary force, is going to be a pain in his backside as long as they exist. And on a slightly grey area, those that have actually signed contracts under the Russian military, I would argue their fealty still lies with that charismatic fellow called Prigozhin. And as such, they won't really be incorporated in spirit into the Russian army, and they will only ever have an auxiliary position. And in that, they present an absolute danger to Putin. Am I kind of along the right lines there?
You are exactly on the right lines. You know, I to that I'd also add this. So I'm a Wagner guy, and I participated in the ride to Rostov-on-Don, and then I was one of the chosen few who actually headed out to Moscow. And now I'm back somewhere in a base camp in Ukraine. And I was supposed to sign up with the Russian Armed Forces on the 1st of July. And let's just say I did that. I'm going to be a guy who always wears the mark of Wagner, right? I'm going to be marked. And I say that like the mark of Cain. The enlisted guys are going to look at me and say, you know, you told them you're one of the mutineers. That's great. The officers are going to look at me and say, you bring the contagion of mutiny and insubordination into my unit. But the officers are also going to fear that guy, because Wagner wasn't a military force. It was a biker gang. They killed people with sledgehammers. And by the way, that was their own people. You know, and we don't know what's going to happen with Wagner in Belarus. I think Lukashenko may have been a very wily guy to offer, I don't know what, the safe harbor to Prigozhin. We'll get into that a little bit later, perhaps, but there are a constellation of other private military contractors that exist under the aegis of the Ministry of Defense, and you know, among them is one called Redoubt. There are several others, but interestingly enough, some of these organizations, private military contractors, for example, that were paid by Gazprom, which is the Russian energy giant. And they were recruited, these men, initially to serve as security forces, to secure refineries and pipelines and those things. But they wound up deployed into Ukraine as fighting forces. And again, as you pointed out, as auxiliaries. But let's unpack the Gazprom paycheck a little bit. This is Putin squeezing his oligarchs. You know, this is squeezing the rich guys who profit from Gazprom, and it's Putin saying to him, "You fund these guys. You know, you recruit and you pay for these soldiers, and you put them into Ukraine, or dot dot dot." That's why I always call Putin the richest guy in the world, right? If Putin wants Gazprom, he'll get it. He'll just take it away from you and you'll go off the balcony. But you have these auxiliaries, and they are unreliable for the reasons you elucidate, and of course, Machiavelli. And folks, if you haven't read The Prince, it won't take you very long. It isn't a very thick book, but it might open your eyes. But these guys are not going to be combat effective, because they, you know, they are auxiliaries, right? They're not main force guys. They're not, in air quotes, regular army like we used to say. So for Putin to depend on these guys, and he has to. It just shows what a shambolic mess the Russian armed forces are. I mean, Beefeater, would you agree with that? I mean, otherwise, why would you not only, instead of cleaning up these mercenary units, why would you even increase more? It seems like a really bad mistake to me.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is a bad mistake, but there is a little devil that sits on my shoulder and welcomes a gathering of 8,000 mercenaries in Belarus, because it's going to transfer the same problem onto the Belarusian landscape. And I think Prigozhin may become a handicap, or even possibly more, maybe a competitor, and certainly a problem for Lukashenko. And that, of course, I'd welcome. But why would they do that? I think it's a sign of desperation. I also think it's a sign that they haven't learned their lesson. They haven't learned their lesson with the embarrassment that he caused the first time round. And the second time round, he's going to be supercharged. And he's going to be supercharged with a bunch of people that are fanatical followers of a celebrity-styled combat master at arms, or whatever you want to call them. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting times. I don't think it's all bad news. I think it's there's going to be some good news out of that as well, in terms of them suffering the same consequences, but this time in Belarus.
And I absolutely agree with you. It's Lukashenko is now riding the tiger, right? He's invited these Wagner forces and their celebrity and chef into his country. And there's a couple other little points. Look, Lukashenko will do whatever Putin tells him to do. And I think right next to the sticky note on Putin's shaving mirror that says "Stay in power today," the next one is "Kill Lukashenko, kill Prigozhin." Look, Putin was willing to move heaven and earth to kill a defector no one ever heard of named Skripal, right? He was willing to deploy nerve agent on British soil. And Litvinenko, he was willing to kill that guy, scattering plutonium all over London. He's going to kill Prigozhin. I mean, there's just no question in my mind. When he's going to do it, and when he can do it, and when he thinks it'll be the best idea and the best time to do it, I don't know. But Putin has never forgiven anybody in his life for anything. And I also want to frame this a little bit, and I think he's at the weakest he's ever been. Do you, Beefeater? I think Putin's at the weakest he's ever been.
Yeah, he's in a very dangerous space at the moment. But at the risk of me taking up too much of your time, I just want to say thank you very much. I will look forward to coming back on when things have gone pop in Belarus. I'll have another conversation with you just to refresh you on the rest of Machiavelli's wonderful story.
Beefeater, you are always welcome. It is great to talk to you, and I like what you bring to the table. So I look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Beefeater. Oyvind, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Oh, it's night for me, and happy 4th of July to you guys. And I really enjoy to stay up in the middle of the night with Chuck Barrow. So I just love this conversation. I have some thoughts about Putin. He was born in 1952, after the war, and he's raised up when in the Soviet Union, and in their history books, they talked about the Great Patriotic War, and like they won that war alone. I think all the land lease from USA is just erased from the history book. So they believed that they were winning the war. And during that war, they lost much more people than any other in World War II. And even in Stalingrad, that was the turning point for the Germans on the East Front. The Russians lost more people than the Germans. And I just wonder, do he think he could copy Stalin kind of way? Okay, I pull in all these people and we will win. Because if you look at the population ratio between Ukraine and Russia, it's a kind of same ratio that was between Germany and Soviet Union in 1945. So is he stuck with the kind of history that is has blinded him, or what is it? Why don't he pull out?
Well, you know, that's a really good point. And having forgotten or maybe never really learned or deliberately ignored the the vast contribution that the Allies gave to him, to Stalin rather, weapons, equipment, aircraft, artillery pieces, everything. You know, Putin likely depended on the industrial base of Russia, of course, post-Soviet Russia, to adequately equip and supply him for this war of conquest. It was really interesting. It was a couple of weeks ago. Axel, who is my go-to guy for European history, Axel pointed out that the number one tank in service of the Soviet army during World War II was the Sherman, the M1 Sherman tank. You wouldn't know that by looking at like Soviet films about the war. It was all the T-34 and it was the Stalin tank and it was on and on and on, but it was actually the humble Sherman. So maybe he's deluded. I mean, I guess, but I don't see him quitting this war. I don't. So a couple things in my estimation has to happen. His ground forces in Ukraine have got to be destroyed, root and branch. And I know I always bring this up about the American Civil War, but it was the world's first modern war. It was the first war, in a lot of ways, it was the first war of the 20th century, although it took place in the 19th century. But the whole goal of the American Civil War should have been the destruction of Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia, which was, to grossly simplify it, that was the Confederacy's most capable means of projecting power. That army had to be destroyed, but a whole series of Union generals were winning battles, but they were not closing and destroying Lee's army, because that's what it finally took to destroy the Confederacy, was to destroy the army. Not defeat the man, not win battles against him, but destroy the army. And that's what we're going for here in Ukraine. And look, I am nowhere near the seat of power. I don't call the shots. I don't know the information. I don't know anything. But I do know what bright military minds would give as advice to Ukraine as strategic aims. And that's one of them: destroy the army. Why Putin doesn't get out of this before he loses his other arm, well, even I don't know. I think it's hubris, wouldn't you say?
And very interesting. And back to this, what you said about the Bakhmut battle. Is it likely that the Ukrainian liberate Melitopol and Mariupol and go all the way to the Sea of Azov, and the Russians still are in Bakhmut?
That's completely likely. In fact, I almost expect it. And looking at the map, and there's a great one to look at, folks. If you don't, it's called the Deep State map.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good one, and you can see how heavily reinforced the Russian positions are between Kremenna and Bakhmut. And folks, they are in a part and a theater of the Ukrainian war that is largely going to be secondary, because the beginning of the end, just as you say, Oyvan, will be getting to the Sea of Azov, pushing the Russians out of Melitopol, but primarily that will sever Russia's land bridge. And again, we say this a lot. It isn't the Crimean Peninsula. In my book, it's the island of Crimea. And there's only one way in and two ways out. So just three roads. And once the Russian force is cut in half, it's going to be an extremely complex problem for the Russians. And I already think it's more than they can handle just right now.
And another question: one of the journalists I follow on podcast, I remember he said that when he was in Ukraine, he experienced that the Ukrainians have kind of two forces. One equipped with the old Soviet Union weapons, and one that has been modernized. Is that how you see it, or is it a mix?
No, I think I can see where he'd say that. Certainly, the forces of the LNR and the DNR, they come in for varsity levels of suffering, but they've got the junior varsity equipment, and more Russian forces are getting worse and worse gear. So Russia's lost almost 3,000 tanks thus far in the war. And we've all seen that they're getting equipped. Those tanks are being replaced by T-62s, by incredibly amazing T-54s that are literally as old and older than Putin. A 69-year-old tank on a 21st century battlefield. It doesn't have the armor. It doesn't have the fire control systems. It doesn't have the sensors. It's undergunned. It's slow. It can't be up armored, and there's no place to put better sights on it. So, some commentators are saying, well, the Russians aren't using them as main battle tanks. You're wrong, Chuck. They're using them as self-propelled guns, and they're good in that capacity. You know what? They've got a tank gun, and a tank gun is not an artillery piece. A tank gun doesn't have the range of an artillery piece. And that's great, and that's groovy that they're replacing lost tanks with self-propelled guns, and that doesn't work either, right? So you got these T-54 tanks coming in to replace, T-80s, T-72s, upgraded T-72s. You can see that isn't going to work. And I'll tell you where it really isn't going to work. When Ukraine puts together Leopards and Bradleys and Abrams and pushes through, you don't want to be in a T-54 tank because you're going on a turret ride. Your role as a self-propelled gun, you're going to get eaten alive because tanks kill tanks, right? The main job of a tank on the battlefield is to smoke the other guy's tanks. So, this is all part of the big spiral here. It's all negative. Their ability to replace their equipment, their vehicles, you know, their ammunition, it's all going sideways. And, you know, it takes a lot to project power on the battlefield, right? You need well-trained, first of all, you need soldiers, right? Then they need to be well-trained. Then they have to be well-equipped. Then they have to be supplied with ammunition, petroleum, oil, lubricants, food, medical care. You see where all this is going, and Russia just isn't doing it.
And one more, if I
Okay.
allow.
One more question, Oyvind. Go ahead.
Okay. Early in the counter-offensive or the probing offensive that Ukrainians started a few weeks ago, there was some Bradley and Leopards that run into a minefield. What is the procedure? Because these guys, they survive. But what is it? Is there a standard procedure, or what? Do you stay in the vehicle or waiting for somebody pick you up, or what do you do when that happened?
Well, it all sorts of depends. If you're in the vehicle and you lose a track, you might want to stay in the vehicle. There's, you know, the modern Western armor and infantry fighting vehicles, they are all enormously more survivable than their Russian counterparts. A Bradley will stand up to 20 millimeter fire. An analog Russian infantry fighting vehicle, it can't even stand up to 50 caliber fire. So one can stand up to a heavy duty cannon, right? And the other one can't even stand up to a crew served machine gun. And, you know, the other thing is, look, an Abrams, the ammunition supply is blast shielded from the crew compartment. You know, there are integrated firefighting equipment. The armor is better. It's the whole thing is more survivable. And I'm not an armor guy, so I can't look at a tank on the battlefield and tell you if that's recoverable or not. But I was reading some posts by a German army armor colonel who was pointing out that most of the vehicles that he saw, Leopards and some Bradleys, and also some Abrams and some Bradleys that he saw on the battlefield, he said, you know, this might look bad to you, but every one of these vehicles was recoverable. And by that he meant you tow it off the battlefield and you repair it and you put it back in. So it takes time to get those vehicles back up, right? It takes material, it takes spare parts, everything that was given to Ukraine to keep these things in the fight. Now, I would only contrast that to everything we've seen. Russian vehicles going high order and sending their turrets into orbit, right? Because Russia went to 3-man crews and that ridiculous ammunition carousel, which basically means you put your humans in the same metal box as the ammunition. So when it gets hit, you get those catastrophic explosions that throw those turrets up in the air. None of those vehicles, first of all, they are not survivable for their crews, right? A hit like that kills everybody instantly. But a hit like that also does not leave you with anything to salvage. Those catastrophic explosions completely destroy those vehicles. They waste them. And you won't see that with a Bradley. And you won't see that with an Abrams because they are notoriously hard to destroy. And the Leopard itself also very survivable. One thing about a Bradley is it can serve in so many different capacities. Everything from a tank hunter in its own right, with its sensors and tow missiles and other anti-tank guided missile systems that it can operate. It has terrific sensors, high quality, high definition night vision video, state-of-the-art thermal targeting systems. it's also used as essentially a battlefield taxi, where the Bradley, its weapon is essentially the infantry squad that it carries, that it can support with its Bushmaster cannon, 20 millimeter high speed cannon. But I think the bow on that package is they're all survivable systems, right? So again, this is part of the death spiral that Russia's in. Qualitatively, these vehicles are superior to anything Russia can bring into the battlefield. And one of the calculus, among the calculus of where Ukraine is going to throw this blow, they're also going to be, they're looking at Russian troop morale, the disposition of the forces, whether they can be resupplied, whether quick reaction forces can support them. But more and more, they're going to be facing Russian forces that have T-54 tanks up against a Leopard and an Abrams, or a T-62, same thing, T-62 as in President Kennedy, 1962. So, bad things in store for Russia.
Thank you, Oyvind.
Thank you very much. I'll step down.
Thank you very much, Oyvind.
You're welcome, brother.
We have 4 more hands. Then we have so many more maps to get to. So we're going to go to Guido, to Chris, to Scribe, to Daniel, and try to be concise. We also need to get to Orkiv, to Novoveselica, and take a quick look at what's happening in Kherson, and maybe even a quick look at what's happening at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So Guido, Chris.
First of all, thank you very much. As always, Chuck and Alan, absolutely awesome show you've got going here. And of course, happy 4th of July to you all, to our American friends. So my question, Chuck, is it's a bit of an open question. I would like for you to explain us strategically how do you design, or how do you plan, or how do you strategize? How does a front move? For instance, I understand that now Ukraine is currently attacking, or at least probing, on most fronts. In Kherson, in the south, in the I don't know if in Bakhmut as well. So my understanding is that if you're attacking, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're attacking, usually, not always, but usually you have a bit of a considerable numerical or strength superiority, which allows you to believe that you're going to be successful. In that, I understand that if Ukraine is attacking, Ukraine currently should be enjoying a bit of a strength superiority or numerical superiority over the Russians. On parallel or subsidiary to this question, I have another 2. First is, if you have a sort of a minefield on your field, how do you attack through it if you can't go through it, if you can't go around it? Sorry. And the other subsidiary question is, down south, I've seen the map that shows that Russia has a considerable amount of fortifications called the Surovikin line. That reminds me to the Maginot line in the Second World War, which was basically the Germans went around it over the Ardennes forest. In this case, do you see a point where the Ukrainians could do the same? Maybe that could be the Kherson front. Well, thank you very much.
Great points, Guido, and but kind of unpack them backwards, and they interlock. Russia spent a lot of time over the past couple months doing shovel work, right? So they've put together defensive fortifications, and this, some of them are well made, some of them are well positioned, with interlocking fields of fire, with covered lines of communication and supply, laid out rationally, but that's the minority. A lot of them are not well made. They're inadequate to their task. They're badly situated. They're badly sited, and well, we just won't go into that too much. But you can make a bad defensive position a little stronger, of course, by planting mines. And the Russians have planted hundreds and hundreds of thousands of mines. Some of them are anti-personnel mines, and those, without getting too graphic about it, an anti-personnel mine is not designed to kill the person who steps on it. It's designed to blow his foot off. And that is because you take out one wounded person and the two people it takes to carry him off the battlefield. That's why you don't want to kill him, right? You kill him, then he's gone, and nobody worries about him. So there's among the equipment that's been provided to Ukraine is an MCLC. It's a mine clearing line charge. It is a vehicle that fires a rocket, and the rocket pays out behind it we actually call this Mark 8 hose, which is the Navy equivalent. It's not used, well, it can be used for mine clearing, but it's essentially like a fire hose, and it's full of high explosive. So you point this rocket at the enemy, it flies out for a couple hundred yards. Behind it, it trails this fire hose full of explosive. The rocket hits the ground, the hose hits the ground, and the hose detonates. And it blows a path through the minefield. Then you're probably going to want to follow that up with your armored vehicles with mine clearing plows on the front of them. And they look like farm implements, but they're designed to dig up mines as the vehicle goes forward. Interestingly enough, they're not, it's expected that the mines will detonate, but they detonate in front of your armored vehicle, right? And they may blow your plow off in the worst situation, but they're not going to hurt the tank. But all of this takes time. And if you've got a minefield in front of you, you're a Russian here, the Ukrainians have to do all this effort we've just talked to get across the minefield. And then, hopefully, in your Russian little pea brain, you have interlocking fields of fire and artillery, and you call that in on the Ukrainian units as they're trying to get across your minefield in front of you. That's the way it's supposed to work. You can have the greatest defensive lines in the world, but if you don't have soldiers who are willing to fight in them, they're not going to do you any good. And as you've pointed out, none of the great lines in history, the Siegfried line, the Maginot line, you can fill in the blank. The line, they don't work. The Maginot line, as you pointed out, was famously maneuvered around. Same with the Siegfried line, Same with the line the Germans tried to fight 2 or 3 lines. In fact, they tried to fight in Italy. You simply bypass them. But the Ukrainians have a couple of things going for them. Russia has got to, if you're going to man a defensive position, right, and you've got a battalion of soldiers that are going to be assigned to some pre-dug defensive lines that you've gotten, you have to concentrate those forces at some point or another to move them up to the front. And Alan brought up, the problem with Russian transportation, right? If you want to move that battalion of forces up to that defensive line, you've got to move them a little at a time. If you move them all at once down a road, Ukraine is going to smother that road, and kill those soldiers before they can get to the line. So Russia faces a bunch of problems. They can put those soldiers in the defensive lines, and they do it prematurely before the Ukrainians attack. Well, you got to feed them while they're in that line. These defensive lines were dug hastily. There are no good facilities up there in the line. Every now and then you'll see pictures, and I especially remember in the winter and during the campaign in Bakhmut, you'd every now and then get a video of a Ukrainian series of dugouts, Ukrainian defensive positions around Bakhmut. And you noticed they were very well put together, right? The trench never went one distance very long before there was an angle in it. You do that so that if a shell falls into the hole, the shrapnel won't blow down 300 yards and kill everybody in the ditch. The ditches zigzag. That's also so if the enemy ever comes into your trenches, they have to fight corner to corner. Again, but then the other thing I was pointing out is the Ukrainians were very good at digging. Well, they're called dugouts, right? It's a place where the guys can have a fire. They put a chimney up. It's dug deep enough so it's safe. It's a place for the guys to sleep, so they're not out in the cold, the wind, the sun, the rain at all times. They've got a place where the human factors can be looked after. The Russians haven't done that. So their guys in those defensive situations, they are, they get put in these holes. They're not drained. There's water in them. They're badly situated. There's no shelter for these guys. They're out in the sun. You can see 2, 3, 4 weeks in that forward position, living literally in a hole in the ground. Your combat effectiveness goes down. And we're still in the phases, I think, of this Ukrainian offensive. We talked about this a lot. We're in maybe the end of the first or the end of the second round of a 12-round fight. So Ukraine is moving around, and everywhere Ukraine punches in, Russia has to move forces to meet them. And Russia is actually fighting the mugs game too, especially from Vuhledar west. The Russians are coming out of their defensive positions and engaging the Ukrainians in front of their defensive positions. Now that looks good because Putin wants to see battle statistics, right? But it's actually a bad idea. And it's also attriting Russian forces because you're out in front of your defenses, not in front of your defensive positions, not in them. You're picking a fight with the Ukrainians, and these guys are losing. And when we get to Kharkiv and we get to Velika Novoselyka here later, Russia is killing the people that should be manning these defenses later. So, big problem for them because they're badly led.
Yeah, Guido, stay with us. I think you will see when we go to Kharkiv and Velika Novoselyka, two relatively different kinds of frontline engagements. But in order to get to those maps, we need to quickly go to Chris, to Daniel, and Scribe. And I do mean quickly.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thanks, Alan, for allowing me to speak and for hosting, and thank you, Chuck, for taking the time to take these questions from us. I'm a really big fan of yours and listened to you for a while on the space, but I'm going to try and make these very brief. The two questions I've been meaning to ask you for a long time is first, you talked about Prigozhin earlier, how he knew, or how Putin is definitely going to try and get rid of him at some point. I think it's safe to assume that Prigozhin also knows that Putin is going to try and get rid of him at some point. Does it not seem like the situation that he now has in Belarus is kind of like giving Napoleon his army on the island of Elba, given the fact that Prigozhin knows that at some point Putin's going to make a move, and if he detects so much a whisper of Putin either going through Lukashenko or going through trying to make a move on him at any point. I mean, I could see Prigozhin, eliminating Lukashenko and then doing another march to Moscow. And then my second question, I'll wait and hold off for a second.
It was just so insane what Prigozhin did. It was a bold move to take over the Southern Military Command Center at Rostov-on-Don. It was audacious. It succeeded because the Russian military acquiesced, and he got there. But bold, audacious, impulsive, all of the above. But sending a group of guys 600 miles to Moscow was insanity. It was incredibly stupid, and it could never have succeeded. And again, I've used this analogy, but look, it's driving from Jacksonville, Florida to Washington, D.C. It just wasn't going to work. It was so crazy. Don't listen to any intelligence analyst, air quote, that said, well, we knew this was coming. No. I mean, I wrote an article with Jason J. Smart this week. It was in the Kyiv Post. And, we talked about this was Black Swan event on top of Black Swan event. And then you took the most unlikely thing that could ever not happen, and it happened. So we've got Prigozhin in Belarus right now. I understand he's been given a military base by Lukashenko to lick his wounds in. I think the analogy of Napoleon on Elba is apt. I don't know if Prigozhin is still plotting, and I don't know if he realizes, how chaotic it was for him to try to get to Moscow. And I think he doesn't have more than approximately 20,000 men. And that isn't an adequate force to take Moscow. It isn't going to happen. And if Prigozhin doesn't know this, we know it. Napoleon Bonaparte could not take Moscow. There's no way that Yevgeny Prigozhin is going to take Moscow. He just isn't. And he's plotting against the master plotter. My money's on Putin to kill him. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it may not happen right away, but it's going to happen, I think.
Understood. Sorry. Go ahead, Alan.
No, I was just going to say, and your follow-up, Chris.
Oh, yes, my follow-up. This is a question I've been meaning to ask you, Chuck, for a very long time, and I thought about asking it to Thomas Steiner. It's just that I know that the Ukrainians haven't really been asking for this, but I think, given everything that's happened, but even back in April, February, when we were talking about how the problem is the mud, and of course the Russians, but also to an extent the Ukrainians going over the same paths in the fields that are digging these ruts, these muddy ruts that are it's making mobility difficult. But especially given the dam has broken and given the issues crossing the Dnipro, I floated this idea, I think, and we talked about it briefly with David and Chris earlier, but I'm kind of curious why we haven't kind of floated giving the Ukrainians. So, like, I'm sure you're aware of the U.S. Navy's LCAC, the land cushion, or I believe it's the land carrying air cushion that can carry an Abrams tank and also a Challenger or anything else, but it can go. It has the range to go. It not only can traverse muddy terrain as well as rivers and beaches, but also it has a limited, I believe, resistance to anti-vehicle mines in that it can float over them, and not so much against the personnel mines that can trip in all three axes. But also like the LCAC, and then I guess the British Griffon, the 2400 TD, which I DM'd you, I guess a document of. Those the British hovercraft are more tactical, and hypothetically speaking, you could mount not only a tow launcher that could take out tanks on it, but the Griffon ones the British make carry anywhere from about 15 to 20 troops. And you could mount even like a Mark 19 on the front, which I know that our troops in the Gulf War reported being able to take out or knock the turrets off of Iraqi tanks with. I was thinking, given the issues crossing the Dnipro, but also especially with the issues, around the flooding with Zaporizhia, but especially crossing the narrow waterways going into Crimea, why wouldn't I'm kind of curious why this kind of hasn't been floated. And, I know the Ukrainians are smart enough that they would ask for it if they needed it. But for instance, the LCAC and the Griffon, the 2400 TD that I sent you, has the range to go all the way from Odessa to Sevastopol. And given that range, and I would assume that they're resistant, they wouldn't be susceptible to torpedoes from submarines given they have no draft. Why that kind of hasn't been floated as an option. And I'll leave it there. Thanks.
No, listen, there are definitely places where they could use LCACs, and, the normal force posture. Every SEAL has served as a special warfare component of an amphibious ready group. So, I mean, I'm very familiar with LCACs and what they can do. I could see a place for Ukraine to use them, just as you have. I don't know that they are in, that there are a lot of them superfluous to America's needs. There are still America still keeps amphibious ready groups in the Pacific, in the Mediterranean, in the Indian Ocean. The amphibious ready group, folks, is it's an amphibious squadron. It has a number of amphibious ships. They are around. The flagship is an LHA, which is a helicopter carrier. Also carries F-35 combat aircraft. Think of an LHA or an amphibious. It's like a miniature aircraft carrier. And the U.S. has those commitments, and they have Fleet Marine Forces aboard, Marine Amphibious Ready Group. I don't think there's a lot of extra LCACs kicking around, but I would say I'd give you an A+ on that idea. And in the meantime, I would say Ukraine needs everything we could give them. And you're right, LCACs, as far as I know, are absolutely impervious to torpedoes, but they're not so good against, a surface strike missile. They are essentially defenseless. But hey, we could use them. They could use them, and I don't know if they're going to get them, but I agree with you.
Thank you so much for that. Oh, and I'll be sure to write my congressman. Thank you so much for that, Chuck.
Yeah, right behind too.
Thank you, Chris. And send that DM to Zaluzhny. Get these hovercraft on the list of weapons Ukraine wants and needs. So to Daniel, then to Scribe, then to Orkiv, and on to Velika Novosilka. Daniel.
Thanks, Helen. Good to hear you again. Chuck, great to hear you. And I have questions regarding the nature of combined arms in this conflict. And well, we know combined arms are very difficult to execute as an operation, right? And whilst tanks, armor, equipment, and support units are important, air power is probably the defining thing. On that sense, Ukraine receiving the F-16s is very important. But I have a question regarding if we have an update on the FA-18s that Australia offered, as they are attack aircraft and are specifically useful in air-to-ground attacks, and if that would facilitate the breakthrough by Ukraine's heavy assault brigades. And a second question would be, well, what other equipment would be useful for Ukraine? ATACMS, other types of support vehicles, more air defense systems, and in general, what could make the difference in a succeeding counteroffensive? Sorry for the English, not my first language, and it's great to hear you.
Well, first of all, your English is superb, so no harm there. I don't think the F-18s from Australia are going to be coming imminently. I think I heard General Mick Ryan on a couple of days ago. He was essentially spitting tacks. His own government is dragging their feet. The F-18 is an extremely capable aircraft. It can defend itself. It probably isn't the greatest fighter aircraft in the world in terms of air superiority. But I will tell you, I don't think the average Russian pilot wants to meet an F-18 in a dogfight. My money is going on the F-18. But I don't think that air power is the immediate solution to Ukraine achieving its near and midterm battlefield goals. If I were Santa Claus, and a lot of people say I look like Santa Claus, and I can't really deny that, and I could wave a magic wand, I'd be giving Ukraine ATACMS. I'd be giving Ukraine naval strike missiles, which they are getting. I would be giving them more small diameter bombs, which are munition that can be deployed from the ground. It essentially allows you to take a 250-pound aviation bomb and turn it into a little airplane. And it can fly around. It can, you can launch it in the air. You can attack targets 360 degrees around its launch spot. It can fly up over a mountain range, turn around, and hit targets on the reverse slope. And I'd rather see Ukraine get these weapons in the near term for a couple of reasons. They've already got the HIMARS systems, which can fire all of these munitions. And it takes 2 years to train a pilot. And if you give them ATACMS, they've got artillerymen who can use these weapons now, tomorrow, as soon as you unpack them. So that's one reason. The other reason is, there's a whole cluster of issues around getting your strike fighters into the air and over the battlefield. And it's not necessarily just, do I have the airplanes? Do I have the pilots trained? Are they not just current in the airplane? Do they really know how to fight the airplane to its nth degree? There's all sorts of other problems, right? Do I have the spare parts? Do I have the mechanics? Do I have airfields that they can operate out of safely, places of refuge, right, for the aircraft? Do I have the air defense environment in which these airplanes can operate, right? Am I suppressing Russian air defense so that my brand new F-18s don't get knocked out of the air from an S-300 missile battery that is 75 miles away, right? All these other things, have to be solved when you are the brand new owner of a squadron of F-18s. So in the meantime, if you gave them 500 ATACMS missiles, they could almost do the same thing, right? They could send a surface-to-surface missile to the place that they want to hit, and they're not risking a pilot. They're not risking an airframe, and logistically, it's a better solution. So to sum up that answer, Australia should get off its butt and give these F-18s to Ukraine. The NATO needs to accelerate the deployment of his F-16s to give those to Ukraine as well. And we also need to get ATACMS into the fight. And I would say get more attackums into the fight, because I'm the guy who thinks they've already been there. But it's a great question.
Daniel, with a follow-up, then Will is going to help us get Australia off its ass.
Yeah, we need to get Australia to move. On the other side, on the information and narrative of the war, I see that young people tend to be more apathetic or less informed in this conflict. I believe because we were raised on a unipolar U.S. dominated world where democracy, where liberal institutions are taken for granted. What would be your advice? What would be your position on how to influence young people to act more, to be on the information front line, to help Ukraine, and not only in the U.S. but also Europe or other parts of the world like Latin America, Asia? What's your thought on that?
Wow. Well, without over dramatizing it, just listening to the Maria report, this space has done so much, and it's attracted so many good, people who bring analysis to the news we get, people who can, pick apart Russian disinformation. We've had Douglas London on the show to discuss the Nord Stream bombing. And, Douglas was a 35-year veteran of the CIA. He was a station chief. That's like being a general in the CIA. Dissecting the Russian disinformation. We've had General Ben Hodges. We've got General Mick Ryan. We've got other generals on here, colonels. A lot of people who can, who can help you unpack this information. But what's really important, and we all need to do this, is just as you pointed out, there's a lot of information environments here. The vast majority of the people in the United States are on the side of Ukraine because they see that Russia is the aggressor here. And it's pretty easy for people in the United States. Look, they love an underdog, and they don't like a bully. So in the United States, there are still people speaking loudly against Ukraine here. They are a minority, but they shoot their mouth off. And you know what? I'm a free speech absolutist. And I think if you've got a stupid idea, you have to defend it, right? And there's no defending the United States turning its back on Ukraine. It isn't going to happen. We're not going to do it. And in fact, every outrageous act that Putin commits, he's ensuring that American arms and weapons and those of our NATO allies, they're going to pour into Ukraine. And those are the weapons that are going to bury him. So that's the most permissive information environment. But there are a lot of countries that aren't in the fight or are extremely passive and teetering on pro-Russia. For example, the Republic of South Africa. They have a long association with Russia because Russia supported the ANC in the war against apartheid righteously. But feeling like you owe anything to Vladimir Putin, I don't get it. Lots of Latin America as well. Not so much in this war. There are some left-leaning governments in Latin America. Listen, that's fine. I'm digging it, but they don't see what's going on here, or they tend not to. They tend to fall for this ridiculous trope that somehow Putin was denazifying Ukraine. That Putin, in his brotherly love for a fraternal Slavic people, was going to free them of these despotic Nazis who were leading him. Really? Really? Is that why you committed the atrocities at Bucha? Is that why you bomb Ukrainian cities nightly? Are you freeing your Slavic brothers? So we can all work to spread this information, and encourage people to tune in to MriyaReport. It's on 24 hours a day, which is remarkable because we're all volunteers here. It's on 24 hours a day, and just encourage someone to tune in and listen for half an hour, and listen to listen to us unpack what's going on in the war. And look, we talk about the victories, we talk about the defeats, we talk about the whole thing. And I think that's the most important thing we can do as civilians here, is get in the information fight.
Thank you, Daniel. Just to Will, Guido, I see your hand. We will get to you, but we also have to get to a couple of more maps. But Will probably has a way to get Australia off its ass with these FA-18s.
Oh, buddy, I wish. Yeah, so just to clarify that, Daniel said that Australia offered those. We haven't actually offered those yet. They have been identified as the 41 FA-18s, most of which are single seat, one or a few of which are the double seat with the extra weapons operator on them. They would be excellent as what are called missile trucks. Because you could put up to a dozen AMRAAMs on all the pylons of an FA-18 and have it flying station with those, which would definitely push the air assets of Russia back a bit. Certainly wouldn't allow them to do any close air support. But the problem is, the problem is not the Australian public, right? The Australian public is 78% of the Australian public, when last polled last week, were in favor of providing arms to Ukraine, arms of any type. So those surplus FA-18s, 41 of them, 6 Boeing has had reported on those. 14 are basically ready to fly right now. They're all in cold storage, but they're being maintained, and we're paying for maintenance on them. So there is no good reason why Australia won't give those to Ukraine. They're actually costing us money, and they have no future use. They are going to be scrapped. And in fact, each time I report this, I kind of have to go back and check on the numbers, because originally there were 48, and they've given some out to be museum pieces and things. So it isn't the fact that Australian population doesn't want to give those. It is it is the politicians and the Department of Defense. As Mick Ryan has said repeatedly, the Department of Defense in Australia is so hidebound and conservative that their first answer to everything is no. And they said, no, it's not possible. No, we can't do it. No, it'll reduce our capability. So it's the bureaucrats in the Department of Defense that have held this up. And the evidence of that is it took them 4.5 months to put together an aid package, which was $100 million of stuff cleaned out of grandma's closet. Now, the stuff out of grandma's closet is very valuable, right? M113s, I'd certainly rather ride into those into battle than walk. Ask Chuck. An M113 is still a capable piece of kit, but it is not a Bushmaster. It is not an ASLAV, or it is not any of the other things that we could have given them that are essentially surplus, including, I might add, 28 M1A1 Abrams tanks that Mick Ryan has said they're already budgeted for, they're already paid for, they're already on the way to be replaced. And Mick Ryan had said comfortably we could give 28 of those, which is, I believe, 2 companies of those to Ukraine. So these FA-18s are absolutely in storage. They're absolutely, 14 of them are ready to fly basically now. Boeing has said all 41 of them could be operational within 6 months. And we still have FA-18 simulators and things in Australia to train pilots on. So there's no good reason for this other than the politicians are too conservative and timid and not willing to direct the Department of Defense to do what's necessary, even though 78% of the population wants them to provide those weapons to Ukraine. And it is so, and I'm not conflating these, because 78% of Australians want to provide weapons to Ukraine. 87% of Australians believe in supporting Ukraine generally in this war. So, Chuck, I don't know. You're probably not quite, well, you're about my age. Have you ever seen 78% of the population get behind anything in your liberal democracy? Because I haven't. But so the problem here is the Department of Defense and the politicians. So I encourage everybody, if you're in Australia, to keep getting stuck into your Department of Defense, polite but firm, that we know that these can be provided, and we know the Australian population wants to do it. So get to them. And I'm continually looking for angles into people in the Department of Defense so I can harass the bureaucracy too. So if anybody knows anybody in the Department of Defense bureaucracy and they want to pass me any contact details for them, I'd be happy to spam them as well. So that's the FA-18s, and it is disappointing. And I wish I could get them off their ass, Alan. But you know, I'm Joe Nobody, so I'm looking for other help and other voices to help me get it across the line down here. Although I bang that drum daily. A quick question for you as a follow-up to the issues on supply, Chuck. We see about the ammo dumps and the, you know, we've been talking about this now for almost 2 weeks. The severe disruption that should be caused by the railway strikes that have happened behind the line, the massive 6-hour secondaries explosion in Rykova after that was hit, this latest ammo dump in Donetsk, and the disruption caused by the mutiny in Rostov, which is their major supply hub for both the front in Donetsk and the southern, comes across the Crimean Bridge and up to the southern front in Kherson and Zaporizhia. So given the supply disruptions we've got, have you got any evidence from firms data or similar that would show that Russia is actually significantly being impacted, particularly in its artillery supply capability to be able to fire, based on the number of tubes that we've been seeing destroyed, which is excellent, and the supply disruptions? Are we seeing a result of that anywhere that we can point to concretely and know it's having an effect?
No, I wish I did, but I don't. But like you, the more than anecdotal evidence is that, you know, they're running out of both. And you know, that quote earlier from UK Defence Intelligence, that they have fired 10 million artillery shells in the last year, and they can only produce 1 million shells a year. That isn't good. That isn't good. And you know, I think that's all a part of the 12-round fight strategy. And one of the early war goals I heard, military analysts discuss, and even Ukrainian generals, that one of the early aims in this offensive was to attrite Russian artillery. And Russian artillery is the principal weapon of their ground forces. We see those fire missions every day. You know, Russia will expend 40, 50, 60 rounds shelling a little village, a little hamlet. And they do that almost out of revenge. They don't seem to save their shells for legitimate military targets. And that too is, that spray and pray. They're deleting their ammunition supplies daily. I wish I had some harder evidence. I don't. But I also didn't think you could get 78% of Australians to agree on anything. So I'm glad they're in the war with us.
Will, can I hold you off for just one moment? I see your hand is up, but I really want to get to Orkiv and Guido. Pay attention to these maps. The next map is the fourth in the nest, and you will see some pretty significant advances by Ukraine south of Orkiv. What's happening here, Chuck?
Well, again, it was an interesting weekend. If you are on the Orkiv map, I'll direct you over to the right side, but if you don't have a map, no worries. The city Orkiv is about 2/3 of the way across the east-west line of contact. Again, you heading north and south to Vuhledar, you take a hard right turn at Vuhledar, and the line goes east and west. And about 2/3 of the way down that way, you have the city of Orkiv. The Ukrainians have managed to push south of Orkiv. If you go just east of Orkiv, it looks like the Ukrainians have taken a big bite out of the Russian lines. The interesting thing that went on earlier this weekend, and again, if you do have the map, we're on the right side of the map. You look at the H08 highway, big highway. North of it is a T-series highway, the T05, T0815, and you see the town of Lvivsky. Ukraine was able to push against Lvivsky this weekend, actually pushed the Russian forces back. Russia had to divert forces from other places in the line to shore up that location. That's part of the reason why Ukraine was able to attack south out of Orkiv and attack down the H08 highway and down. It continues through the T0408. I think that the attacks on Lvivsky were part of a diversion operation. The Russians attacked east out of the little town of Kopani, which you can see there to the west out of the, if you're going down the T0408. They were pushed back to where they started, and Ukraine was able to continue attacking south down the T0408, and they are in the vicinity of Robotane. There, they have captured the first 2 lines of defense, and they are pressing close up against the village there. These are important. These are important gains. They also, as we've said, Russia, smartly or not smartly, has come out of their strong defensive positions and elected to fight Ukraine on the open ground. And it hasn't always gone well for them. I didn't plot them on this particular map that I put up today on 4 July. But Russia lost about 35 artillery pieces during the 3rd of July. Now, these are artillery pieces that had to identify their positions, right? For example, the Russian forces that attacked out of Kopani against the T0408 highway, as they were breaking contact with the Ukrainians, artillery units in Rivne and Nestoryanka, they had to fire in support of this Russian unit. They were picked up by counter battery radar, and Ukraine smothered those artillery pieces. So these are battles here south of Orkiv. Frankly, Ukraine's gains are modest, although we're talking about gains of about a mile. So that's not unimportant. But the real goal of the real product of this Orkiv fight is that it's taking out Russian artillery. And it's not just knocking out the tubes, folks, it's killing the artillerymen. You have to be trained to learn how to use a howitzer, right? Look, I'm a frogman. If I walked up to an M777, I'd be like a hog looking at a wristwatch. You kill the gunners, and you take that artillery out of the fight.
So it's also important because as Ukraine advances south of Orkiv, and then we're the next map we're going to take a look at is Velika Nova Slika, but this is the route to Tokmak, to Melitopol, to Berdiansk. In other words, this is the route Ukraine takes south, cutting in half the Russian forces and reaching the Sea of Azov.
Absolutely. And we're, we pull up and look at a bigger map here, folks. Or Kiev, and also the city of Kamenetsky. By pressing in these different locations, Russia really wants to cover the M18 highway, which goes directly to Melitopol, and that is closer by Kamiansky. By pushing in on Kyiv, Russia has to put its forces. It's got to move them 10 or 20 kilometers away from the M18 highway to cover Tokmak. And again, Ukraine is running the Russians from pillar to post by striking at Kyiv, then pressing on Kamiansky, then hitting at Vuhledar. Russia has to play whack-a-mole on the front line. Even if Ukraine's, even if their incremental goals, even if those are modest, they're forcing the Russians to burn gasoline. They're forcing them to move their troops around. They're forcing the repositioning of major units, and you're wearing stuff out, right? You're burning gas. You're flattening tires. You're running your armored vehicles until they break down. You're blasting out all this artillery. You're wearing out the tubes. Again, think of this as a 12-round fight. It's the first round. You got a little guy against the big opponent. You run him around the rig, right? Moving these armies around, moving these forces, divisions, brigade task groups, it's wearing Russia out. And I don't know if you can hear this behind me, Alan, but it sounds like I'm in Beirut, and it's just the local fireworks.
I'm pretty sure Beirut was a lot louder than these fireworks.
It was occasionally, yes.
But yeah, I can hear them. I have fireworks going off overhead too in the neighborhood. It's just, when Chuck and I close out tonight's July 4th bullet points, we'll talk a little bit about why July 4th is a magical day in the United States, and maybe about how we can make it more magical for everyone who stands with Ukraine. But we should probably go to the next map and the next, Chuck. Otherwise, we'll be here until next July 4th. And the next map is Velika Novoslika. And again, we see Ukraine making some significant attacks on Russian positions, and I think also crossing some defensive lines Russia has constructed.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, folks, if you're looking at the map, and you almost don't have to, the little town of Velika Novoslika is actually kind of a big town or a small city. What's in play is the TO5-18 highway, which goes south out of Velika Novoslika. It follows the river basin of the Mokry Yale River. And there is a little town. It isn't even a town. And it is sticking out to the west. It's called Rivnopil. Again, I don't even think this is a hamlet. It's not a village. From what I can tell, looking at the topographic map, it is 3 or 4 buildings. There's only one road that goes in there. It comes off to the northwest of the TO5-18 highway. The Ukrainians drove the Russians out 3 or 4 days ago, but the Russians, don't ask me why. They send another armed force in there. Ukraine did what Ukraine does. You let the Russians get to their initial objective. You press them. Russia fails to back these guys up, fail to reinforce them, fail to resupply them, fail to support them adequately with artillery, and these guys were blown back to their starting point. And what is incredible is why the Russians would even bother with this place. It isn't contiguous with their main effort. Taking this position would afford them nothing. And just the fact that they even try to fight over Rivnopil, a place of absolutely no consequence, completely irrelevant. It's just crazy. And besides being crazy, it's also hurting them because the Ukrainians have been able to drive south. Now we're talking about an axis that is to the west of the TO518. And again, you might argue that Ukraine has been able to fix the Russian effort on the TO518, and the Russians aren't looking, and the Ukrainians are pushing south. There's a little town called Pryatune. They've pushed south of that, and another town, Revmika. That is putting the Ukrainians closer to the route of the TO518, its basis. So right now, the Russians control a little salient to the west of the TO518. Goes to their efforts are based in a little. Again, I don't know if you'd even call this a town, but Starominetskore. I'm sorry, I slaughtered that. That is where the Russians are based right now. And interestingly, the Makori Yare River, it separates the Russians from their support. The river comes down and makes a convoluted series of ox bows, and what that means is it separates the Russian forces. Now, if you are a Russian commander and you have your units lined up facing the Ukrainians, and your position is bisected by a river, that force is not interior. It's not cohesive, right? It isn't self-supporting. You've got a river running between. You've got a couple of platoons in a company, and there's a river separating your platoons. I think what we're likely to see is get the Ukrainians still pushing on the western portion of this Russian position and pushing it back. And why do I say that? Look at where the river is. Every time the Russians want to fight to the west of that river, they've got to cross it. Take a look at that map. There are not a lot of bridges going across that river. So again, if I were a Russian commander, I would shorten my lines. I would bring my forces across the river and return them, under my own protection, more in accordance with the TO518 highway. The Russians aren't going to do that, folks. They're not going to do what's smart, what's militarily expedient. Their orders from the Kremlin, who's ever given the orders there, it's not 1 inch back. And when you're fighting an enemy like that, who has those kind of counterproductive orders, you're going to succeed. And the Ukrainians are doing it.
Daniel, to your question, then Chuck and I have fireworks to get to. I can hear Chuck's fireworks over his head. I have fireworks going off over my head. But we're going to talk a little bit about July 4th here in the United States. Daniel, go ahead.
Sure. It's a quick question. What's the current goal of the Ukrainian forces? Are they attempting a breakthrough, or are they doing like probing attacks? Are they just wearing down the Russians in an attrition type of battle? What's the current goal? Because you say that the gains seem to be modest.
Well, it took me a while to find my mic. I think we're still in the probing portion, uh, and I think there's still an important objective that Ukraine hasn't achieved just yet. They want to diminish and attrite Russia's artillery capabilities, and they're doing that. It is pretty much, at least 20 artillery pieces that they're taking out every day. Some days it's 30. It's actually been as many as 40. So those are important losses that they're inflicting. Uh, the other thing that Ukraine wants to do is uh, it wants to harry the Russians along the entire line of contact. Ukraine is maintaining a bridgehead south of Kherson. They have staged another crossing in the vicinity of Novakharkova. They are raiding across the Dnipro River. They're fighting the Russians from every probe that the Ukrainians are making. And I know it sounds like you're forcing the Russians to move large formations around. And like I say, they're burning gas, they're burning up artillery shells. And the Ukrainians are also targeting Russia's fuel supplies, their ammunition supplies, their nodes of communication, and their nodes of command and control. And I don't want to say Ukraine is softening up the Russians, but what they're doing right now is they're wearing them out, and that's important. And why that is important is because Ukraine is looking for the weakest spot, right? They are looking for the place on the line where Russian troop dispositions are badly made. They're looking for demoralized units. They're looking for units that are under equipped. They're looking at places on the line where there may be a strong Russian unit at the front, but behind its lines of communication and supply, they're not so good. The unit may be strong at the front, but it has no quick reaction force to bail it out if it gets in trouble. And furthermore, its lines of communication and supply, they're channelized. There's only one road that they can be supplied by, and the Ukrainian forces remain highly opportunistic. If they see a place in this rapidly dynamic battle line, if they see a place where they think a sudden attack will succeed, they'll do it. The Russians know they're fighting that kind of an adversary. That's why the Russians have to run like firemen to every place Ukraine is probing. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see this sort of action, probe and response, if we don't see this going on for a couple more weeks. It's just the way it's going to go right now. But Ukraine is looking. Ukraine has the capability to throw a Sunday punch, and it's coming. I just don't know where it's going to fall, and I don't know if it's the opportune moment just yet for that to happen.
Chuck, I know there's still a lot of news from Ukraine we could talk about, but the fact is, it's news we have to keep watching, let events unfold, like the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It's July 5th in Ukraine now. This is a story we should watch today on July 5th. As in Ukraine time. And so I want to take a moment just to talk a bit about July 4th. When we opened the show, we talked about the best way to celebrate America's freedom is by walking the front lines of Ukraine's freedom. Well, July 4th is a magical day, not just because it's when the United States celebrates its birthday with the Declaration of Independence, but some other really significant things have happened coincidentally on July 4th. This is the final day of the Battle of Gettysburg. And I know both you and I, Chuck, have stood at the point on that battlefield, which is called the high watermark of the Confederacy.
Yeah, folks, that was where Lee decided to send General Pickett's division walking the better part of a mile and a half across open terrain and then up a hill to throw this knockout punch against General Meade. And it was probably the most ill-conceived maneuver that Robert E. Lee, a renowned military genius, but this was probably the stupidest thing he ever did. And it's arguably, you can argue that this is where he lost the Civil War. Because for all General Pickett's, not General Pickett's gallantry, the gallantry of his men, this attack did not succeed. It could not succeed. And it forced Lee to retreat from Gettysburg the next day, having completely destroyed one of his divisions. Hubris, I think, came into General Lee's calculations. He asked more of his men than they could give. With the Russian commanders, folks, they don't care about their men. They ask more than they can give every day. But what's key about the Ukraine war is one day those Russian soldiers, they're not going to give anything. And we've already seen a mutiny happen. And we may see a widening mutiny on behalf of the regular Russian soldiers, not the Wagner guys, just the regular kids from Stepnogorsk, right? Just the kid who joined the Russian army. And remember, military defeat is the handmaiden of revolution in Russia. And on our Independence Day, Ukraine is this is the war of Ukrainian independence right now. It's independence from Russia, and this is the war that is going to allow Ukraine to finally turn its face west. Ukraine is a European nation, and hopefully, by the grace of God, it's going to join the European Union and it's going to join NATO, and that's where it belongs. And it can turn its back on Russia.
And after Robert E. Lee's failure in Gettysburg, he rode down the front lines of the defeated Confederate troops, and he said, "It's my fault. It's all my fault." I give him credit for that. You'll never hear a Russian general or a Russian politician or Vladimir Putin admitting what everyone can see. Another thing happened on July 4th, 1863. The town of Vicksburg, Mississippi fell. And who was the commander of Union forces? It was Ulysses S. Grant. And he is the general, along with William Tecumseh Sherman, who really won the Civil War for the Union. And then, in the strangest possible way, July 4th continues to come up in American history. On July 4th, 1826, John Adams, the second president of the United States, and Thomas Jefferson, the third president and the author, with John Adams' help and Ben Franklin's help, the author of the Declaration of Independence, also died on July 4th, 1826. And so if you can just imagine that, two heroes of colonial America, of newly independent America, dying on the same day, July 4th, 1826. It just seems incredible that such an event could happen.
And two giants of the American Revolution, and two giants of the Enlightenment, really, two of the greatest political minds, not just in the United States, but in the world. And it's interesting to remember, and it gives people pause. The United States is the longest standing revolutionary government in the history of man. And for all its faults, and they are many, this is still a great nation, and it's a nation that realizes that its most precious and difficult export is liberty. And we're all in it, folks, and we want to see Ukraine achieve liberty, freedom for its people, and a brighter future. And unfortunately, that path has taken us through this war, but we're all in this together, and we're going to win it. I promise you, we're going to win this.
247 years today, and someday Ukraine will also celebrate more than 2 centuries of freedom and independence. But to celebrate freedom tonight, I've put another tweet up in the nest. It's a tweet you can follow to donate to MriyaReport.org. If you want to celebrate July 4th here in the United States, the best way to do it is to go to Maria Report and make a donation so that Ukraine can also win its battle for independence and freedom and its future. We all know what the future of the United States was. No one knew it in 1776, but look back through history. Uh, it's been pretty good. As Chuck says, it hasn't been all good. It hasn't been without struggle and disappointment and failings, but it has been progress. It has been a way to raise all boats for all people, because the tide of freedom is a high tide. Let's fight for it. Let's go to Maria Report and make a donation tonight. Chuck.
Alan, thank you so much. Folks, thank you for spending some of your 4th of July with us. I encourage you to get back out to the barbecue, go watch the kids and the sparklers in the front lawn, and give a thought to the guys that are downrange tonight. And God bless you. God bless everybody, and God bless America. Alan, always a pleasure, buddy. Thanks for being on with me, and I'll talk to you soon. Thursday night, folks, on Bullet Points. We'll be back.
We'll be back with Chuck on Thursday night. Thank you so much again for all of your time. Enjoy those fireworks. Have one last burger, one last spare rib, and crack a beer for me.
I'm gonna right now. Good night, buddy. Talk to everybody. See you soon.
Good night, Chuck. And welcome, Prince. And happy 4th of July.
Well, thank you. When Chuck said, watch those kids with the sparklers on the front lawn, my thought was, and pray the lawn doesn't catch on fire. It's a risk sometimes in certain parts of the country where our lawns dry out real good. And those of us who just let our lawns dry out real good, because there's no point in using the water, spending a whole lot of money to water the lawn. But yes, it is the 4th of July and it is still light here. So we have only had minor explosions so far off in the distance. I expect that they will get closer and closer as the evening goes on. And we will see if my headphones pick them up. I hope it's a good 4th for everybody.
I have to say, Prince, it is a little strange. I've always found listening to fireworks. I love them, but I've been to some pretty big fireworks shows, not just in my little hometown on an island in Maine, but in Boston and Washington D.C. And as when the finale is reached, I always think about bombardment. I mean, it's loud. Sometimes fireworks. It's not just the lights in the sky and the spirals of fireworks. It's the loudness of the explosions. And I've always wondered how what would that have been like if you were at Fort Sumter, for example, or at Fort McHenry? I guess that's why we have such loud explosions, all because of Fort McHenry.
Yes, but at the same time, I think about all the veterans in the United States who sometimes have a very, very difficult day, evening on these days. And I think about Ukrainians who are not hearing the fireworks, but hearing the actual fires. And those are the things that I've been thinking about every time I hear a firework so far this year is, I know that's just a firework, and there are dangers of fires being set because of people being irresponsible. Um, and there are dangers of people being injured because people sometimes are stupid. Um, but they aren't worrying about their homes being destroyed. They aren't worried about being killed by missiles in incoming artillery every day, and artillery that lasts all day long, or artillery that lasts all night long, or Shahed drone attacks, or cruise missiles, or any number of things. So I think we're pretty blessed to be able to live here, but I hope that someday Ukraine is going to be able to enjoy its freedom like we do. Maybe not with all the fireworks, maybe not with all the fireworks for several years, because I have a feeling that Ukraine will enjoy listening to um, things not explode. How's that for an answer? They'll enjoy things not exploding in their vicinity for quite a while after Russia finally goes home.
I agree with you, Prince. But if you go to a fireworks show tonight and you hear those loud explosions, think about what Prince just said. The explosions over Ukraine are they're real explosions. They are deadly explosions. They are killing thousands of Ukrainian citizens because Russia targets civilian targets with its missiles, its mortars, its bombs. They throw everything against Ukraine they possibly can, and Ukraine not only survives, Ukraine fights on and will fight through. I do know that, and I hope that within a year or two, uh, not only can we have a Crimean beach party for all of us here at MriyaReport, we can go to Ukraine and celebrate victory, independence, freedom, and security, and give our wishes to Ukrainians for their future. But with that, Prince, I know that a far better co host than me is waiting to come up and join you for North American evening time, nighttime. So I'm going to say good night. I'm going to see what the fireworks show is going to be like here. It's going to go off in about 7 minutes' time. So I'll say good night. Thank you so much. And Slava Ukraini. Actually, Slava Ukraini.
There you go. And here I'm Slava. Yes, I did actually, as Alan drops down, while I was eating a little bit something before I started co-hosting, I was watching on TV the fireworks displays that were happening in Washington, D.C., and then in New York City. And there are some pretty big fireworks displays happening in some of our in our nation's capital and in the and in New York City, the city that never sleeps. So I'll be curious to hear from some people if we have the chance how true that was during the night. Usually for me, fireworks continue through the night and into the morning on the 4th of July. It's a little ridiculous, personally speaking. And my little area of the neighborhood is quite safe, but we often play the game, was that gunfire or fireworks? Tonight we won't play that game though. Oh man. Anyway, good evening, Will. Good morning, and good morning to you.
Hey, thanks, Prince. Good morning. And thanks to Alan and Chuck and everybody for the previous few hours. It's been excellent as usual. And let me add my voice to the others to say happy birthday to America. And I can be a pretty harsh critic of America periodically, but I want to acknowledge the fact I left America because I can be a pretty harsh critic of America, but that doesn't mean that I don't hold the values that America has enshrined in its documents of Declaration of Independence and Constitution very dear, because it was the basis of growth into all the liberal democracies of the world, essentially the presidential type democracies for sure. And I think Americans, if you want to be proud as an American today, and you like fireworks, I encourage anybody to go back and look at the last several days of superb work by the United States in providing my favorite monthly update is XXX million worth of additional ammunition for everything. And if you look back the last few days, you'll really see some excellent work by the folks running the HIMARS systems, thanks to last month and the previous month's additional HIMARS ammunition supply. And thank you, America, generally for being the largest contributor to support Ukraine. You know, some of the things get lost on us when we're talking about donations, but the United States standing behind liberal democracies means the world to the world, and we should all be thankful for that. So happy 4th of July, all you Americans, and try not to blow your fingers off or get caught in any stray gunfire.
Yeah, thank you. It's always what happens is when the mortars that are totally illegal here, but you can buy across the river and 20 minutes away, when the mortars fall over and go shooting down the road instead of up in the air. And I got hit by one of those a couple of years ago. Fortunately, I saw it coming and got out of the way. But did you see the beautiful motherland statue in Kyiv, the way they lit that up tonight? Did you see that yet?
No, I didn't. Please tell.
Oh yeah, it's lit up with the Ukrainian flag, and then it transitions to the American flag. There's been a lot of things today that show the partnership between the United States and America that have been shown in Ukraine, and they put out a very good video, and everybody in the government, I think, wished America a happy birthday and congratulated them. And then I saw this tonight, posted by, I've seen videos of it and I've also seen stills of it, and it's just very beautiful. I will find it real quick and share it up in the nest, and everybody can take a peek at it, because I think it was really cool.
Yeah, cool. Do put that up. That'd be great.
Well, I already had it bookmarked, so we'll just put it right up there. And I just don't have a video of it right now, but the way the video worked was it started out with the Ukrainian flag and then transitioned into the United States flag, which was pretty cool. If you take a look up in the nest, it's up there now. So it's that statue in Maidan Square, way up in the sky, that everybody knows, and it's pretty cool. I actually downloaded the Ukrainian version of it and made it a screensaver on my phone. So I'm always looking for a good Ukrainian supportive screensaver, and I thought that was a good one today. Anyway, now there was an interesting piece of news that I saw today that I thought you would probably like to go on about a little bit, and it actually was one that I just recently saw. So apparently, a new batch of Bradley BMPs showed up in Ukraine. This person said that they saw the second desert camo that they've seen today, a video of desert camo. So if we look at the fact that 13 Bradleys were destroyed in a month, 14 were damaged and recovered and sent for repairs. So those aren't out of the game, they're just temporarily out of use. But the US sent 30 to resupply. So I think that math adds up pretty good for the Ukrainians, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do indeed.
Oh, you're talkative tonight.
Sorry, I've been trying to answer DMs because people, occasionally I get a bit of fan mail after I've spoken on the we'll call it the radio. So yeah, I'm just trying to do a bit of that, but I'm all clean and ready to do some shouting now, Prince. Yeah, I like what you said. You can go on about. I don't go on about stuff. Well, okay, I can go on a little. I can go on about stuff a little bit, but only stuff that's important, I think.
Oh no, absolutely, and I totally agree with that. But when I saw that Bradley's things, it's like, okay, they're gonna net about 15 Bradleys, and that's going to just add to what they have available, and maybe those will be ones to keep in reserve for ones that may get damaged still while they're being repaired. And that's one of the things that we've talked about on the space as we've been getting ready for Leopards and Abrams and Bradleys and all of this equipment that we've been so excited for to come, is the fact that this is war. Things are going to get destroyed. This is just the way it is. And I think when it started happening, some people got a little emotional and it was hard a little bit. But, we have to always keep in mind that these things are going to happen. And as we see, Ukraine is done very well in being able to recover over half of the ones that were either destroyed or damaged. They recovered those and will be able to take them and repair them and put them back into use. And now they have these additional 30 that the US sent to resupply. And that is always good news. And I'm hoping that we see more come in coming months.
Yeah, me too. And you're absolutely right that and the interesting thing is about the Leopard 2s in particular. We haven't seen any of the Challengers or the M1A1s out. They're not out of training yet. But the key is that if you look at what's been committed, only 4 of the 35 brigades that are in preparation or have been prepared for this offensive on the Ukrainian side, only 4 have seen any action so far. And sure, we have seen a few Leopard 2s get killed even or knocked out. But if you read through or watch the video testimonials from the Ukrainian troops that are using the M2, the Bradley in particular, they rave on about it. The only other vehicle I've heard Ukrainians rave on about more than the M2, because it hasn't been around probably long enough, is the Australian Bushmaster. And
I knew that was what you were going to say.
Of course you did. It's all about Australia, baby. So the key is that and I wish Angry Ants was up here because he could add his direct voice to it, and also other people, David and others who have used the M2 is the thing they love about it is its survivability, meaning the survivability of the squishy inside folks rather than the hard crunchy outside thing. And they are we've actually already seen them in the repair shop. So if unless Russia does a massive offensive itself, takes a bunch of ground and holds a bunch of ground, you won't see them parading any killed Bradleys around. And the reason you don't see, we see destroyed Bradleys, but then you also see them coming out of the repair shop, and you hear the testimonials, which makes me think that it's definitely the right tool for the job. And the thing I'm really looking forward to, because the Bradley's a light, it's fast, it's got a nice little infantry support gun on it, but the thing that is actually the most damaging of it is the tow missile launchers. And we haven't yet seen, because of what Chuck was talking about, penetration of a second, third. We haven't seen a breakthrough yet, but once we see a breakthrough and a breakout of Ukrainian forces, and they start moving in quickly, that's when you'll see the Bradley serving its other primary role, which isn't just protection of infantry troops to get them to the place where they need to be with some fire support. You'll see one of the most dangerous things on the battlefield is going to be a tow missile for a Russian tank, because I'll remind everybody that Challengers, M1A1s, tanks are tanks, but the thing that killed the most tanks in the Gulf War was the M2 Bradley with the tow missile launcher. And that tow missile launcher, hell, that's been around since I was in the Army, which is a long time ago. So it's wire guided. You're going to see some pretty impressive work from that tow, because it carries a big gold payload, and it's wire guided, has a 4-kilometer distance, a range. So once we see some of that combat action in action, I think the Bradley will be even more impressive. But right now, it's serving its primary role, which is getting guys to these trench lines without having to walk through the open, so that they can then use the gun that's on it to suppress people in trenches, and then enter those trenches to clear them. And as Chuck said, especially in the Orkiv axis, they have gotten through the first and second line of trenches in that one location, and are moving toward the third. So if anybody is uncertain about how the offensive, the counteroffensive is going, I'd encourage you to look no further than I could just spend the entire 3 hours reading through and commenting on Thomas Tyner's excellent post of 8 hours ago, dispelling people's myths and fear and anxiety about how the offensive is going, because the offensive is going basically exactly as planned. And we shouldn't be setting our expectations for the Ukrainian offensive based on offensives of the United States and other NATO countries in locations like Afghanistan or Iraq, because it's a whole different world. And that's a good point. Look, I'd encourage America to clean out the boneyards. That there not even the boneyards. There are storage facilities in America that have hundreds and hundreds more Bradleys in storage with no planned use of those. And I'd encourage America to just keep piling them on. 30, 40, 50 of those a month, along with the bullets for everything, would shoot me down to the ground.
Yeah, and one of the things that you said was, the safety of the crew, and that's what's really important. I mean, we look at this expensive equipment that we've been wanting to have, and we just like, ouch, that hurts. That's money down the drain. But you know what? I'd rather have a piece of $1 million equipment destroyed than a human life. Especially this week. Seeing the loss of Victoria Emelina. That was, she wasn't a soldier, but she was really important to Ukraine. And so, but think also then about, you know, the soldiers who do lose their lives every day, and being able to save the lives of those soldiers mean that they're going to be able to go home to their families and maybe home to their children. And you know, reminds me of that story yesterday about the 7-year-old girl who was making jewelry and making things and selling it, and has donated the money to the Ukrainian military, and has been able to buy vehicles and you know, thermal imaging stuff, and but she lost her dad last year on the battlefield. And you know, maybe if he, you know, no clue how he died, but maybe if he'd been in a Bradley, he would have still been there and been able. And that's what's most important. You know, and I see videos of the Russian soldiers who don't want to ride in a vehicle like that to keep themselves safe. And the other day I saw one. Wow, he could have been trebucheted off of the thing. He went flying. It was it looked like you know how you get shot out of a cannon at the circus. It looked sort of something like that. But I don't think there were any safety precautions taken. So let's keep the soldiers safe inside those vehicles instead of outside of them,
Yeah,
and
and
so they can go home to their families.
and yeah, I saw that video you're talking about too, and that's the key point, right? The Russian soldiers know how dangerous those things are to ride inside of if they get hit by basically anything, from all the way back in Afghanistan days when they were in Afghanistan. So yeah, they tend to ride on top, which gives you the mobility, so you're not tired when you're getting there. But boy, if they hit a landmine or anything on your route, you're yeah, going to get launched like that guy did. And yeah, so it's kind of an advertisement for how crap something is, right? If something is designed to ride inside and protect you, and it's so awkward to get in and out of, and it's so lethal to the occupants typically that they ride on top of it instead, that's not a very good advert for your piece of kit.
Absolutely. Nat came up and put her hand up. How are you doing today, Nat?
Hello there. I'm doing okay, thank you. Happy 4th of July, Independence
Happy 4th.
Day. I have a different topic I just wanted to share. I don't know if this is a good time. It has to do with a response I got from my congressman. It was quite disappointing, but I have a letter, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to share it, but it might irk, or it might anger some people in the space. It might motivate them to work harder at speaking with their Congress representatives. So that's my proposal, is to share the response I got from my congressman.
Yeah, please proceed. Name names. We love it.
I think that's great. Go ahead.
So my congressman is Ro Khanna in California, Santa Clara County, essentially. So, dear me, thank you for sharing. So basically, in my letter, I asked if I was writing to ask for his support for the recent House Resolution 488 to provide Ukraine with ATACMS. And I just wrote a very succinct letter saying, asking for his support and emphasizing the importance of that. And his response was, thank you for sharing your thoughts on the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. It's just a conflict. That's my ad libs.
First strike conflict.
No sarcasm on my part. I appreciate you taking the time to reach out to me and value your opinion. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is illegal and immoral. No country has the right to violate the sovereignty of another. I support President Biden's efforts to hold Russia accountable for the invasion, which is a blatant violation of international law. When I attended the Munich Security Conference, it was clear that the United States, Ukraine, and our allies stand firm in our commitment to defend Ukrainian sovereignty. We are united in support of financial sanctions, on Vladimir Putin and his oligarchs. I believe the United States is a driving force around the world for freedom, human rights, and peace, and must pursue those ideals with a foreign policy that is guided by diplomacy and restraint. I support targeted financial sanctions on President Putin and other Russian kleptocrats for their aggression, as well as robust diplomatic engagement to de-escalate this crisis. So let that sink in.
That's it? Oh,
Nope.
okay, go ahead. Okay.
We must also recognize that the last thing the American people want is to be led into a war against Russia. Obviously, there's an argument to that, countering his reasoning. Back to his letter. Time and time again, unilateral military action has proven counterproductive and exacerbated violence and suffering. No country should engage in unprovoked unilateral military action. That is why I oppose the Russian invasion of Ukraine and support working with the international community to find lasting diplomatic solutions to this conflict. You don't get it, do you? Additionally, we must welcome Ukrainian asylum seekers and help refugees around the world fleeing this war. We should do everything we can to ease the suffering of innocent Ukrainians perpetrated by Vladimir Putin and his government. Thank you again for sharing your concerns with me. I assure you I'm taking this issue very seriously, and I'll keep your concerns in mind. And then the rest is just contact information to follow up.
Nat, is that letter dated September 2022? Because it might have been a good letter back in 22, but yeah, I mean, that's just so obtuse. Yeah, everybody.
June 30th, 2023.
I mean, everybody is for a diplomatic solution, but once the war has commenced, you're not going to diplomat your way out of this.
No kidding. It's like he doesn't. Where have you been for the last 15 months?
You know, I got a response from one of my congressmen. Was it a congressman or a senator? Who basically did for me the sort of kind of both sides with, I hear what you're saying, but I also get lots of messages from people who totally disagree with what you're saying, is basically what he said. And so he's trying to strike a balance to be able to make everybody happy, which is complete BS. What he should be doing is supporting Ukraine.
Yeah. So just thought I'd share that.
I know how disappointing it is, and I'm
gonna write back. This is an opportunity to explain why this actually, why so many people disagree, and I'll explain it. It's okay. I'll do it. But I just thought I would share that with you, and I haven't talked to the other senators, but not yet. But I haven't had a two-way communication with the other senators.
It's a good example of the kind of letter that you get back sometimes, and it's good to hear that kind of thing. And I don't know Ro Khanna very well, but I do know one of the responses that I got from one of my congressmen was rather expected, the way he responded, and it was somewhat similar, but didn't focus as much on the financial stuff. But it was also, I've known this senator for so many years that he is going to play the we need peace kind of thing, more than some might, because he is one of the ones who occasionally, not every time, but occasionally votes with all of those on the far left extreme. He buddies with them at times, but in a lot of ways it does represent Portland. How has that, you know, Portland has a lot of people who feel along those lines, and it's very much yeah, very much a give peace a chance kind of place.
Yeah.
So
Well, this does give a bunch of points that can be well supported and counter argued, and here's why, and like present it in a very logical place. Like, you know, there's so many reasons why. Yeah. So I'm gonna write back, but it's gonna take me a little bit to gather my thoughts and be in the right frame of mind to write it.
well, yeah, absolutely. And but you are also of the Ukrainian diaspora, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But you were born in Ukraine and came to the United States.
No, I was born in the US.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry. You sound Canadian though too, so that sort of freaks me out a little.
Yeah, no, I live in Canada now. I lived in the
you
US
do?
before.
But you still have
So,
voters' rights in the US.
because I'm a US citizen, so
Yes.
he's my federal. Yeah, so I'm
There
writing
you
my
go.
federal. Yeah, I can't vote for state, but I can vote for federal. Yeah,
Yes.
Congress
Gotcha.
and senators. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was like, you sound a little too Canadian to anyway.
No, I am Canadian as well. Yeah.
Like me.
Yeah.
Only I can't vote in Canada because I've never lived in Canada. I just managed to get Canadian citizenship. So I know it's crazy
No,
stuff.
I lived in California. Obviously, that was my last place I lived. So that's why he's my senator, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, but I'm
In
glad
some
that,
ways. Yeah.
well, but I'm glad that you have the opportunity to do that. You know, there's
Yeah.
not many, not a bunch of people in other countries, you know, who have the opportunity to advocate in more than one country. That's pretty special, and I'm glad to see you doing that, and I really appreciate that. So makes me wonder too.
I am a citizen, so I am.
You are.
I'm active. Yeah. I try.
You have the right, and you have the responsibility. You know, just like voting, and that's, you know, something not everybody does, and not everybody takes advantage of. And we could get Will going on what does it mean in a country if you have the right to vote and you don't do it. And that he would be gone he would just go for an hour. He probably wouldn't even take a breath.
Yeah. And taking it for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you happen to see today? I just saved it and was gonna put it in the nest, but of course I seem to not be able to press the right buttons on my phone right now. Did you see the Ukrainian entry in Washington D.C.'s 4th of July parade?
I did not.
I just put it up in the nest, just a very short clip of it. But there was totally a Ukrainian contingent with Ukrainian and American flags in the Independence Day parade in DC today. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. I'll take a look.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you.
Well, thank you, and happy 4th of July. And I'll step down, and I'll probably go to sleep soon. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm having some trouble with my buttons here. Hey,
Sorry.
Thanks, Nat, for sharing that. It's great. The good news is Roe has sent you a letter that recognizes that he's actually read your letter. You know, the letters I often get are basically just form letters acknowledging a response, or acknowledging an inquiry, but don't really generally say anything about the subject matter I was talking about. So at least he's engaging with you on it. If you've got the patience and the time to do it, I would, you know, respond to his letter to you and follow up on what he thinks to do after diplomacy's failed, because, you know, that train left the station up to the point where the United States, just before the war, was actually doing kind of a good thing. I was always sick of the fact that the United States has all these intelligence gathering capabilities, but they often don't release the information they've got for fear of giving up their sources. And I thought they did a really brave thing just before the war started in February, and said, "We see what you're doing there, Russia. We noticed this. They released intelligence on exactly what was going, and this is like what's going on with Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We see you there. We see what you're doing, and if you do it, it's going to get a response." So I think the United States basically did everything it could diplomatically to avoid this situation, to get Russia to contain itself, but Russia simply will not be contained, right? And you see this in little snippets, right? When it happens in this war, and then you go back to 2014, and then you go back to things that happened in 2008, and then you go back to Georgia, and you go back to Chechnya. This is Russia's history. If you look at it in great detail, and I'd encourage people, once again, we were talking yesterday about a PBS frontline program called Putin and the Presidents that I'd encourage people to go back and look, because it ties together over a significant period of time what Russia's doing, and that its motives haven't changed at all. You know, well, we were joking about it years ago that Putin wants to put the old band back together, but you know, he's not just kidding. He said so. He's done all the things necessary to get him there, and he built up and finally invaded Ukraine because he thought NATO wouldn't respond. He thought Americans wouldn't respond, and I'd remind Ro Khanna or any public representative that we have independent polling here in Australia that shows that nearly 90% of all Australians want to support Ukraine in the war. And when you get down to brass tacks and ask them the specifics, 78% of them want to provide weapons to Ukraine. And that's by the Lowy Institute, a very reputable polling outfit that has done dozens and dozens of scientific sample surveys throughout the year. So it's not some crackpot. The Australian population supports arming the Ukrainian government to defend itself against Ukraine. And the numbers are repeated in America. I have seen polling data from America that on the 4th of July, it's good to remind people of this. A lot of Americans fight about all these different things. Some Americans only seem to know that there's a First and Second Amendment to the Constitution. They actually don't delve into their government and its functioning and its documents all that well. But you know, when they do, the most common American who doesn't pay attention to politics at all, when they do a good sampling across America, whatever their political flavors are, you also see the same thing. And it's been consistent. Americans believe in their founding documents, even if they don't participate in implementing all that well. Americans clearly believe in the Constitution of the United States, the liberal democracy that it forms, and the fact that that's the best government system in the world. They know it. And when you ask them if they are willing to support other nascent democracies that are trying to defend themselves from capture by an authoritarian genocidal state, even if you don't say those words, if you say that they've been in a new democracy that's formed, has been invaded by its neighbor Russia, do you support arming Ukraine to do it? They all say yes. Of course, they all say we don't want to. We're done sending troops around the world. And you know what? I'm also done with the United States sending troops around the world to fight in voluntary wars. Wars used to be things that only happened when things like Russia invaded Ukraine. You cannot export democracy. Democracy must be grown organically, and we know that now through the last 20 or 30 years of experimentation in voluntary wars, wars of opportunity. I'm not for wars of opportunity. I was against the first Gulf War. I was against the Second World War. I never believed that there were weapons of mass destruction. I saw that the sanctions were in fact working, but not working fast enough. And so I'm not a warmonger, but I'll tell you what, I do believe there are some things worth fighting for. And I've examined the situation in Ukraine over a long period of time, and I see, and I lived and worked in Russia. I know Russians. I am not unfriendly to Russian people, but the truth is the Russian government that is supported by their people is doing the clearest case of evil versus good in America in the history of the world since the Second World War. And I believe that, as in Australia, when you poll the American population, they are in support of defending democracy from attack by authoritarians. It is the truth. It's held out in polling, and really what we need to see is our politicians, in this case, catching up with the population, because the population gets it. The population believes in free market economies. The population believes in liberal democracy. And even though they don't know all that much about it necessarily, they don't participate in it as well as they should, when push comes to shove, they know the difference between right and wrong, and they support right. And right in this case is what Ukraine is doing. Sorry to get up. See, you did get me going there, Prince, and I'm sorry for that. I can't remember who is Baza or Jerome up next.
Jerome is up first, and don't apologize. I appreciate it when you get going. Go ahead, Jerome.
Oh, that's good. Keep going, Will. I just had to recharge my batteries here. I've been away for a bit, buried at work, and I just had to get up on July 4th and say something. Just on the East Coast here, we still managed to get a full moon, just rising now on, I believe it's a full moon, rising over the Atlantic. And yeah, so July 4th, I could drive about an hour and a half to reach where the Declaration of Independence was signed. And so that's very near and dear to my heart, literally. And so it's just a all day long thought for me as I was working. What would be the opinion of, say, George Washington, and with his statement of, or his, I don't know, I think realistic statements of no foreign entanglements, and political parties are poisonous to democracy. So, but he did not mind foreign entanglement of France, obviously. And I don't want to compare the American Revolution to this, except for it did attract some people who knew it was a good fight, just as the same as today. And it brought, I think Washington would be okay with the support that we're doing. There are actually, I don't know, maybe I'm a little loose here, but no actual treaties. So we're helping with, not yet anyway, and just helping with freedom and supporting those, and not indirectly much along the lines as we got. So from people who are interested in our fight, and just kind of those little parallels and just those thoughts all day long for me as I was buried at work. And as always, thank you guys for keeping this going all through this Twitter debacle. I'm not even sure how that has been going, the technical side. I've been away, but anyway, thanks again, and whoever's next, thank you.
Thanks, Jerome, and yeah, happy birthday to America to you too. Baza.
Hello, Will.
G'day, mate.
An Australian content.
I was going to mention you mentioned that Four Corners episode on Putin. There was also a 3-part series on SBS called Putin in the West, and it was absolutely eye-opening. I mean, you'll be able to get it on the catch-up version of SBS, but it's well worth a look, and it goes back to the negotiations with Porosh. It goes as far back as the negotiations with Poroshenko over the Donbass, and interviewing David Cameron and Francois Hollande. And Francois Hollande was as blunt as I've ever seen anybody talking about Putin, and basically said he lies about everything. And you're hearing that from a world leader is fascinating stuff. So anybody who can get that documentary series, it's 3 parts, an hour each. It's fascinating to watch.
I agree. I also saw that, Baza, and for those of you looking, you can get that documentary on SBS On Demand, which is what Baz is talking about, and iView, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation's site, has the latest one, Putin and the Presidents. The first that Baza mentioned is actually more comprehensive and is produced by a British organization, but it's very excellent. And the second is an hour Frontline PBS from WGBH in Boston, which is a fantastic public broadcaster in America, and is hosted on by Australian iView. So yeah, thanks, Baza. Those are excellent. And see, the thing that I find so interesting about those is, having lived in Russia for 6 years, and you're getting on with your life, right? Living there for 6 years, traveled back and forth for another 8, and the thing is, unless you sit down and watch one of those documentaries, there's little snippets of information you've found out through your entire life that you don't tie together and roll up into one spot. I mean, the other documentaries that are like that is, like, if you watch Ken Burns' series on the Vietnam War, they are phenomenally enlightening because you've forgotten most of the stuff that they tie together in one nice, concise timeline, and you can see the motivation show through regardless of what was going on at the time. Because as an investigator, I was, been a small time in the military police, and I do a lot of industrial investigations, and that's why I always focus on the timeline, because if you want to find out what happened, and then consequently why it happened, you should build yourself a timeline of what happened when, see what the prima facie evidence shows, see how people reacted to the evidence at the time, and put it all in through the timeline, and you will paint yourself a picture of what's really going on in a way that you can't by capturing things on the evening news periodically. And so I'd encourage people to go do that, because those 2 documentaries both have laid out stuff in a timeline with contemporaneous interviews, and it allows you to, as I say, paint the picture of what I was only seeing in snippets at the time, but paint a really damning picture of what Russia's been on for a long time. And you catch these little snippets, like Putin back in 2008, or even earlier than that, in 2000, going on about what he plans to do. How the breakup of the Soviet Union was the worst geopolitical disaster in the history of the world. You hear that at the time and you go, oh my God, that's rhetorical bullshit. But the truth is, he actually believed that. And he's pursued that meticulously since then, to make sure that none of what he sees as his countries, his satellites, Russia owns that. It's Russia's sphere of influence. And that's the language he's used the entire time to show exactly what he's on about, and the barbarity of Putin in how he will deal with his own people, let alone people from other countries, shines through. That this guy is, I shy away from using words like genocide and good and evil and stuff like that, because it appears rhetorical. But I don't know anybody who could examine Putin's history since 1991 through today and not arrive at the fact that the guy is basically perpetuating evil. And I guess that makes him evil, even though I don't tend to try to paint things in those sorts of terms. but there is no there. Like Chuck said before, people talk about, gee, you're in the bag for Ukraine. Yeah, what's your point? How can I not be in the bag for Ukraine? It's honestly the clearest case of good versus evil since the end of the Second World War. Fight me, prove me wrong. Hey, Nat.
Well, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I was also,
follow up.
yeah. I was just going to say too, for everybody on the call, I think one of the really interesting things about that Putin and the West documentary was players like David Cameron and Hollande, who really, when you look at information out there, they don't really get quoted, or there's no really in-depth coverage of their assessment of things, and you get that on Putin and the West, and particularly with David Cameron, who tried to set himself up as a go-between between the US and Putin, and it was just absolutely fascinating. I mean, I walked away from that show, and it just confirmed what I thought, which is that Putin he's a classic psychopath, high functioning psychopath. There's no other way to describe him. And if you want to add another term, it's a liar, like Hollande said. And really, when you look at that negotiation that went on, and I must admit, I have a new appreciation of Poroshenko and what he went through and what he had to deal with. But if you think of Hollande and his perception of Putin, how that hasn't transferred through to future French governments, particularly Macron, because Macron almost seems like a little kid thinking, that he can change Putin. It's really bizarre. But yeah, they're great watching, and it gives a really good perspective of the history, and it gives it from a little bit of a different angle, because you see some of these other players give an assessment.
Yep, good call, Beza. And so if you like reading and you don't want to watch documentaries on it, read some of Dr. Timothy Snyder's articles on the same issues over the same time period. Nat, and then George. Nat?
Yeah, just to add to your speech, Will, which I appreciate. So I'm just gonna put a nugget there. Just ignorant, like Putin, talking about people buying his stories and the propaganda. He uses ignorance as a weapon. People's ignorance. People just don't know. People don't know enough, but didn't know about enough about Ukraine. And ignorance is a weapon. Is a weapon they use. People's ignorance, and they use that as a weapon to feed whatever into this information space. And I'm talking pre 2022, but even now, but much more when the Crimean annexation took place, much more at that time. And so to combat it is not being ignorant, just learning. So those are just my pieces of wisdom.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, and I was just going to add, I love Burns. I love anything he does, and I can't help but agree 100,000,000% with Will about that. And going back to it is backing up just a little bit. Going back to the diplomacy part, the Pope's envoy is not even trying to negotiate a peace. The Pope's envoy is not even trying to talk to Russia about a peace plan. It came out in the last couple of days since the Pope's envoy returned from Moscow, that he has said that they did not talk about a peace plan. They did not talk about diplomacy as far as peace was concerned. What they talked about is diplomacy on the humanitarian side and diplomacy to get the kids back. And so diplomacy is not even something the Pope is willing to approach at this point to try to get Russia out of Ukraine. So yeah, I think it's pretty clear that diplomacy is not going to be an option at this point. So just saying, I'm sure that given the opportunity, the Pope would still try, but that was not the goal of the trip of the representative of the Pope when he went to Moscow. It was to try to help to negotiate the return of children.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was really interesting.
It is.
Go ahead, Will.
It is telling. Yeah, it is telling. He didn't want to go and start an argument because he wanted to focus on getting the children. But that's the thing. Why would you go negotiate with somebody like Putin? So you know what I love? I love guys named George from the city of brotherly love, and I want to hear from George. G'day, George. How are you?
Hey, everybody. Happy 4th of July. You know, today I just going through some posts from that I had posted on Twitter before this war started, and there was one I put it in a nest. It's a quote by Elie Wiesel. If anybody's not familiar with him, he was born in the Kingdom of Romania, Jewish ancestry. He had his parents and himself and his family had not been deported to any of the camps until 1944, when the Germans pretty much forced the then dictator of Hungary to stay in the war, and that part of Romania where he lived had been occupied by Hungary, so he was deported by the Germans. They were deported and sent to the camps. He survived. He was in a camp that was liberated by the Americans, and he devoted his whole life to human rights, and always spoke out for every minority that he thought was oppressed. But there's an important quote that everybody needs to just pretty much memorize. And I posted in this, and what it says is, we must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. So, you know, this should be emailed every day to every MP in Switzerland, because they love their neutrality, because we saw how their neutrality helped during World War II, an absolute zero. It actually helped Germany. But anyway, Elie Wiesel passed away in 2016. He was one of the people that pressed the United States government to set up the Washington Holocaust Museum and Memorial in Washington, D.C. And I highly suggest to people that go there. If you're ever in D.C., do not miss that museum. But it's so true. We must always take sides. And Will, you were saying that people are like, oh, you're all in for Ukraine. Yeah, Of course you are. Because you're a human being and you have empathy and you have gray matter that functions. How can you not be on the side of Ukraine? If you have any humanity in you, you see what's going on. Like they're targeting civilians. Look at what they did at Mariupol at the theater. Written in gigantic letters, children. And what did they do, the bastards? They deliberately targeted it. They deliberately targeted it. Came up with some cockamamie story that was so stupid I don't even remember it. But that's what they did when they bombed the restaurant. Oh, there were soldiers there. Yeah, there was civilians there. It wasn't a fucking base. So if a soldier goes in a pizzeria, that's it. We've got to blow it up. I just remember, and I'm going to say something, and there's a lot of goobers that are just not going to get it. But when people start bringing up like Iraq and this and that, and Afghanistan, only idiots bring that up as whataboutism that have no goddamn idea what we went through. We went out of our way. And let me tell you, Will, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids getting shot at, right, in Iraq, and having the professionalism to hold back because there were civilians in the area. Oh, we could have leveled the whole damn place. You're gonna, this is what gets me. Nitwits. You think the United States couldn't have flattened Iraq from one end to the other if we wanted to? We didn't. We tried, like, you tried your best to limit any civilian casualties. The same thing in Afghanistan. Yes, sometimes things, unfortunately, sometimes, civilians were getting, but we never targeted civilians. This is what the Russians are doing. They're bombing civilians constantly. Why are they shelling Sumy? Why? They're on the border. Why are they shelling Kharkiv? The front lines at the border. They're shelling it not because they're scared that the Ukrainians are going to launch an offensive from Kharkiv, into Russia? No, they're shelling it because they want to kill civilians. That's what genocide is to liquidate, and I mean liquidate, the civilian population. That's what the Germans did. Lebensraum, right? So they can move. So the Germans could move east and have farmland and this and that.
And George, just to clarify there too, that term Lebensraum, living room, is also a statement, not in German, but the living room. The Russians have also said early back in the war that they were going to take over these lands populated by native Russians, they say, because of that very same reason, that they wanted to.
Exactly. Yeah. So what the Russians, the objective is to take over Ukraine and make it free of Ukrainians. You see, and they've done this everywhere. If you just start scratching the surface on how many ethnic minorities they have absolutely devastated. Well, they're like, whoa, well, look at this place. It's primarily Russians. Yeah, because you guys killed the 90% of the indigenous population. Crimea, Tartars, Greeks, cool. They're all gone. Look, I studied history, military history. That was my hobby. I was, long story short, I was very lucky. I studied with some great professors that taught at the U.S. Army War College here in Pennsylvania, and we our reading assignments were a lot of it based on World War II and books written by those who had either survived it, fought it, or engaged in it in some in either military, civilian, or political fashion. And you read some of the memoirs of the Germans, right? Now you're reading it because you're analyzing and you're breaking down the military tactics, but it was the little anecdotes that get you. You know how they talk about going through this one area, and the population now, the Russian interpreters are being lost because they're dealing with this minority and that minority. All those minorities are gone. Once those areas were retaken by the Soviet armies, all those people were shipped out east, Siberia, and those areas to be worked to death in mines. The canal that was built, thousands and thousands, it was dug by hand. The one that went to the CF Azov, that dried up the Aral Sea, they killed thousands upon thousands. Look, there is a lot of good documentaries that are available on YouTube that used to be when the History Channel was still the History Channel and not the Hillbilly Channel. There's great documentaries on Stalin, because remember, the Russians would, when it was still Yeltsin, when Yeltsin was in power, they opened up a lot of their archives to historians, and they started getting details that we never knew about him. Conservative estimates is that he killed 40 million people of the USSR. Think about that. By his own hand, 40 million people.
Well, and George, also, even in a military sense, look at the sacrifices that Russia is willing to make today in these meat wave assaults that we thought were done years and years ago, also have historical precedent. I'll remind you that it's now 5th of July in Australia, and the 5th of July is the anniversary of the Battle of Kursk, which started back in 1942. And so 43, sorry, and lasted for 45 days. And the Soviet Union was willing to sacrifice 710,000 people to win that battle, just hundreds of kilometers north of where we're talking about today. The historical precedents for what the Soviet Union would do in treatment of its own population and other populations it was trying to take over, it has historical precedent. This isn't just a now thing. Sorry, George.
No, yes, and you hit on World War II. The other thing that people don't realize, is so the battles after 42 would go back and forth, right? Yes, if eventually the Russians advanced, obviously, east to west into Germany, and then it culminated in the Battle of Berlin. But it was always back and forth. There were counterattacks by the Germans where they would regain some territory, and crush like whole armies of Soviet troops. But because the Soviets were getting so much material support from the West, the United States and even Great Britain, they were pushed back. But every time the Russians gained territory and came upon their own prisoners, so Russian soldiers, Soviet soldiers that had been captured by the Germans. And you think, okay, the Soviets are going to liberate these guys and roll them back into the line? No. They would chain them up in blocks of 100, 10 across, 10 deep, and make them march forward at gunpoint to clear mines. Think about that, people. Their own soldiers, because they were weak. Look at the Wagner guys with the sledgehammer, right? That's not new. In World War II, they were killing thousands of their own guys to clear German minefields. The Germans were like blown away by what they were seeing. They would march these guys through the minefield, and whoever survived, a couple of times, they got sent to labor camp anyway and died anyway. So if you were a Soviet soldier that was captured by the Germans, yes, you were mistreated and horribly by the Germans, but liberated by the Soviets, it wasn't liberation. It was just a quicker death.
Yeah, thanks. Good point, George. So, and I don't know how much history people read, but you and I read a lot of the same history. I read a lot about Soviet and Russian history when I was living there because I was curious, and it does paint this picture. And you look back at the history of things, there is, things we heard about. Right, the NKVD, which was the predecessor to the KGB, taking people and marching them forward like that, or having blocking lines. The stuff we've seen, like particularly the stuff that Wagner's been involved in this war, it is shocking, and you wouldn't have thought you'd see it again. But this is what I'm saying: all of it has historical precedent. This isn't just an abnormality of what's going on in this war. This is the way the Russian government has operated since it was the Soviet Union, and probably before that. No level of sacrifice of its own people, let alone those who it's trying to conquer, no sacrifice in human bodies on the Russian side is unacceptable in order to meet their political gains. It's, I encourage you to read some books based on people who've been into the Soviet archives after the breakup of in 1992, because there's been a lot of really, really good history books written since 1992, not old dry stuff. If you check out Simon Sebag Montefiore, Anne Applebaum, Daniel Goldfarb, there are people who've written phenomenally good books about the history here, and it's stuff that you see in the movies or whatever, and it's neither made up nor is it an individual occurrence that never happened again. They used lots of blocking troops to keep people from retreating in the Second World War, and they do it today, right? They mine behind their own troops so that they can't retreat. There's dozens and dozens of video reports of these captured Russians who are told that they're not allowed to retreat. They send them books on picture books on showing them what to do to avoid capture and blow themselves up instead of being captured. I mean, there is a massive difference between the humanity on side of Ukraine in this war and the Russian standard modus operandi that has existed for 100 years. So I'm in full agreement with you, George. Let's. I can't remember who's up next, but
Jerome was up next, but he looks like he had dropped, and then we had Linda.
Hi, I guess that's me. I just wanted to give an opinion from my seat with regard to this. Goes back to the conversation a few minutes ago with regard to negotiating peace with Putin. My basic view of that is that's equivalent to assuming that the right thing to do would be to try to negotiate peace with somebody shooting up a Walmart with a AR-15. Yeah, no. The only negotiation would be terms of surrender and terms of recompense to the people injured. And then, I mean, a similar analogy might be a bunch of jerky kids on a school ground playground beating up a younger, smaller kid in order to steal his lunch money. This is not to find a middle ground. This is to be punished and stopped. I shouldn't say punished, but to be stopped. Okay, that's
No,
it.
you're dead. No, you're dead right, Linda. And the analogy I would draw, and it's a scary, stark one, but if I was talking to Rokan or whatever, the people who are talking about diplomacy now is essentially the equivalent of saying, well, let the rapist finish. That's the way that you should work through that if you're a woman.
Totally agree. Yes, totally agree. Yep. Same. Yep.
Thanks, Linda. Sky Kiss, you were next.
Sorry, just trying to get the screen. Hold on just a moment, please. Sorry, I was trying to see if I could see fireworks, which then I remembered how I really feel about, well, today. I mean, I'm proud to be an American and, talk about different things. But my thought a couple of days ago was about how we might be enjoying our fireworks, and even if our celebrations are a little muted, and I'm sensing that in many people, not everyone, today. I mean, I haven't like been out in the world. I've been in a couple of spaces, but my thought the other day was how, but they'll never be able to enjoy fireworks again. That was one of the first impressions that I had in this war, was how the people of Ukraine and maybe even the animals who survive won't be able to, tolerate such sounds. They just won't. So now I had just gone outside to see if I could see the fireworks from the university. Sometimes you can, but we had a big rainstorm, so a lot of people got wet waiting for the fireworks in the stadium. But no, I couldn't see anything from here because it's really cloudy. So anyway, thanks, George, for your words, and you too, Linda. I think, well, I'm just, I'm kind of overcome with a lot of emotion. I want to thank Will for being here with us, and Prince Heather, and everyone. I think some of us just we go and we do some of our family things, and we have a little something to eat, but our celebration's a little bit muted. We're proud, but we got a lot of other concerns, and I think most of us have Ukraine in our hearts today and tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Sky Kiss. So, aloha to the inhabitants of Hawaii. How is a palm taking Independence Day in Hawaii with the folks there, Bearded?
Hello, everybody. Well, I spent the day painting, and a mighty fine day it's been as well. And Axel and David earlier helped the paint dry with their ramblings, which was enjoyable. I just joined the last sort of 10 minutes or so of George and Will talking about, why do we study history? Why do we learn from previous things? And I thought if I may just share some thoughts and perhaps express a few things which might aid a bit of understanding for listeners about, what military intellect. Some people say it's an oxymoron, military intelligence, but believe it or not, there is some. And really, we talk a lot about generating combat power. And to generate combat power, there's three components. There's the moral component, why you're fighting, and obviously we can draw something straight from Ukraine like that. There's the actual fighting component, the tools with which you do the job. But there's also the third component, which is the intellectual component. And this, like George and we were talking about, the study of warfare. Now, junior officers, major rank, to get to where they are, they would have gone through an intermediate staff course, a junior staff course rather, which starts getting them into the frame of becoming an intellectual in this art that they're doing, this professional thing they're doing. And then they'll go on to their command course for promotion to major to colonel, and that's a whole year, and it takes them out of their normal job, and they're put into and immersed into an academic environment to do the research, to write papers, to have lectures, to do staff rides, to battlefield sites, to learn from the past. And since 2014, I'm sure Ukraine have been sending their brightest junior staff officers off to war colleges around the world to be inculcated with that intellectual component to then apply to their future conflicts, of which we're in the middle of one now. I hope I haven't rabbited on too much, and I wanted to keep it light and fluffy on today of all days, but the importance of study and learning in the military. Many staff colleges will give you a master's for a year's worth of work, assuming you pass the course. But there you go, some food for thought.
Well, so I got a follow-up for you, Bearded, in relation to this and learning from war. I'd like to get your opinion on it. I don't know if you read Thomas Tyner's review of the progress of the offensive so far. So if you have read it, I'd like your comment on that. And I'd also like your comment on, from another perspective, but the same answer. The Institute of Study of the War has published their assessment as of an hour ago that says Ukrainian forces appear to be focusing on creating an asymmetrical attrition gradient that conserves Ukrainian manpower at the cost of slower rate of territorial gains, while gradually wearing down the Russian manpower and equipment. Do you think that's accurate? It seems to be exactly the same thing that Thomas Tyner is saying. And how do you think this offensive actions are going in light of the fact that they don't have air superiority based on your previous experience?
Okay, fortunately, I had the opportunity earlier to be on the space and discuss this with David co-hosting. The comments he made, very valid, giving explicit examples. For me, totally on message, which myself and others in this space have been talking about for the last week, 10 days, 2 weeks. You can use, like the ISW, a variety of words. Wow, what a word salad. But the bottom line is they have created a campaign tempo and battle rhythm that incorporates the ability to go and bite a bit of land, hold it, get the Russians to react. Remember, move, counter, move, so they can then bonk whatever's coming to dislodge them from where they've gone. This is a basic example of that asymmetric gradient as they're talking about. You force the enemy into kill zones and then you destroy them. Sounds simple, but very complex. And some of the points Thomas has brought up about static targets and the like. Well, how do you fix some unit that's coming towards you in a counter-attack option? Well, you do ... to give the artillery time to do the counter-fire and everything else. So what does all that mean? I think slow grind, it's going according to plan. There's been a lot of people thinking about this for a long time, and the coming 3 and 6 months as well. Remember, this is just the beginning. And yes, we're at the early stages. We're at the end of the beginning of the attrition phase, getting ready to do something else. So yeah, all for it. Happy for others to think otherwise.
Thanks, Bearded. Skykiss, back to you.
Yes, sorry, I was sending a DM. Thank you, Bearded. That's all enlightening and yeah, I tweeted that out or retweeted that. I was in the space earlier in the morning and someone had, put it up in the nest. I remembered what it was I originally came up to speak about. When my mom retired, and this is maybe 3 decades ago, we went to Tulane University to see a very special speaker, and it was Mr. Riesel. I think he was on his book tour. I'm pretty sure of that. And it was just really one of those, mother-daughter moments of experience that stayed with us. And meaningful, very meaningful. So I just wanted to mention that. And thank you for putting that up in the nest. I think it was George. Anyway, that was what I wanted to say. Was I actually went to hear him speak live. So, all right, thanks.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
Skykiss.
Yeah.
Oh, Tori.
Go ahead.
It's okay. Thanks, Skykiss, and thanks, Bearded. I appreciate all the input and the things to be said. And I know that sometimes we get criticism for talking about Russia too much, or talking about history too much, or not talking about Ukraine. But the reality is we learn from history, and there are some things in history that really rhyme with today, and it's often good to be able to see that, because it helps us to see exactly who Russia is and what Russia doing. And even though we see that Russian air defense isn't doing much, we can see the pattern in Russia. So thanks. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. And sorry if I get a little off track, but I'm here in the United States, and I'm obviously an American citizen, but I fully support Ukraine. And part of it is, yeah, there's a very old and valid saying about if you don't learn from history, you're bound to repeat it. And being the 4th of July, to me, I mean, yeah, I mean, I've been to barbecues and parades and everything else. And yes, you feel patriotic and you're proud of your country. But, this year really took on a new and bigger meaning for me. It's like, you know, Americans, we take our freedom for granted. We really do. I mean, yeah, we take things through the court, about freedom of this or freedom of that. It does, but nobody's spilling any blood. And that's really what kind of got me this year is Ukraine is fighting so hard to keep their freedom, and they are spending their most valuable treasure, which is their people, their blood. It is, you know, and believe me, I fight disinformation all the time. You know, the money is the weapons, the humanitarian aid, whatever. That's nothing. You can replace any of that. You can't replace lives. And that is one thing that is so precious is life, and so precious is freedom. And to me, that is why I think I'm a fella, and it just really all hit me today. Um, and so, you know, if you believe in freedom and democracy, and that's one of the things, I know there's a lot of the crazies out there in the United States posting all or tweeting all kinds of stuff. It's kind of like, no. Oh, wait a minute. Don't you believe in freedom and democracy? Well, that's exactly what Ukraine is fighting for. So shut up. And so you should be supporting Ukraine because and I appreciate everybody here doing that. So thank you.
You're welcome, Nick. And you shouldn't start out your sentences with, I'm an American, but I support Ukraine. The proper sentence is, I'm an American, so I support Ukraine, because they're after the very same things that you've got in spades. And the shame is there aren't enough Americans. Well, there are enough Americans if you look at the polls, but the politicians in America and Australia are very similar in this. They're very timid. They're very timid to go out and support what's right these days, because there's been a long recent history of supporting the wrong things, doing voluntary war. War isn't meant to be voluntary. War is meant to be the last thing you do after all diplomacy fails, and that's what Ukraine's doing now for its survival. So I encourage, if you're an American or an Australian or whoever, if you live in a liberal democracy, don't be defensive about your opinion. Be assertive about your opinion on why you support Ukraine, and that's because you embrace the very principles that they're standing for now. Back to you again, Nick.
Well, thank you. And sorry, thank you for correcting my grammar. And I have been celebrating a little bit, so please ask me forgiveness for that. And yes, that's why I have a couple t-shirts and stuff that when I go out that I wear, and people ask me questions, I tell them, here's what NAFO is. Here's, Frontline Kitchen, and I tell them, here's who I am and this is what I do, and here's why I do it. And so no, absolutely. And so it you tried, and yes, it is difficult in the United States. Well, in my area, we do have a lot of Russians and we have a lot of Ukrainians. But the Russians that are here, they're here because they wanted to escape Russia. And most of these are first generation. In other words, their parents came over for like religious reasons. So you do have to be, at least in my area of the country, I have to be a little careful. But that's just, I wanted to put that out there. And yes, because we have learned, if you get any group starting to attack you, they can like literally destroy your life. And unfortunately, that's the world we live in. But at this point, I'm secure in my life and my person and where I live, and my neighbors look out for me, so I'm not really worried.
Yeah, as am I, Nick. I agree with you. I mean, I use my real name on Twitter. I've always been a person who, maybe I'll live to regret it. Somebody out there listening right now is going to go dox me or whatever, try to ruin my life. My life can't be ruined because I just live, I live simply, and I'm prepared to back what I say up with my real face, my real voice, and facts and evidence on it. And I, but I'm not a person. Yeah, I don't normally go out on the street and try to generate controversy with people, but I do that very same thing, Nick. I've been wearing my NAFO shirt around to things a weekend ago. I went and saw my buddy's band play. He's an old guy like me, but they want to play a bit of pub rock. So I went and saw his band play, and I always wear my Ukrainian Tractor Brigade or my NAFO shirt along to generate comments amongst the adults that are there. To ask what the hell is that or whatever. And the funniest thing happened at this last event was a couple of the teenage kids who were the kids of these people who were along to see this band, friends and family thing. One of them came up to me and went, "Yeah, NAFO," because the kids are all into it because it's a trendy counterculture sort of thing. But it's a good conversation starter because parents who might not ever ask then ask me questions about what that is and what's going on and how do I spend my free time these days, because their kids noticed it and asked about it, or commented about it, so then they became curious. And I've basically become like a little news center when I go out in the world these days, where I've got dozens of people who ask me what going on in Ukraine regularly, that I end up doing, being the reporter on the current events for them on that, and advocating, because as I said, like Chuck said before and George said, I am in the bag for Ukraine on this, and I've been in the bag since day one, in writing and in my speech and everything, um, because I do know a bit more about the history, and I do know how we got here, and I do know the difference between right and wrong and what's going on in Ukraine. And I also recognize that we live in the real world and not in the some fantasy world, and I want to be able to modify people's views and beliefs based on current facts and evidence when they go, "Oh, but Ukraine is all corrupt and stuff." And it was one of the most corrupt countries by the independent rankings back in 1991, but it's made massive leaps and bounds gains since then, including during this war. Can you imagine doing the anti-corruption purges that Zelensky's been doing through all these people that are profiteering or actually sabotaging their efforts across the board? To go through those efforts at a time when you're also under attack from externally is a brave thing to do, and they continue to do all of that. Ukraine is making all the changes in its governing and how it works to address all the concerns of the world in relation to its corruption. So look at the current corruption index, and you'll find that Ukraine is well up on that list. But guess who languishes near the bottom still, and probably sinking it day by day? That's Russia. So, and if you look at the differences, like you said, Sky Kiss earlier, the people that are being committed to this war, if you read the profiles the other day that Chris Wiki wrote about the organized crime people who've been killed in Ukraine, right? Here's the list of people that have been killed in Ukraine in organized crime and what they did before and all that. And I was thinking about that, and I was comparing it to the people like Victoria, who've been killed, the writers, the poets, the musicians, the engineers, the doctors, the lawyers that have been killed from the Ukrainian side, because Ukraine is committing its best to this fight for survival, because it is their fight for survival, while Russia has been trying to clean out its jails and take its poor, its disadvantaged, and its racial minorities to fight a fight that I'm sure they don't believe in, and they've tried to, gin them up with great contracts to make great money, going over and doing this work in Ukraine. But most of them come to the reality that they're not supported. They find out what their government really thinks of them, and then they can't escape these contracts, and they end up dying. And they'll die or they'll surrender, but mostly they'll end up dying because they're not willing to vote with their feet and get out now. Because many of them have said that they're in Ukraine fighting because, in some cases, of what has people have said is going to happen to their family if they don't participate, or the money. And I'll tell you, money is just not. It may sound like a good motivation, but it isn't a really good motivation after day 2, day 3, day 4 of being in a fight like this with folks who have something really to fight for, and are sacrificing their best. And that's why that's the base reason why I'm happy with the pace and method of how, as Bearded said, Ukraine is controlling the tempo of the action, because they're in it to minimize casualties on their side. And what a fantastic thing to think about your government if you're in a war and you know that your government is trying to get you survivable equipment. They're trying to plan their operations so the fewest of you die. When on the Russian side, it's obvious that all they want is engagement, because if they lose 10 and Ukraine loses 1, they still lose 1. And Russia's willing to sacrifice as many lives as necessary to make sure that they deplete Ukraine of its capability and its will to fight. And they're simply not going to do that. But boy, are they going to pursue it, which is why arming Ukraine as much as possible so that they can win, and win decisively and win quickly, is the most important thing here, because we're talking about saving Ukrainian lives first, because all Ukrainian lives matter more than any Russian who's in the country. Any Russian invader in the country can leave at any time and save their life. Ukrainians don't have that option. And the primary motivation here is to save every Ukrainian life. Hello, Lexicon. I see you've joined us.
Hi, yes, I have. Thanks so much. But and just so I'm sure, Will, that I missed you may have talked about this days ago, but I was hoping to be around sometime when you were, because I saw that 60 Minutes, Australia ABC 60 Minutes a few days ago, and saw that, yeah, they did a real good push on the Abrams, but they didn't say a word about the F-18s. And I imagine you guys have already done this to death, so sorry for asking again, but can you just explain to me anything about that and what's going on? Is it a big push, but everybody's agreed to drop mention of the planes?
So I don't think people have agreed to drop mentions of the planes, but we are having a difficult time, those of us who are interested in getting a final answer on this. And this is what I was pressing on the other day when I was on again with Heather the other day, that look, we see the reports on the Drive and the Financial Times and the Australian newspapers periodically that are getting information that yes, these are in storage. There's 41 of them. 14 of them are supposedly ready to go almost any time. The entire lot of them could be ready to go within 6 months if they were sent to Boeing in America for a refurbishment. But the entire lot would be ready. 41 F-18s isn't going to save the day. So the conversations that people are having here in Australia, which is nonsense that we're trying to get them off of, is like Middlemas. I forget her name, on Insiders on the weekend. One of the political reporters was saying, no, you don't want to give F-18s because we want to get them all of one plane. That's nonsense. What we want to get Ukraine is anything that we can get them that has a capability they don't have now in a timely fashion, and that we're still talking about these F-18s. So the point I want to make is, I want Richard Marles, the Minister of Defense, or I want Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, to stand at the podium and say, we have decided not to provide those F-18s because of ... Because I'm continually hearing reports from people who are in the Air Force or recently in the Air Force and know stuff about secondary sale of planes, and I read the drive and I read the reports on the capabilities, and the truth of the matter is, the best thing that could probably happen right now is the 60 odd F-16s that could be supplied from various countries in Europe, and all 41 of those F-18s ought to be supplied to Ukraine, because even those are only going to get them through the war, but they're still going to need an Air Force when the war's over. So that's just what I want the answer. I want the definitive answer from my government on, if we can't do this, just tell me we can't. And tell me definitively we can't with a good reason, not a made up reason, like they only want to be trained on one pilot. Ukraine didn't say any of that. Ukraine said, we'd like those F-18s, please. So I think they deserve a direct answer of, if not, why not specifically, and let's stand behind that. There's no reason to mealy mouth or beat around the bush. If those F-18s aren't in a condition that is reported to the Financial Times or the Drive that says that they're not in the condition they're supposed to be in, even though we've been paying tens of millions of dollars a year to store and maintain them, even though they're scrap. Get your head around that. In Australia, we maintain and store things in a condition that they could be used again, even though we intend to scrap them out. And they are doing that, right? They have donated 8 of them in the last a year and a half to museums to put outside an RSL or in a museum, which is fine if they're scrap, right? But if they're serviceable airframes that have maybe 2 years of life left on them in flying time, and they're of a condition that can be put in place within 6 months, they ought to be on the boat today. In fact, they should have been on the boat 6 months ago. And I know for a fact that we still have the F-18 training simulators here in Australia. The simulators they train on, the pilot trainers are still around. Because remember, we still use the later model of F-18s as part of our fleet, in addition to our F-35. So we know we have a capability, and we know we have surplus airplanes. So if we're not going to provide them, I just want somebody to be honest to me and tell me that we're not, and a real reason why we're not the BS reasons that we've been hearing bandied about. And that's kind of where I am on it today, because I know that those planes, if they are serviceable and have anywhere near 2 years life left on them, would be incredibly welcomed by the Ukrainians, because they've said so directly, in addition to the other stuff they want. So that's kind of where I'm at on it, Lexicon. We did talk about this earlier, but we haven't heard anything new, especially from the Australian Department of Defense or the Australian government, who should direct the Department of Defense to give the answer, or, bottom line, push those things into the ocean right now and stop making me pay tens of millions of dollars to store and maintain them if they're not worth anything. Because I know that's still on budget. Storage and
Yeah, well, absolutely. And good tech. I mean, hold their feet to the fire. So the thing that really puzzled me then was watching this, feature item, 60 Minutes, the program. They talk about Ukraine, about the war, about the coup or whatever, about this and that, the political aspects and so on, the counteroffensive. And then they go on with this, like they need stuff from Australia. Australia needs to help. It's like a super pro-Ukraine edition. And they talk about the Bush, the what's it called, the Bush, the big truck, Bushmaster, and how Ukraine really loves it and stuff, and Ukraine wants more, and we got them, and we got to send them. And they talk about the Abrams and how many there are. So what I wonder, and I'm so surprised. Okay, all these capabilities they talk about, and they're all for it, and they're all pro-Ukraine. So why is there no mention of the planes? So it's like, how come this program? How come this journalistic decision has been made to not mention this? So what's going on there? So that's my kind of question about behind the scenes. It's like there are parties in the sense of personages, parties to all this conversation that are agreeing to pretend that we don't have these. Everybody was gung-ho about them for a while, and then all of a sudden nice people will agree not to talk about it. So I thought that was something really mysterious that maybe somebody knows something about. But yeah, thanks for your response and for the strategy that you're using, because I think that's very important.
Yes, it is, and I know it is fruitless, but I will keep on about it because it's all I can do. It's literally all I can do. I'm Joe Nobody from Perth, and I got no clout or influence at all. But I read a lot, and I like Anda have questions that I'm going to demand get answered.
You know, Will, it's interesting. I heard people talking about the F-18s much earlier in the day, and it had to have been while you were like asleep because you're upside down. And they were talking about what Mick Ryan says about the about the F-18s, and that that they wonder if Mick Ryan's done this, and I'm sitting there almost yelling at the phone. You guys should just wait until Will wakes up and talk to Will about all of this, because Will has all the answers and Will talks to Mick Ryan. So if you want to talk about F-18s, you got to make sure Will is around. I think I summed that up pretty well, right, Will?
No, I'd say you're 100% inaccurate. I haven't. I don't know jack shit. All I know, I learned from Mick Ryan, Latin aviation expert, and Zagolman. I don't know anything. I'm not an expert in any of this. But I listen to folks daily, and I have a pretty good memory.
But that's the point. That's the point. Is you talk to Mick Ryan about it, and they were curious about Mick Ryan, and why can't Mick Ryan do stuff about it in Australia? And I was like, well, I think Will would probably have an opinion on that. I just thought you would probably have some good things to say about Mick Ryan's opinion on it.
Yeah, and so Mick has educated me a lot on how things do or don't work in the Department of Defense here in Australia, and I'm pretty sure Mick Ryan is a bit of a pain in the ass of folks in defense, because Mick Ryan spent several years over being the Australian liaison in the Pentagon with America, and he really learned some things, and it opened his eyes apparently about how modern militaries can and should be managed. And then he came back down here to Australia, and I'm pretty sure his views weren't received all that well. So he's retired from the military, and he's willing to give his honest opinion backed by facts on things. And I'm sure he, the Ministry of Defense, the Department of Defense here in Australia, around the water cooler daily, I'm sure they don't even know who I am, because I am a zero, a nobody. But they listen to Mick Ryan, or they know that people listen to Mick Ryan, and Mick Ryan has had opinion pieces and news pieces that he's provided to the biggest newspapers in this country and all of the major television channels. And so all I do is get in and clap on what Mick has said, because as I say, 2 years ago, I knew that we were getting F-35s, but I didn't know we had them already, and I didn't know we put all of our F-18s into cold storage earlier than thought. So, yeah, if you learn about, and that's the part that disappoints me, Prince. The part that disappoints me most is that I've got questions that I would hope that the senior political senior political reporters that are on our equivalent of Meet the Press on the weekend would ask questions that show that they're relatively ill-informed of the Australian ambassador, or make comments that just aren't well-informed questions. They aren't well-informed statements about what we can and can't do. And that's what disappoints me. Not that the answer is no, just that the answer is no for no good reason.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love your tenacity and your willingness to get right in there and do what you can about it and find out what you can about it. I know your memory is 1,000,000% better than mine because I'm sitting here with little notes all over the place. Shall we go to Sky Kiss?
Thank you, Prince. Briefly, it's been over a year since I became more active on Twitter and then came into the spaces second week of the war, and I was following Adam Kinzinger, and so I knew about his effort in this bill that he had going in Congress that I believe, yeah, he authored it. And then I was in a meeting September 17th last fall, and he was the special guest. And, a lot of a lot of people, language learner and all sorts, and a whole bunch of people got to ask him questions. And so anyway, it was, we were talking about F-16s, and I know I said here in the space, hey guys, he's got this bill. He wants F-16s. He's got pilots coming. They're gonna train pilots. Well, here we are. What? 10 months later, uh, that still hasn't happened. I mean, little bits. It's like, well, where can which countries can free them up? And it's like, darn it, free those things. They need something, and they definitely could use those F-18s. So thank you, Will, for your persistence and whatever any of us can do. I have uh, good friends who are in Australia right now. One of them is like, it's winter now. I'm like, what? Yeah, okay. So, just talk to your Australian friends, the rest of us, and ask them to put in their 3 cents with their elected officials. And here in the United States, we need to keep on the F-16s because we know that the pilots will be ready. They just need the equipment, and I'm really so proud of them. I was heartened to see one of the first things this morning was Thomas Steiner's thread on the offensive. So I'm gonna call it an offensive. Okay, thank you. It's not offensive. I mean, not in not in the way with the messy counters. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody, for being here. And retweet the space, right?
Yeah,
Do it.
absolutely.
Yes.
Retweet the space. And
So do the whole PSA. Do the whole PSA for us, Prince.
oh, go ahead and retweet the space and quote tweet the space and call your friends and tell them to listen to Maria Report. The more people we get in here, the better, because the more the truth we can spread about the reality and the truth of what is happening in Ukraine. And while you're at it, go to MriyaReport.org and see what we've been up to. We're in the process of getting a new website together, so we should be getting that up to date and looking really fancy here hopefully soon. And while you're there, also go ahead and donate. It was interesting last night while I was telling the story of Alexander Turin, who is a soldier who lost his legs in Ukraine, and And as I was reading that story out, I was just thinking as we were going through that of all the things that we have raised money for that could possibly have been used to help save this soldier's life. And it was an extensive list, and it was pretty cool. And if you want to, think about the fact that the first thing that happened is they dug him out and put two tourniquets on him. And we raise money for good tourniquets so that soldiers can live, and that is often a key to living, is getting that tourniquet on correctly and fast, and getting a good tourniquet on. Those are the things that are life changing. So just that said, we donate money for plenty of different things, and that is one of them. And real quick here, I know that we had Chuck tonight, and we are working really hard to get the Spotify, trying to get, oh, you kidding me, trying to get the Spotify recording up for the nuclear talk we had the other day, because it is just absolutely amazing. And just also, while I'm thinking about it here, Wednesday, July 5th, which it is for a lot of people in the world already, it's just, New York and Hawaii and here in the Pacific Northwest where we're hanging loose, we are going to have our special guest War Doggo. Now, if you hang out in space, you probably know War Doggo. War Doggo is a wonderful Ukrainian guy who does some amazing does some amazing work, and he's going to be coming up and talking to us. He is going to be on at, let's see if I can read. I need new bifocals. He's going to be on at 22